Hello, hello, hello. All right. I forget when I'm not streaming, I just watch music videos. Fun story. And I keep turning the volume up and I'm like, man, it's so loud. And it's because I listen to it so much quieter when I'm talking. So, hello, hello. We're back to Variable Barricade. We will have 2 streams this week for Variable Barricade. It's usually Tuesdays and Thursdays, but it's actually going to be Tuesday and Wednesday. And Thursday, I'm going to play Zelda because I'm going to try and get through 2 things on Thursday, and I can stream a lot longer on Thursday. So I'm hoping today and tomorrow I can finish Ichiya's route and start a new route next week. I don't know. This is the longest it's taken me. I'm kind of chill because there's not a game right now. I had a goal of once a month, but you know, maybe I can squeeze something else in. And then today was sticker day at Dutch Bro. It's actually not the first sticker day. We actually missed the first sticker day because we went, the line was so long, we had places to be. But today was cute because apparently there's 20 different designs. So I'm going to show you the ones we got. We got this one, just a normal boy. We got this cool one wearing sunglasses and with a beach ball. And then this one's a surfer dude. So we got those today. But yeah, we're going to be chilling. I have about 6 hours to stream today, so we'll see how far we can get. If I can't finish Ichiya's route in the next 2 days, I might just start crying. This game has been very long, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that I thought I'd be way further than this right now, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I thought about starting early too, and I was like, nah. Let's not start early. I don't wanna. I need a breaky break. Alright, so this is like, I'm hoping the last board. No one told me the answer to that, by the way, when I was asking last time. I'm like, does anybody know? For his, because like, oh my stars. When he was Ichiya Shinzaki. There we go. Now this has, like... Am I wrong? Wait. No. There's this. Okay. And then there's this. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Hi, Lo! How are you? My goodness. Before I was adopted into Mitsumori family, I lived my life as Ichiya Shinzaki. My goal is to get like halfway through the board. I don't know. I don't know how long these chapters are gonna be. Sometimes they're an hour, sometimes they're 20 minutes, and sometimes they're longer than that when it's like being dramatic. And I'm like, ugh. My father was a man who loved his job. My mother was a calm and dignified lady, daughter of a wealthy family. Born to them were twin sons, Kazuya and myself. Recovering from camping, but I'm good. How are you? I'm tired. I went back to work on Friday, and so I've just been tired ever since. Like, I missed my vacation. How was camping though? That sounds like fun. We keep saying we want to go camping, or at least, so they have tubing in our area during the summer, and we thought about doing that just to like have a day out, because that's always fun, but we haven't gone. We were born as twins and looked identical on the outside. On the inside, the two of us couldn't be more different. I even say we were polar opposites. Yeah, well, aw, cuties.
どうも一夜は成績にムラがあるな。前回はまあまあだったと思うが、なぜ今回はこんなに下がったんだ?
I'm just annoyed it took her until he literally took his sunglasses and hat off to be like, wait, they look the same. Thought it was him pretending to be him the whole time. Your grades tend to fluctuate a lot, Ichiya. Your last report card was decent, but this latest one has dropped significantly. Why is that?
ごめんなさい。
I can't imagine. Yeah, I'm tired because I went back to work. It was great. We had good weather the whole time and saw a lot of animals and bugs. Yay! That's the most fun about like camping, is just getting to see animals. Like, I still get excited when I see squirrels like on the side of the road. I'm like, there's a squirrel over there. Like, it's so exciting. Or lizards. We have a lot of lizards where we live, and I get very excited when I see a lizard. No reason. When I was a kid, I used to grab them. I am too shy to do that now. I'm like scared. I wasn't scared as a kid.
謝れと言
I'm
っているんじゃな
sorry.
い。なぜこうなったか理由が知りたいんだ。でないと対策が立てられないだろう。
I'm not asking for an apology. I want to know why. We can't work on a solution if we don't know what's causing the issue.
イチヤならクラスのできない子たちに頼まれて勉強を教えてあげてたんだよ。
A lot of not so smart kids in class asked him to help them study for the test.
それで自分の勉強する時間なくなったんだ。僕はその辺にしとけって言ったんだけど。
He helped them so much he didn't have much time left to study himself. I kept telling him to let them be. Okay, but if he's helping them, why would his test be so bad? Because like he would be good.
カズヤ、なんで言うんだよ。
Kazuya, why'd you have to
内
tell?
緒にしろなんて言われてないし。
You didn't ask me to keep it a secret.
みんな、イチヤなら断らないと思って甘えてるんだよ。全部に付き合う必要なんかないのに。
Everybody knows you can't say no, so they take advantage of you. You don't owe them anything. If they don't know how to study, that's their problem.
ああ、それで自分の成績を落とすんじゃ本末転倒だろう。
Rude.
バカバカしい。
Correct. Teaching others to your own detriment is a waste of time and energy. It's pure foolishness. Okay, that's mean, but I understand.
あなた、言い過ぎよ。イチヤは優しい子なの。困っている友達をきっと放っておけなかったのよ。
Darling, you're being much too harsh. Ichiya's a kind boy. I'm sure he couldn't stand by and watch while his friends were struggling.
だから僕ね。
That's right, I was just...
でも、それじゃ損をするだけよ。もっと器用に立ち回れるといいのだけれど。
But honestly, you're doing nothing but hurting yourself. You must be firm and turn them down. Why does his mom sound old?
いい
Did I just
イチヤ
make her sound old?
人に優しくするのはとってもいいことだけど、それだけじゃ世の中渡っていけないわ。
Okay. Rude. Listen, Ichiya, being kind to others is a good and honorable trait, but you won't get far in life just by being
親
kind.
切にするなとは言わないわ。ただもっと合理的なやり方を覚えなさい。あなたには必要なことよ。
We aren't telling you to not be kind. We're saying that you need to think carefully and be more logical. It will benefit you greatly in the long run. I hit the wrong button.
ごめんなさい。
Yes, Mom, I'm sorry.
それより父さん、この前言ってた子供向けタブレットのことだけど、やっぱりあれいけるんじゃないかな。
Anyway, Dad, about the children's table we were discussing before, I think this particular model is probably the best choice.
だがな、あれはコストの割に機能も中途半端だし、何より親の受けが悪そうで。
But it's for its cost, its capabilities are only middling. And more than that, it's not projected to be popular with the parents'
わかって
demographic.
る。でも僕たちの年の子って大人の真似がしたいだけなんだよ。だから必要な機能なんて少なくていい。
Yeah, I know, but kids our age mostly just want to mimic adults, that's all. As long as the table looks cool and grown up, it doesn't need many features. That is so not true. Well, I don't know. I don't know what generation this is. What generation are these children? I always just wanted cute stuff, but I'm also probably not the same mindset as him.
その代わり専用のアプリにね、ちょっと工夫をしたらいいんじゃないかな。例えばなんだけど、
Instead, I was thinking that maybe we could have a few exclusive apps designed for it to get more people interested, for example.
面白いことを考えるな。
Oh,
詳
that's
しく
an
話してみなさい。
interesting idea. Give me all the details.
周
Okay.
りの子にもいろいろ聞いてみたんだけどね。
See, I asked a bunch of other kids in my class what they think of.
あなたたち、ほどほどにね。
You two, don't go overboard. Kazuya was great at anything he tried. Most notably, he possessed all the instincts of a sharp businessman, even as a child. He was the perfect heir. Well, it's just who he is. He was a tiny businessman. Like, honestly, they're super cute. Like, but like, this probably isn't demonstrating it well enough. because feels more like he's feeling excluded and not being excluded. Because they asked him questions. He didn't say, you needs to do better. They asked, why are you doing bad? Which is a great question to ask. Because you're not like, hey, you suck. Like you want to know the root cause. And that's nice. I don't know. Am I thinking too much? He was an excellent, logical thinker. He was results oriented. He was all about prompt decisions and prompt, effective execution. He was a lot like our parents in that regard. But me, I couldn't help but pursue the things that interested me. Even if others told me I was wasting my time, I enjoyed the process over getting results. Because of that, I was often left on the outside of my family discussions, unable to follow what was going on. I constantly felt isolated, alienated. But why was I the only one like this? Why couldn't I be more like them? It was like I didn't belong in my own home. I didn't mean to hit that button. The one thing that kept me sane was, is it her?
これいつもありがとうございます。
This is for you. Thank you for always being so helpful.
一夜坊ちゃんはお優しいこと。こんな使用人風情に気を使ってくださって。
Oh my, it's very kind of you to show such generosity to a mere servant like me, Master Ichiya.
そんな、僕は和也に比べたら何にもできないし。
It wasn't much. I mean, it's not like I'm good for anything like Kazuya is.
いいえ、そんなことありません。
Come on now.
和也坊ちゃんはしっかりしすぎていて、
Young Master, don't be
こん
down
な
on
風に
yourself.
撫でることもできませんもの。
Young Master Kazuya is so mature for his age that I couldn't possibly pat him on the head like I do you.
私は一夜坊ちゃんが大好きですよ。誰よりも優しく。
Is this it? Getting head pats from servants?
どうかそのままでいてくださいね。
I'm very fond of you. You're a good, kind boy who knows how to be sympathetic towards others. I hope you'll always stay just the way you are. Thanks.
よかったらこれ使ってください。
For just a second, my brain does this sometimes. I forgot what button to take a screenshot was. Excuse me, if you'd like, you can have this.
ありがとうございます。とても助かりましたわ。
How thoughtful. Thank you. This will be very helpful.
新崎様にもう一人ご子息がいらっしゃると聞いたことはありましたけど、こんなに可愛らしい子だったなんて。
I heard the Shinzakis had another son. To think he would be as charming as
あり
you.
がとうございます。こんな綺麗なお姉様に褒めていただいて嬉しいです。
And this is where his dependency issue comes up. I know everyone said that once you get to his route, you'll understand why he's the way he is, where he's like bombarding people with love because he wants to feel affection in return, which is the problem he has. But like, his was so cringy that it felt dishonest, which is probably intentional. I don't know. I still not my favorite. Thank you, Miss. It's flattering to receive a compliment from such a beautiful lady.
嬉しいわ。一夜くんだったかしら。あちらで一緒にお菓子をいただきましょう。
Why, thank you. What a lovely sentiment. Your name is Ichiya, correct? Why don't we go get a snack together over there?
顔のお兄様には内緒よ。
You don't have to mention this to your brother.
はい。
Okay.
一夜くん、私と付き合ってください。
Ichiya, please go out with
俺
me.
と和也じゃなくて
You want to go out with me, not Kazuya?
和也くんは親切だけど、いつも忙しそうにしてるし、こっちを見てくれる気がしないもの。
Yeah, Kazuya is nice, of course, but he always seems so preoccupied. It feels like he'd never take the time to look at who I am. Look at me for who I am.
でも、一夜くんは違う。女の子には特別優しくしてくれるし、いつもかっこよくて。
But you're different. You're honestly nice to girls, really nice, and you're so handsome and cool. It's like you're a real life Prince Charming.
女の子の理想そのままっていうか。
You're like the
こ
ideal
の人が
boyfriend.
私だったらって。
When I think about dating someone like
だ
you,
から好きになったの。
I can't help but fall in love. Please, will you go out with
そっ
me?
か
Oh. Okay.
いいよ付き合おう 俺のこと好きになってくれてありがとう。
This is the opposite of every single anime I've ever seen when this happens. Sure, I'll go out with you. I'm flattered you'd ever feel that way about me.
誰よりも大事に優しくするよ。
I'll be sweeter to you than
俺のお姫様。
honeyed wine, my princess. Have you had that, child? As long as I was constantly flirting, fun, pleasant, and extremely nice, all the girls loved me. They picked me over Kazuya. I liked that a lot. But spending all my time around girls, I was able to carve out a place where I finally belonged. But no matter how much effort I put in, I wasn't able to build a serious relationship in that niche. They dumped you.
あなたは悪くないの。私、あなたから卒業するね。
Too happy. What's wrong with being too happy? What do you mean your level? Wasn't I good enough for you? Yeah, this I'm getting broken up. You were the one who wanted me to be your prince, so I treat you like a princess. It wasn't a dream to me, it was reality.
ごめんなさい。
You told me you liked it when I pampered you. You begged me to stay because you couldn't bear it when I was
優
away.
しいだ。
You said you bragged to others about how sweet a boyfriend you had. Was I stupid for believing you? We don't do the flashbacks, but I'll read the new dialogue after the flashbacks. I was exactly the man you wanted me to be. Phony.
なんていうか、一夜さん
She's a sharp one. She saw straight through the facade and looked directly at the real me.
これだけ幸せにしたんだから、そっち
Simp. Yeah, that's actually the title I used, I think, in the other one. Like, you're a total simp. No one really loved me. Basically, I was offering to play the part of the perfect boyfriend. The price was they needed to love me back. Until they didn't.
和也じゃなくて俺を見てくれるならそれでよかったんだ。
And I was okay with that as long as they looked at me instead of Kazuya.
愛したら愛してくれる。愛することで俺は自分を肯定できた。
If I loved them, they loved me back. That love was how I found self-affirmation and a sense of purpose.
仕方ないじゃないか。
What else was I
それ以
supposed to
外に
do?
和也の影から逃げる方法が俺にはなかったんだから。
There was no other way for me to squirm out from underneath Kazuya's shadow.
あなた、恋人としては満点だけど、結婚するのにはちょっと。
You're a perfect lover, yes, but I don't think that type of man. But I don't think the type of man I'd want to marry.
俺に任せろって大丈夫なの
You
か
want me to leave it to you? Are you sure? Just realized I need to cut my
訴えてや
bangs.
るこの詐欺師
right now. I look like an anime character. I'll sue you, fraud.
見積もりの養子にって本気なの一夜。
You want Mitsu Morius to adopt you? Ichiya, are you serious?
見積もり一夜その気がある
Become a suitor for my granddaughter. Oh my god. Alan? Alan, was that you? The blare of a horn snapped me back to my senses. Reflectively, my eyes snapped up. The traffic light in front of me had turned green. I'd been so absorbed in my own thoughts, I hadn't noticed the world was still functioning around me. Damn it. Seeing Kazuya had left me all adlid? That's a word. I let out a long sigh. I gently pushed down on the accelerator and brought my car up to speed. When did he get a car? Wait, we had a
前に
driver
も言っ
picking
たこ
us
とがあ
up.
るよね
You're
お前は
too
僕のた
soft.
めに茨の道をもっと平
The way Kazuya looked at me then. Which is cute, by the way. Kazuya's got a cute face. I was looking down on me the way he always did. It always terrified me when he did it.
とにかく今日の一夜を見て僕は決めた賞賛のない賭けはしないタイプ傷つくのが怖いなら
If you're afraid of getting hurt, back out now. Boop, boop, boop. After Kazuya left, my mind went blank. It was some time later when I came around enough to discover I somehow walked all the way to my car. Okay, but she got picked up by a driver, so they didn't... Oh, well, I think they came separate. Never mind, ignore me. It's always been that way. I've never been able to stand up to Kazuya at all. He's not just attractive on the outside. Hint, we're identical twins, so I'm calling myself attractive. He's also extremely talented. He has a perfect personality too. And he was gonna steal Leah away from me. The minute that thought crossed my mind, I felt something cold and heavy settle down into the bottom of my gut. I was not in an appropriate mental state to drive. I pulled over to the side of the road and let my head sink onto the steering wheel. He terrified me, that's all there was to it. Just thinking about him made me quiver uncontrollably,
嫌
but
だ
no.
お嬢さんを奪われるのだけは嫌だ
I can't stand the idea of him stealing Leah from me. She looked in my eyes when I bawled like a baby in front of her. She said she liked the real me over the facade I'd built in hope of making her fall in love with me. She literally said, I like you, like whimpering. Wait, I think I had it on here. I like you better when you're sulking and crying, because that's what it's like. To be clear, that means she's got a kink. That has nothing to do with you. I'm fine with
彼
that.
女のことが
I love
好きだから
her? You guys, that's too soon. The realization hit me like a lightning bolt. I was scared. Very, but I knew my feelings were true. It's so easy to say it. The words themselves are simple enough to say out loud, and yet, how come I can't even entertain the idea of fighting back against Kazuya? My hands were still trembling on the steering wheel. I could never hope to be Kazuya. A terrified, childish corner of my brain welled as much over and
俺
over.
はどうすればいいんだ
What am I supposed to do? I sat, waiting, hoping for the answer to come to me. And it never did. Sometime later, I found myself back at home. I couldn't quite remember how I made it there. I parked my car in the garage, then trudged my way towards the front door. I don't want to go in.
カズさんとの話が済んだら
No flashbacks. Leah would be waiting for me, would she? It was a story I had to tell her sooner or later. I knew that all too well. But I just didn't have it in me tonight. I couldn't handle any more stress. Hell, maybe I just ought to check into a hotel tonight. I was gonna say hospital? As soon as I thought about running away, the door I was standing in front of swung open, but the face that peeked outside wasn't the one I feared. It was...
お、Ichiya、帰ってきたのかよ。
Yo, Ichiya, you're back.
なんだタイガか
It's just you, Taiga, you piece of trash.
人の顔見てなんだとはなんだよ。
Just me, huh? Way to make me feel great, bro.
すまないそのお嬢さんは今部屋にいるのかな
Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Do you know if Leah's up in her room?
お嬢なら鎌倉の本家に行ったぜ。なんでもご当主に話があるんだとよ。
Nah, the lady went off to the main estate in Kamakura. She needed to talk to the boss man, or so I heard.
そうか
Oh. It was pathetic, but a considerable part of me was relieved to hear that. Unfortunately, reality wasn't nice enough to let me off the hook yet, not even after it had spent the whole day beating up on me.
ま、何の話かは大体想像つくけどね。
Though I think I know what the talk is about.
ねえ、Shinzaki Ichiyaくんよ。
I think maybe you do too, Mr. Ichiya Shinzaki.
なんで君がその名前を
How do you know that name?
春日から聞いたんだよ。まさかお前がいいところのお坊ちゃんだったとはね。
Heard it from Kasuga. Man, to think you're actually from such a big shot family, I never would have guessed. Taiga's smile had an edge. It was a challenge. I felt cold beads of sweat drip down my spine. Today was not a good day for my heart.
隠していてすまないでも俺には事情が
Sorry I kept that hidden from you, but I had my reasons.
それを聞くためにわざわざ帰ってくるのを待ってたんだ。俺たちも無関係じゃねえしね。
I'm sure you did. That's why we're all waiting on tentered hooks for the explanation, those reasons to all of us. To explain those reasons to all of us. This is our business now too, you know? You know?
とりあえず入れよ。
Anyways,
玄関でするような話じゃねえだろ。
come on in. This isn't exactly good material for a doorway conversation, is it? I need to know if this voice actor speaks with an accent, because that might explain. I think Roddy did the same thing where it's all like, yeah, nah, yeah, brah, like stuff like that. Like, does he have an accent? Does it show when he's talking? Because he does have a unique voice, but I don't know if I call it. I can't. I don't know what dialects are anymore.
ああ
It's not. That was that. There was no more getting out of this. I sighed, resigned, and quietly followed Taiga inside. Bum bum. Cleared! We did it. You reap what you sow. Oh no, that's not good. Would you really be W capital with W? I enjoyed a rather pleasant date night with Ichiya, but at the end of it, Kazu suddenly appeared. He isn't Kazu. He's Kazuya Shinzaki. He claimed to be Ichiya's twin brother, and Ichiya didn't deny it. I needed to know more, and so I came to see grandfather.
そうか。
I
あや
see.
つと会ったか。
You finally met him, eh?
彼は何者なんです？一夜さんの兄と言っていましたが。
Who is he, grandfather? He claims to be Ichiya's twin brother.
新崎グループ。その名を聞いたことくらいはあろう。
The Shinzaki group, you've heard of them, yes?
新崎グループというと、現総裁が一代にして成した大企業ですよね。
That's so fair. Dramatic old man with a very realistic face compared to the others. It's because they put all the lines on his face, and everybody else has that classic anime perfect skin. Like, there's no anything. Like, if she had more cheekbones showing, like, she might look a little more realistic. He also has, like, the smallest eyes, which makes them more realistic, too. I believe so. Aren't they the company that current president grew from a small family business to a large corporation in a single
当時ほどでは
generation?
ないものの、最近
Crying, yo.
急速に存在感を増していて、
I'm gonna get
海外進出も視野に入っていると聞きます。
whipped berry meringue in my eye accidentally. They may not be a very large. They may not be as large as we are, but they've increased their market presence a lot quite quickly of late. I hear they even intend to expand overseas.
率直に言って、カズさんがその創業家の一員なのだとすれば、相当な人物のはず。
To be frank, if Kazu really is a member of that business-minded family, he must be a very impressive person indeed.
その通り。
That he is.
あやつは新崎グループの次期総裁じゃ。
He will be. That he is. He will be the next president of Shinzaki Group, but not only
お
that.
前の婚約者をめぐる今回の騒動の黒幕でもある。
He's the mastermind behind this entire fuss around your marriage, and you walked right into his room, right? You were like, let's keep this a secret, and let me tell you a secret.
黒幕？
He is.
まさ
Then
か。
there was one reason I even had 4 suitors right now. One was my less scrupulous relatives wound up owing a large favor to a certain person. That person demanded betrothal to me in return. To stave him off and buy time, grandfather sent 4 men to me as potential suitors. In other
カズ
words,
さんが私との婚約を要求してきた張本人なんですか？
it's Kazu who's been demanding my hand in marriage this whole time. Is this a red flag? Because I don't know if this is a red flag for me. Like, oh my god, he did all this for me? Like, wow, he must really like me. I mean, he pretended to be sweet. He came in, was like my confidant.
その通りじゃ。
Exactly.
そんな彼が？
Oh my gosh, really? It's him? My mind went blank from shock.
じゃあまさかあの出会いも最初から仕組まれていた？
He did say that was an accident. He said he hadn't planned that. I don't know if I believe it, but he did say it was an accident. That day we met by chance, it wasn't coincidence like he said it was. He planned that.
一夜さんまで利用して。ひどすぎる。そんな人だなんて思わなかった。
He even went as far as to use his own twin brother. That's horrible. I never took him as someone who was capable of such terrible things. He gave such a good performance. Should date him. I trusted Kazu. I opened up to him about things I didn't dare talk to anyone else about, and he...
それは少しばかり違うのではないか?
If it was just his interest, I'd be flattered. But if he knew his brother likes us, makes it more questionable. But we haven't seen that part, right? I don't know why Ichiya likes her yet. Like, how did he come to the I want to marry her? Like, did he just decide that because he said, hey, come court my daughter? Or did they have a previous meeting, which I think maybe every single one of these 4 guys have met her before she lost her memory. And I think that might be exactly why her grandfather picked them all. It's a theory, my theory, until we get to that point. I don't know what's happening. So I don't know. But his brother even said it doesn't matter if you marry her, because then she'll still be part of our family. We can still strike up a deal. We can still use that to further our career. So honestly, his brother doesn't care. He's just in it for the game now. I'm not sure I'd go quite so far. I blinked and felt the tension drain out of my clenched, shaking fist.
どれだけうまく隠そうと、そんな面を持つ者ならば、わしも有無を言わさず要求を蹴っておったわ。
No matter how cleverly they may have hid them, I can sniff out a man with evil tendencies. If he truly was cruel, I would have refused his demands point blank. Come to think of it.
ああいう男は成功する。
Yeah. If I recall correctly, Grandfather recently came close to complimenting him in his own weird way.
本当に残酷な男ならば、機会をくれなどと言わず、強引にお前に婚約を押し付けたじゃろう。
A truly cold man wouldn't have come to me and simply asked for an opportunity. He would have pushed and pushed, trying to force your engagement to him.
それに、以前聞いたプレゼン。
Of course, I have like a scratch on the back of my throat right now, so I'm like, Not only that, he put together a presentation for me. I want to see the presentation. I want it to be full of stick figures, drawn with like crayons. I want it to be like gorgeous.
東條と新崎が手を組み、世界の市場へ打って出る。
Showing how the Tojo family and the Shinzaki group might step into the internal market together.
そんな途方もない夢を叶える方法を、奴は一切の汚れもない完璧な計画で説明してきよった。
Despite its frankly unbelievable scope, he laid out a detailed, reasonable plan for action which achieved that precise result.
お前との接触云々の事情は知らんが。
I don't know the circumstances behind how.
猫島な心根を持つ人間ができる仕事ではない。
How or why he contacted you, but he's demonstrated he's not a man with cruel or greedy heart. Wait, I just had so many thoughts at once, but my eyes still watering. Hang on, let me just... I turned my mic off as I was explaining that I just wanted to rub my eye off camera. Like, wait, I'm still talking. I refuse to consider him as a match for you. I was like, let me just, and I mute it as I say that, let me just rub my eyeball. I might, so like everybody's getting sick right now. I might be getting sick. It could be a chance. Somebody at my work just got sick not too long ago, but I was feeling fine after con, which is usually when people start getting sick, is right after the con. Because you're in a group of a lot of people and, you know, germs are everywhere. For him to get high praise from Grandfather of all people, and he's hot, and he's got a vision, right? Like, I don't think like you should be this worried. I think he's a good match. I don't see a problem here. He hasn't done anything vindictive, honestly. When you really think about it, at the end of the day, nothing vindictive has happened so far. So far, there's like an asterisk. I ought to leave the question of Kazu's true personality to the side for now. That was definite proof. Defiant? Can we say it both ways? There was definite proof of the Tojo family in a deal with the Shinzaki group. Kazu's skills were impressive, and yet Grandfather had personal reasons to turn down an engagement to me. Why was that? I suppose it's because Kazu's real goal is to forge ties to the Tojo family. He doesn't want me for who I am. Grandfather mentioned something along those lines. And if that was so, that meant one thing.
一夜さんがカズさんの弟ということは
If Ichiya is Kazu's brother,
4人の花婿候補のうちおじい様が勧める本命は一夜さんだったんですか
of the four suitors you presented to me, he's the one you truly wanted me to choose.
東条の利益を優先するのならそうなる。
If profit for Tojo family is priority, yes. Thought as much. If I did choose Ichiya, that would thwart Kazu's design on me while simultaneously allowing the deal with the Shinzaki group to go through. And my nosy relatives would definitely accept a suitor of his caliber too. But one question remained.
カズさんの弟だというのならどうして一夜さんは新崎姓ではないんですか
If Ichiya really is Kazu's twin brother, why isn't his last name Shinzaki? Because if they had made his name Shinzaki, this is the real reason, it would have been too... Oh, how crazy. We can't have two Tachibanas. Like, that doesn't just happen randomly, right? Even though there's like a billion Tachibanas. We couldn't have two Shinzakis. That would be too apparent. It'd be too obvious, especially if it goes by their last name. So we had to thwart that by giving him a reason to change his last name.
それはわしから話すことではない。
That
聞きたけれ
story
ば一夜本人から聞くんじゃな。
is not for me to tell. If you want to know, you ought to ask him directly.
そうですか
Fine. You had a point. Whatever the circumstances, they must be thorny. Hearing them from a third party would be rude. It's fine. As I had the feeling that Ichiya's past, which he seemed so very reluctant to discuss, played no small part in the difference between
まあ
surnames.
そんなわけでお前が一夜とくっつくのが一番の理想ではあったんじゃがの。
That's why seeing you get together with Ichiya was the ideal result from where I'm standing.
まさか和也と密会してこちらの手の内を打ち明けていたとは。
I had no idea you were covertly meeting with Kazuya and personally handing him our confidential information. Well, he was cute and he wore a hat and sunglasses. I had no reason to suspect him.
それって
I only realized it when grandfather finally mentioned it. We had this entire conversation together with him fully aware that I was not only acquainted with Kazuya but also meeting with him personally. How did he know that? Oh my god, who told you? Bro, look at your butler.
私の方からご報告させていただきました。
I took the liberty of informing him of it, miss. I flinched as Kazuga walked into the room. Who'd called him to let him know I was here in Kamakura? Grandfather nodded, seemingly unsurprised by his sudden appearance.
私の忠告はお嬢様のお心に届かなかったようですね。
It seems you did not heed my warning. Listen, you could have been more direct. Like, you could have been like, yo, bro, not a good time. How unfortunate. How unfortunate
違
indeed.
うの
No, I
それは
just...
何が違うと？
You just... I opened my mouth and closed it again. He was right. Listen, I love the butler. I know somebody's gonna be like, you're gonna be so surprised. Oh, the butler's bad. Everyone's saying that. I don't care. He's cute. He's cute. I'm not afraid of a yandere. He can be a yandere. He might not be a yandere. He could just be an asshole. But, you know, it's okay. Again, I liked Lucas until he put me in a cage.
二度と彼には会わないでください。
He had warned me, but I ignored that warning on my own volition. I got in touch with Kazu again, and it was no one else's fault but mine. Now he knew which of my suitors I was considering, and he knew I hadn't decided on any of them yet. I handed our greatest enemy exactly the information he needed to strike us at our weakest point.
まだ相手が決まっていないなら自分にも機会をと。奴が訴えるのも正論じゃろうって。
He says that if you haven't decided on any of your other suitors yet, he deserves a chance to compete as well. He's utterly justified in asking for it.
見ません。軽率な行動でした。
I'm sorry, grandfather. I was careless.
でもどうして最初から一夜さんとカズさんのことを話してくれなかったんですか？
I liked blank until he put me in a cage. Oh god. It's true though. Like, I'm okay with being like, you know, a little like too obsessed with me, but like, there's a limit, okay? I don't want my freedoms restricted. Like, you can like me, but you can't like me and put me in a cage. Like, does not correlate. You also can't poison me. That's also does not, kind of goes a little too close. I thought Lucas was beautiful. Like, Lucas was so pretty, and I was like, oh, he's the bad guy. And then I went, oh, he's the bad guy. If you knew about who Ichiya and Kazu truly are, why didn't you tell me about them sooner?
そんなことを教えれば、お前は一夜を敵扱いし、まともに向き合えなかったじゃろう。
If I had, you would have viewed Ichiya as an enemy. I doubt you would have taken his attempt at courting you seriously if you didn't shun him outright. My dude, that guy was calling me princess and baby girl from like day one. I already wasn't taking him seriously.
それは
I couldn't deny that. This all happened because of a Shinzaki. That's such a weird sentence. I wouldn't have been able to put that thought aside. It would have been an automatic thought every time I saw Ichiya, preventing me from seeing him as his own person. In fact, I might have grown so callous towards him, I could have hurt him deeply. I like the fact that she's having these internal thoughts. When she met Kazu, she's like, take that, Grandpa. I met a guy on the street, and I think he's cute. And I gave him my number. I didn't have to, like, have some random college... And then it's the guy who's been trying to marry her the whole time. Unsurprisingly, the Shinzaki group sent another request for a marriage interview, a strongly worded one. He wants a chance to speak with you directly, it seems, whether through an interview or other means.
この状況ではもはや断れんぞ。仮の婚約者の存在ももはや通じん。
I have no more excuses left to refuse him. Your temporary suitor isn't a deterrent either.
そんなものはおらぬと。向こうはお前から直接聞いておるわけじゃからな。
He's well aware that that was simply a ruse. You made sure of that. Sorry. My bad. I was out here giving family secrets like it was nothing, even though I literally was saying that's pretty dumb. I effectively had to consider Kazu my fifth suitor now. It's fine. Kazu's hot. That's what grandfather was saying to me. I really got careless, didn't I? But it was too late for regrets. No regrets. Once my discussion with grandfather had ended, I went back to my original rooms on the main estate for the first time in a long time. We had talked for longer than expected. It was deemed late enough that I might as well stay the night. I'm rather glad for that, actually. Trying to talk to Ichiya now would be extremely awkward. But...
失礼します。寝巻きと寝具をご用意いたしました。
Kasuga, look at you, taking care of me all the time. Pardon me, miss. I brought your night clothes and your evening toiletries.
ありがとう。
Thanks. After I'd left my meeting with grandfather, things became awkward enough anyway. Kasuga had never been the chatty sort, but he was being particularly quiet tonight. I'm sure he's angry with me for disregarding his warning. I stood off to the side, unable to find any words to say as he briskly turned down my bed sheets.
では、私はこれで。
If that'll be all.
待ってカスが
Kasuga, wait! When he turned to leave the room, I automatically called out to
ごめん
stop
なさ
him.
い。あなたの言う通りにしておけばよかった。
I'm sorry, I should have listened to you.
いえ。 私にも落ち度がありましたから。
No, miss, you needn't apologize. This was primarily my fault. What?
彼とは二度と会わない。そう口にしたあなたを。
I told you never to meet with him again. You told me you wouldn't, and I believed you.
信じてしまった。
And I was foolish enough to believe you. Kasuga looked at me, his eyes as cold as glaciers.
こんなこ
Ooh.
とになるなら、強引にでもウィスの ID を削除しておくべきでしたね。
Ooh, if I had known this outcome might have even been a possibility, I have taken your phone from you and deleted your entire WIS account myself.
待って春日、私あなたを裏切るつもりじゃ。
Kasuga, I wasn't aiming to betray you or anything.
ご安心ください。私はこの程度のことでお嬢様から離れるつもりはありません。
You needn't worry, Miss Leah. A minor incident like this isn't nearly justification enough for me to turn my back on you. Yandere intensifies. It's like shaking. Like, it feels like it. No one's told me. I don't know for sure, but he's given the vibe, right? I breathed a sigh of relief.
ですが、次はありません。
But know that there will be no second chances.
どうか私を失望させることのないようお願いいたします。
I hope that you will be more careful in the future and do not do anything to disappoint me again. His eyes stabbed into me, making it clear that I could still lose him, and that he was willing to hold that fear over my head.
今日はお疲れでしょう。そろそろお休みください。
Kasuga, buddy, friend, you looked really great in street clothes. I like you with little glovies, but I'm sure you must be tired after today's event. I suggest you retire for the night. What in the world am I even doing? I came to Kamakura simply to ask about Ichiya's peculiar circumstances, but all I'd learned was that my own carelessness had put a noose around my neck. Worse, I disappointed Kasuga. Worse, I disappointed Kasuga. I'm tired, bro. That was supposed to have been this was supposed to be a fun day, and honestly, it had been, but up until that last minute of my date with Ichiya, after that shocking revelation were lobbed at me rapid fire, one after another, I wonder what those two talked about. I thought back on the two of them and how it looked like Ichiya was actually afraid of his brother. I still had no idea what was going on between the two of them. And the fact that they were identical twins somehow just blanketed over me. But I hope Ichiya didn't end up crying again. Not when I can't watch. For some reason, that was what worried me most. You can't cry unless I'm the one making you cry. I get it. I feel that. Loveless Marriage. Well then. What a concept. Morning came, and with it, a new school week. I ended up going straight from Kamakura to school without stopping by the vacation house first. Maybe I can distract myself by paying extra attention in class, but...
おはようございます。三森さんとのデートはいかがでしたか?
Good morning, Leah. Did you enjoy your date with Mr. Mitsumori? Yeah, but I'm not surprised she would ask. The moment I stepped foot in the classroom, Tsumigi bounded up to me with a bright smile on her face. I sighed. Considering how much she had helped me, I at least owed her an update on things.
デートは楽しかったわ。
The date, at least, was fun.
まあまあまあ。三森さん、頑張られましたのね。それで、結果はどうなりましたの?
Oh, wonderful. Mr. Mitsumori must have tried very hard. Good for him. How did it end? What happened
まさ
after?
か、ただ外出して終わり。というわけではございませんでしょ?
Don't tell me you simply had a nice evening out for dinner and nothing more. That can't be
そう
all.
ね。お見合いをすることになったわ。
No, wasn't all. I have a marriage interview now.
お お見合いですか？それは三森さんと正式な場でという意味で？
A marriage interview? Really? Then you and Mr. Mitsumori are going to make things official? Is that what's happened?
違うわ。彼の
Nope.
お兄さんと。
The interview's with his brother.
はい。
What? That's just the end of that chapter. After class, Sumigi took me to the Terrace Cafe. Well, practically dragged me is a more correct way of putting it.
わけのわからない事態になってしまって。
And that's it. Such an unbelievably confusing mess now. Aramura had been waiting there for us. The three of us sat down as I explained everything to them in tears. When I told them who Kazu really was, both of them stared at me in
ま
shock.
さかあの時の男が黒幕で新崎の御曹司とはね。
You're telling me that guy really was Shinzaki's heir and the mastermind behind all this drama?
有村さん、新崎グループのことに詳しいの？
Do you know much about the Shinzaki group, Aramura?
そりゃうちの親とも取引したことあるし。
Some. They made a business deal with my parents.
しかもなんか次期総裁が若いながらもめちゃくちゃやり手だってもっぱらの
All the
噂だしね。
rumors say the next company prez is supposed to be some super talented and ambitious businessman who's still pretty young, all things considered.
ちょっとお待ちください。少し説明をしていただいてもよろしいですか？
Whoa, slow down. What's going on? Can someone explain how this all came out of the blue?
話の途中で出てきた密会していた相手とは一体どういうことですの？
Who in the world is this gentleman you've been meeting it with in secret? Well...
ああ、そういえばあんた知らなかったんだっけ？
Oh, right. We didn't loop you in on that one, did we? Well... He's hot.
そんな、あの4人以外の殿方と密会されていたなんて。
Leah, you've been thrifting with another gentleman in addition to your 4 suitors? He's so mature.
どうしてそんな面白そうなことを私に黙っておられたのですか？
How could you keep such an incredible secret from me? I feel so left out.
そういう反応するからでしょ。
Probably because you get slobbery over it like now. Exactly. I did feel a little bad about not telling her, but I already had my fill of her high energy reactions to every little thing going on with my official
じゃ、
suitors.
情報共有も終わったことだし。
So we've got everyone on the same page now.
ええ。
Right.
本題に戻りましょうか。
Let me get to the point then.
その、
So,
二人はどうしたらいいと思う？
what does the TV think I ought to do about Kazu?
もちろん、そんなお見合いは真正面から蹴飛ばしてやるべきです。
You ought to go to that marriage interview and tell him right to his face that you refuse him utterly.
ロマンスの香りが一切しませんし、
There isn't a
私は
romantic
絶対
bone
に認めません
in
わ。
his body. I am completely against this matchup.
何より、あなたには本当に愛するお方と幸せな結婚をしていただきたいと思いますもの。
I want you to find a person whom you love from the bottom of your heart and pledge yourself to them in blissful, happy marriage, Madam Leah.
つむぎ。
Madame. Sumagi.
そう？私はこのお見合い前向きに考えていいと思うけど。
Personally, I think this is a good offer. You should probably give it some thought.
Eh?
What?
有村さん？
Aramura? Both Sumagi and I stared at Aramura in disbelief. I'm with Aramura. She's a good match for you. He's cute. He's considerate. And you snuck out to hang out with him twice. Twice. And you knew better.
いやいや、あんた本人が言ってたんでしょ。婚約者が無職なんて論外だって。
But is it really that weird? You yourself said unemployed guys are out of the question.
そう考えると、新崎グループの次期総裁なんて最高な相手じゃん。
Flip that around and you want a guy who's got a good job, right? And you're not gonna find a better businessman than the next Shinzaki group president.
そ
Oh.
ですが、愛がない結婚
It
なん
would
て。
be a loveless marriage.
認めないって？そ
You
れ
want
を
a
あ
proof
んた
of
が言う
that?
の？
Really? You, Kano? She's hypocrite much? Huh? Oh. I suddenly realized that Aramura was obliquely alluding to. I can't believe I almost forgotten. Sumiki's marriage will be political. Her family already arranged it for their own benefit. I don't need a flashback.
恋愛や結婚、私の場合ですから。
She's like, I'm a weeb. As long as I can do weeb stuff, I don't care who I marry. That was the back story. She was fond of her fiance, I'm sure, but I don't think she felt actual love for him. Tsumigi's confident expression right then assured me that her point of view was another perfectly valid way to regard marriage.
私のケースはまた違うと言いますか。
I'd say my circumstances are peculiar and not necessarily applicable.
でも紬はその結婚で幸せになれるって自信があるのよね。
You're confident you'll be happy in your marriage, even if you don't love your partner, right? Tsumugi went quiet, looking at me helplessly. Saying no would be as good as admitting that she'd made the wrong choice about her own life. But saying yes would mean she had no good reason not to give me her blessing to effectively do the same. Mia.
ごめんなさい紬。あなたが私のことを心配してくれる気持ちは分かってるの。
I'm sorry, Tsumugi. I know you're concerned for me, but he's hot. And you know what? Sometimes that's all that matters.
でも私自身幸せになれる結婚。
This reminds me. I saw a thing and it was all like, she's a 10, but she's more interested in fictional boys or something like that than real boys. And I'm like, no, but they're cute. Honestly, I'm not sure I even know what a happy marriage entails for me. I can't picture it. I didn't know enough about romance to say that a marriage purely for love would really be best for me. But on the other hand, I didn't have enough confidence in myself to say that I could take a truly political marriage and make it a happy one either. I couldn't be sure I'd do either really right. Did I say really twice? Did I do that? I couldn't be sure I'd do either one right, really. It was just me getting the words backwards and then getting it forward. Though, you know.
そもそも今悩んでる時点であんたは和也さんを選ぶのもありだって思ってるってことでしょ？
The fact that you're even thinking about this at all means that you see Kazuga as a valid choice, right?
てかぶっちゃけ結構好きでしょ和也さんのこと。
Hell, I'd say you got the hots for him pretty bad, really. What? Aramura's statement hit me like a punch in the face and I almost slapped the table in outrage.
そんなわけないじゃない。私はカズさんのことなんて。
I do not. I most definitely do not have the hots for Kazu, except for the fact that I do.
嘘だね。わざわざアリバイ作ってまで会いに行ってた相手を何とも思ってないわけないじゃん。
No, that's a lie. If you didn't like him at least a little bit, you wouldn't have kept begging me to be your alibi when you went to meet him in secret.
カズさんはそのあくまで私にとって親切なお兄さんであって。
Can't lie to me. I saw your internal dialogue. You said, "Take that, Grandpa," when you got his phone number. Okay? You said, "Take that, Grandpa. I can meet a guy." I don't look at Kazu in that way. He's more like a reliable older brother that I can lean on.
わかったわかった。じゃあそれは認めるとして。
Okay, good. I get it. I'll take your word for it.
少なくとも見ず知らずの男よりは好感を持ってることは確かだよね。
But you admit you'd like to live with him more than some rando off the street, right?
そこを妥協点にするのもありじゃないってこと。少なくとも結婚後に不仲になることはないだろうし。
See, Noah, that's why you're here. All I'm saying is that you don't think that makes him a viable compromise? Don't you think that makes him a viable compromise? That makes more sense. If you do have to marry him, at least you won't, despise him right off the bat.
それは。
Well, Aramura had an extremely good point. If I did wind up marrying Kazu, even if there wasn't any love between us, I knew that we would at least be able to build our family on mutual respect.
でもその方はあなたを騙していたのですよ。
But he deliberately tricked Leah.
親切なお兄さん属性は全て演技。きっと本性はとんでもない腹黒に違いありませんわ。
His nice big brother character is merely an act. I'm sure underneath his mask he's actually a snake. And snakes are cute. We've talked about this. I like snakes. I just don't like when they turn into snakes. Right? I was thinking this the other day. I can't remember what show I was watching, but I was like, oh no, it's a snake. But it was like a snake. There's a difference. Like, you can't be cute, super, 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 super. What was it? Was it Tokyo Revengers? You're like, and then you're a snake. No, you gotta be a snake from the start. I gotta know that you are a little slimy. I gotta know. You tricked me. It was all an act. I'd said much the same thing to grandfather when I met him yesterday. I understood completely where Sumigi was coming from. But
納得できないって顔だね。
you don't look like you're buying it. True.
どうしてですの？
Sorry, my eye keeps watering. I probably was sick. This at least it's not as bad as that one day. There was one day where like I was like crying constantly. I could feel my eye getting redder by the second. It's not that bad. Yet. Just a reminder, yet. Why? Sumigi looked at me, obviously worried. I took a moment to choose my words carefully.
確かに
Explains
騙
why
されていたことはショックだったわ。
I couldn't bring myself to start my stream early. I was trying. I was trying real hard. When I found... I put my drink down too hard. When I found out he had been deceiving me, I was shocked. I was honestly mad at him for it
で
too.
も落ち着いて考えてみると違和感を覚えてしまって。
When I calmed down and thought things over, something
違
seemed
和
off.
感ですの？
Off how?
ええ、何も知らない頃、親身に相談に乗ってくれていたカズさんと。
There's the Kazu who selflessly offered to give me life advice when he barely knew me.
あんな手を使って私と婚約しようとする新崎和也が。
And there's the
一致しないというか。
Kazuya Shinzaki, who used deception and underhanded tricks in his quest to marry me, but the two of them just don't seem like the same person.
もしよかったら冗談だよ。
There was a sentence he used, and I had screenshot it where he's all like, I'm like a little deceitful. And it's just like, even if he did have ulterior motives. Oh, lurking while you do stuff around the house? Nice. I need to do stuff around the house, like laundry, dishes. I've been meaning to clean my room for 16 months. Someday. Someday, though. Even if he did have the ulterior motive of getting information out of me, the advice he offered was still extremely helpful. He helped me understand that what I was feeling and get my thoughts in order. I hadn't trusted him for no reason. I had a basis for it. And that was why I hesitated to say that what he did was entirely for selfish reasons.
だから確かめてみたいの。彼に直接真意を聞くことで。
That's why I want to confirm things, I suppose. I want to ask him about what's going on. I was hesitant, but the words sounded true to me once I said them. The other two looked at me worriedly.
バカ正直っていうか。
God.
それでまた騙されても知らないよ。
You're honest to a fault sometimes. If he tricks you again, don't come crying to me.
私はあなたがそう望まれるのでしたら。
If that's what you really wish, Leah, then I will respect it.
ですが有村さんの言う通り、十分に警戒して相対してくださいませ。
Like Aramura said, I want to make sure that you're extremely careful,
も
please.
ちろん。分か
I
ってる
will,
わ。
of course. With that, my mind was made up on what to do with Kazu, for the moment at least. Even grandfather was having trouble handling him. He was undoubtedly going to be a tricky adversary, maybe. I'll have to stay alert while dealing with him. Is that happening later today? Like, are we going to that thing? Deep trauma? Oh. I wasn't ready for trauma. So yeah, here's what went down during our date. Once Taiga collared me, I was steered to the living room. There I explained everything to the three of them. About being born as Shinzaki, about my twin brother Kazuya, and how somewhere along the line he got to know Leah. And
デートの最後に現れてお嬢を奪うと宣戦布告ときたか。大した兄貴だな。
He crashed the end of your date and declared that he was gonna steal your girl away from you? Damn, your brother's got some balls.
というか、一夜さんに双子のお兄さんがいたことにびっくりです。
I'm still trying to wrap my brain around the idea that Ichiya has a twin brother.
とりあえず、一夜みたいな口説き方をする人じゃないって分かったことだけは良かったね。
I can say one thing in his favor. At least he doesn't constantly make strangled attempts to flirt with any woman who crosses his path.
ああ、お嬢の精神のためにもな。
Yeah, the lady will appreciate that, I'm sure. I wasn't in the mood to respond to their teasing. I figured all three of them were more shaken than their banter let on. Each of them had expressions that didn't match their jovialous tunes. Jovial
それで
tones?
僕たちはどうするの？
So what do we do now?
直接言われたのは一夜だけど、実質僕らに対する宣戦布告でもあるよね。
He may have spoken only to Ichiya, but in truth, he was making the declaration to all of us, correct?
俺は嫌です。
I'm against it.
そんな人にお嬢さんを渡すなんて。
I don't want a person like him to get Leah. It isn't right.
だな。いくらうまい理屈をこねられても納得できるもんじゃねえ。特に。
I'm with you on that, bro. No matter how convincing he tries to spin things, I'm not willing to take all this lying down.
横入りは良くないよね。
And it isn't polite of him to interrupt our efforts.
ああ、こっちは苦労してお嬢との共同生活を乗り越えてきたんだ。
You got that right. He's put a lot of effort into this already. How long have we been living here?
この中の誰かならともかく、ポットでのやつにかっさらわれるのは面白くねえ。
She picks one of us, that's one thing, but for some dude to come waltzing in out of nowhere to sheep her away? Sweep. It's like, that was weird. Yeah, I don't like that. That sucks.
珍しく気があったね。
For once, I agree with you.
よーし、こうなったら俺たちが力を合わせてお嬢さんを守りましょう。
Okay, since we're all on the same page, I say we all join forces and work together to protect Leah.
満場一致だな。つうわけで一夜、一時休戦だ。俺らも一緒にお前の兄貴に対抗。
Sounds like a unanimous decision to me, so yeah, Ichiya, let's call this an official ceasefire between us. We'll all help you fight off your brother. Hello?
おい、
Ichiya.
どうしたんですか、一夜さん。一緒に、えい、えい、おーって気合い入れましょうよ。
What's wrong, Ichiya? This is the part we all get in a circle and put our hands in the middle and go, yeah, come on. Taiga and Narita were trying to be supportive. They really were. I couldn't respond. I believed them. I honestly did. They probably meant it when they said they wanted to protect Leah. But For me, Kazuya was a monstrous opponent.
ねえ、一夜。君は小鳥ちゃんのこと
Say,
本気で
Ichiya.
好きなんだよね。
You're serious about Leah, correct? I just realized too, I'm gonna have a nightmare trying to get different endings because we have to go through all the choices. I assume.
それはもちろん。
Of course.
なら戦わないと。彼女がお兄さんに奪われちゃいますよ。
Had to sneeze. I apologize. Then we've got to fight. If we don't, your big brother is gonna steal her away.
じゃあ、はっきりしねえな。お前がそんなんでどうするよ。
Oh no. I'm sneezing all the time. Come on, bro. What's with all the waffling, huh? Waffling? Is that wavering? Is that what wavering? Does waffling mean wavering? That's what it feels like. Hang on, I'm Googling that. What's that? My other screen was full screen, so I can't see anything. Waffling meaning? Fail to make up one mind. Speak or write, especially at great lengths, without saying anything important or useful. I think wavering makes sense in all prattling, chatter, babble, ramble, jabber, gibber, gabble. What does it mean in slang? Ooh, I'm not gonna expand on that one. Taika's irritation chafed my own wounds. Kazuya and my parents staring at me in exasperation, asking me why I took so long to get results. I know, okay? Just don't rush me like this, please. But Taiga had no way of knowing that. He didn't hear my thoughts. Instead, he grew more irritated and thudded his way over to me.
いいかIchiya、二択だ。沈黙は一切認めねえ。
Listen, Ichiya, you've got two choices, only two, and silence ain't one of them.
お前はお嬢、兄貴に渡していいのか渡したくねえのかどっちだ
Do you want to let your brother whisk her away, or do you want her to stay with you? Which is it? With only those two options to choose from, it was no mystery what I'd
もちろん
pick.
彼女を奪われたくない。俺を選んでほしいと思ってる。
I don't want to lose her, of course. I'm still hoping she'll choose me.
じゃあ
Then,
だけど、すまない。
it's just,
今日はもう休ませても
I'm
らえない
sorry. Can I leave and get some rest for tonight? Narata looked at me, his eyes brimming with expectations. I felt my own gaze drift
一度
away.
にいろんなことが起きて疲れてしまったんだ。
A ton of stuff has happened this evening, and I'm tired, bro. I'm tired, bro. Before anyone else could say anything, I got up and trotted unsteadily out of the room. I ran away, basically. Again.
ダメだなあれ。
He's hopeless.
様子から察するに、お兄さんの存在は彼にとって随分大きいみたいだし、
From how he acted, I assume his brother has been a considerably dark presence in his
一
life.
種のコンプレックスなのかな。だとしたら、弱気になるのも仕方ないね。
Perhaps he harbors some sort of complex related to him? Ah. If so, his reluctance would be understandable.
でもきっとお嬢さんの顔を見たらやる気になってくれますよ。
But he'll get better, right? I'm sure if he sees Lee again, he'll be all for helping us out.
渡したくないってち
Hello,
ゃんと口にはしてくれたんですから。
He did say out loud that he didn't want to lose her.
だな。とりあえず明日、お嬢が帰宅したら改めて作戦を練ろうぜ。
Let's call it for tonight then. We'll get together again when she gets home tomorrow and work out a plan. What if she never comes home? I could hear the others still talking in the living room, making plans. Their voices were too muffled for me make out what they were saying. That's what it says. But from their tones, I could feel their optimism and enthusiasm. Got my teeth cleaned today and I don't want to ruin it by eating, but I'm kind of hungry. I love when I get my teeth cleaned because I feel like there's like so much, my teeth feel so weird afterwards. I haven't had them cleaned recently, not professionally at least. I brush them daily. They're strong. Though we were all vying for the same position, it was because of their strength that we hadn't turned into a backbiting nest of angry males. We were even friendly. Not only that, I think it had started around the day I'd gotten so sick of myself I'd broken down. I could be imagining things, but I almost think they're actually supporting me. It really seemed so a minute ago when they were kind enough to view Kazuya as a rival to all of us instead of just themselves. But not just that. It was almost as if they were giving me a little push, telling me Kazuya was my rival to conquer. Yeah, conquer Kazuya. That's what I want to do. That's pretty amazing. All of them had been making their own efforts to grab Leah's attention. It couldn't have been easy for them to toss all that work out the window, especially to help me. Compared to them, I'm so pathetic. I do want to fight back, really. I know if I run away now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. But me? Beat Kazuya?
一夜のおかげでうまく片付いたよ。
Thanks to you, I was able to tidy up that little issue quite nicely, thanks. When I couldn't face him even then.
お前はいいかい？東条家の大丈夫だよ。
I thought about making a sticker that says that we don't do flashbacks or I don't do flashbacks just to have a little sticker that says that. I can't. It's impossible. There's no way I can outdo Kazuya. He's so hot and he's got angry eyes. I don't have angry eyes. I just have sad puppy dog eyes. Speaking of twins, me and my sister are planning on doing another Tokyo Revengers cosplay. We don't make our costumes anymore. We've realized we suck at that. But it's Smiley and Angry. I think he's called Angry. But like we just like I was like, "Oh my god, I love Smiley so much." Every time I see him grinning, I'm like, "Oh my god, he's so cute." And then they showed we're still watching the anime right now, and then they introduced his brother in the last episode, and I was like, "Oh my god. His brother's also so cute." He's just over there looking grumpy the whole time. I'm like, "It's you and me. It's us." So, we're gonna try that one next. Admitting as much would be the end. Taiga had told me I had two choices, but that wasn't right from the start. I only had one choice. Whether I could win or not wasn't the issue. I had to
でない
fight.
と俺はお嬢さんを失ってしまう。
If I don't, I'll lose Leah forever. The fear overpowered me, leaving me a slumped over trembling mess. Classic. Classic Ichiya right there. Alright. Oh shoot, okay. Battle plans! See, sometimes it moves really fast, and sometimes I'm like, why am I still doing this? My hope is that before I leave today, we're like here. I want to be here by the end of today. But I do have to go to Samurai Comics tonight because it's a video or a comic book day, so I can only stream until about 4, which means I have about 4 hours to go. After I finished chatting with Sumigi and Aramura, I went straight home. How am I supposed to speak with Ichiya? I visualized a few different ways our conversation could go, but none of them seemed right. The biggest issue is whether or not he's recovered from the other evening. I hope he has. He hasn't. Knowing him, he definitely hasn't. No matter how I try to talk to him about any of this, nothing would just stick unless I first helped him get out of his own head. I hope he hasn't holed up in his room again. If he has, should I just barge in? At some point in time, my general impression of him had switched from Mr. Hollow-minded flirt over to Mr. Lack of self-worth. I pondered the timing of that shift while I walked up to the front door and opened it.
あ、お嬢さん、お帰りなさい。
Leah, welcome home.
いやー、待ってたぜ。
Hey,
あ、じゃあ
We were waiting for you.
おかえり。ずいぶんとお疲れみたいだね。
Welcome home. You look awfully tired. Shion? No. The 3 of them had obviously been waiting for me. I had to fight the temptation to turn and leave.
3人揃っての出迎えなんて珍しいわね。何かあったの？
This is unusual. The 3 of you don't usually greet me all at once. Did something happen?
作戦会議をしようと思って。
Yeah, we thought we'd make a battle plan together. Which, by the way, I don't usually get pumpkin spice, but I keep getting it. I usually get it like once or twice when it starts. I'm not a big fan of pumpkin spice. It just feels, I don't know, it 'tis the season, as it will. This is like pumpkin creme brulee, that's what it was called. It's been very good so far. I've been drinking it very slow though. I mean, that's what I need to get. A flavor I'm not like obsessed with, and I won't drink my coffee just like in 2 seconds, which is what I typically do. We thought we'd make a battle plan together. Huh? I convinced them to let me get changed first, but when I came back down, they steered me into the living room. Stepping inside, I saw... Ichiya, I'm home.
ただいま。
ああ、おかえり。帰ってきたばかりなのに騒がしくてごめん。
Hi, welcome home. Sorry for putting you through all this fuss the moment you got back. I'm gonna sneeze, but hard. I can feel it. Hang on. I almost dropped the controller to the floor. I don't know why I'm sneezing so much. Oh no. Welcome home. It's okay. Trats, things were painfully awkward between us, just like I'd feared. But apparently, Taiga and the other either didn't notice or more likely just didn't care. According to them, for today, the living room had become a temporary war room. When I asked them what that meant, they said,
カズヤって人のこと聞いたよ。
We've heard about this Kazuya
ここ
fellow.
は一つお嬢に協力して奴の目論見をぶっ壊すとしよう
Yep,
じゃねえか。
so we figured we'd all put our heads together and come up with a way to throw a wrench in his plans. So,
俺たち花婿候補たちは今日ここにお嬢を守る会を発足する。
I hereby propose that we four suitors form the special coalition, the Babe Protection Squad.
愛のない結婚断固反対。意地悪な人にお嬢さんを幸せにできるはずがありま
Yeah,
せん。
down with loveless marriages. I don't think that a stone cold jerk like him could ever make Leah truly happy.
僕もいきなり出てきたお邪魔虫は追い払いたいしね。
I too would like to shoo away that bothersome fly. I'll happily cooperate. Do they have to be so extra about it? I appreciate their concern, but they're only making it harder for me to tell them I've decided to meet with Kazu. In fact, I think they're getting downright testy if I tried. Perhaps it would be best if I simply smiled and nodded along with them for now.
追い払うって具体的には何する気？
Shoo him away, huh? How exactly do you propose to do that?
よくぞ聞いてくれた。
Glad you asked, babe.
向こうが卑怯な手を使ってきた以上遠慮はいらねえ。こっちもそれなりの手を使ってやりゃいい。
Since he used dirty tactics to get this far, who would say that he'd play fair in turn? We'll just use a few mean tricks of our own. All's fair in love and war, right?
考えてみろ。あいつは男。それもこの一夜の兄貴だぜ。
Think about it. He's a handsome grown man and he's Ichiya's twin to boot.
確実
He
に
can also form
女関係
sentences.
の問題の一つや二つ抱えてるに決まってる。
You just know he's got a few skeletons rattling in his closet when it comes to women-related issues.
それを調べて脅迫しようっていうの？
And you're suggesting we attempt to dig one of those skeletons up and hold it over his head as blackmail?
バカ、んなことしたら
Hell no.
犯罪だろう。単に世の中にばらまくだけで。
Blackmail's a crime, dummy. We just spread the word all over the
結
internet.
果、新崎の信用は失墜。東条の婿として不適合の烙印を押される。
That'll
悪くねえ作戦だろ。
damage the Shinzaki reputation, and he'll be branded a budding scandal and worthy of being a unworthy of being a Tojo suitor. Not a bad plan, right?
さすがタイガさん、冴えてますね。
Yeah, that's a great one, Taiga. You're really smart.
脅迫よりもっとアウトじゃない。確実に訴えられるわよ。
Instead of blackmail, you're suggesting slander? That's even worse. He's definitely sue us over that.
バレなきゃいいんだよ、バレなきゃ。
Oh, come on. As long as someone finds out, we'll be golden. How come he thinks like a criminal? This meeting had just started and already I had to find some way to rein them in. I opened my mouth. Do you hear Roddy's voice sometimes from Taiga? All the time. Constantly. He's definitely on Roddy's like wavelength. Like when he does Peter does have a different tone usually. So like it's interesting, but yeah, this is just Roddy. This is like his favorite voice, I take it. I don't know. I don't know all his voices. Don't bother, it won't work.
Eh?
Huh? A low, lead-in voice echoed through the room. A stark contrast to Taiga and Narita's cheeringly bloodthirsty tones. I turned to the speaker.
一夜さん？
Ichiya. He spent most of the meeting staring at his shoes, but now he was looking over at Taiga, his eyes nearly drained of
あ
light.
あ、何が無理だってんだ、一夜。
Won't work? What do you mean it won't work, Ichiya?
ないから。
He doesn't have any skeletons.
あ
Huh?
和也には女性関係の問題なんてないよ。根っからの仕事人間だからね。
Kazuya doesn't have any hidden scandals with women. He's been a workaholic since he was a kid.
万が一あったとしても、あいつなら婚約の話を持ち出す前に証拠を一切残さず処分しているさ。
Even if on the off chance he did have some kind of trouble, he would have scrubbed any evidence of it clean long before he requested to be your suitor.
まあ、そうだろうね。
I would suspect that to be the case, yes.
なら、ないならないでスキャンダルを捏造すりゃ。
That's an issue, but we can fix it in a pretty simple way. If he doesn't have any scandals, we can just invent a few stories.
和也はそんなに甘いやつじゃない。逆にその工作の証拠をつかまれて終わりだよ。
Kazuya isn't that easy to corral. Try it, he'll find out you're behind it, then he'll put you away.
新崎の大きな仕事を別の企業に奪わせて多大な損害を出すのは？
Perhaps you could have another company steal one of Shinzaki's group's projects and spark a big loss?
むしろ別の企業ごと取り込んで当初の予定より大儲けするだろうさ。
He'll just find a way to bring that other company into the project and wind up profiting even more.
和也さんが住んでる場所をコッパみじんに爆破するのはどうでしょ
I'm
う？
gonna turn this down more. I feel very bright. Okay. How about we find out where he lives, blow it to smithereens? I think that'd work.
それはもうただの抹殺計画だな。
That might be straight up murder.
お前はどっちの味方なんだよ、一夜。
Whose side are you on? His or ours?
いや、俺は事実を言ってるだけで。というか、ナユタの意見は普通に止めるべきだろう。
I'm just telling you the truth, though Narita, maybe you should drop your idea and never mention it to anyone ever. Personally, I have to wonder why all of their ideas so far have been bordering on criminal offenses. Right then.
皆様お揃いで何をされているので？
Everyone, what are you doing together at this hour? Kasuka, my friend, my butler, my bestie, who loves me even if I went behind your back and hung out with a guy you told me not to hang out with and made you not trust me. How are you?
正直、私にもわからないわ。
To be honest, I haven't the faintest clue. I wasn't sorry when Kasuga arrived to put a damper on the big meeting full of questionable ideas.
ところでカスが、電話はもういいの？帰宅直後に誰かからかかってきていたみたいだけど。
By the by, have you finally finished? That's what it says, by the way. That phone call. Someone called shortly after we got home, and you've been on that line with them ever since.
そのことなのですが。
Yes, about that call. For some reason, Kasuga glanced over at Ichiya before looking back at
新
me.
崎和也様と対面する日取りが決まりました。
The date of your meeting with Mr. Kazuya Shinzaki has been scheduled. Could this timing been any worse? I suddenly felt 4 pairs of eyes bore into my face. I sighed. I see.
待ってくれ。会うってお嬢さんと和也が。
It's finally gotten good. I'm not losing my mind as much anymore. This has been fine. Just 1 minute. A meeting between you and Kazuya? Is this for real, Leah? Leah!
黙っていてごめんなさい。まずはカズさんのことをよく知らなきゃと思って。
I apologize for not mentioning it earlier. I feel I need to learn more about Kazuya before I can make any decisions.
ああ、それで作戦に乗り気じゃなかったんだね。
Ah, so that's why you were less enthusiastic about our suggestions. That and the fact that they were crimes.
けどまあ確かに戦うにはまず敵のことを知る必要があるのも事実だな。
Yeah, I guess it probably is a smart idea to get to know the enemy before trying to make any plans to fight him.
ですね。一夜さん、当事者なのに詳しいことは全然語ってくれませんし。
Especially since the only person here who knows him real good is Ichiya, and he totally refuses to open his mouth. Goodness, Narita, yes, it's true, but you shouldn't say it.
なゆたくん、一夜さんにも事情がありそうだから。
You don't need to put it that way. I'm sure Ichiya has his reasons. I cleared my throat, then steered the topic back
そ
on
れでで
track.
すが、カズさんに会う日程、それから時間は？
Anyways, Kasuga, my great buddy, my good friend, the person who adores me the most. You said the meeting was scheduled. When and where?
今週の土曜日14時。場所はこの別邸です。
This Saturday at 2 p.m. It'll be held here in the house.
え、ここ
Here? I expected him to choose a more typical location for these kinds of meetings, like a restaurant or an inn, but while I blinked in surprise, the others smiled like hungry jackals.
へえ。敵地に自ら乗り込んでくるとはね。
He's walking right into enemy territory? Interesting.
そう来なくっちゃな。その息だけは認めてやるぜ。
It's more like it. This guy's got guts. I'll give him
お
that.
嬢さんを守るためにもみんなで迎
Okay,
えに
guys.
行きましょう。
If we're gonna protect Leah, let's all get together and rush him.
なゆた、言っておくけど、物理的に迎え撃つのは禁止だからね。
Narita, I should hope you know this, but you are forbidden from body tackling. The man understood.
え、ダメなんですか？
Can I?
心底不思議そうな顔すんね。
Bro, quit
間違っても
pretending.
玄関を血の海にするんじゃねえぞ。
You don't get it. Don't you dare try anything that will leave the foyer in a sea of blood. You got it? I wish I could tell all of them I'd rather just went somewhere else that day. But no, all of them seemed intent on confronting him. Though I suppose there was a little something reassuring about that, just a little. No matter how competent Kazu was rumored to be, I had to doubt he had much experience dealing with people as well unique and strong-willed as these three. I wanted to be in as strong a position as possible to keep Kazu from controlling the entire conversation, which leaves one problem.
夕食の支度があるから俺はもう行くよ。
I have to go. I need to get dinner ready. Ichiya mumbled only that and then slumped off to the kitchen. Unlike Taiga and the others, he made no indications that he wanted to confront Kazu, not even one. Something must have happened between the two of them after I left. At least it seemed like Ichiya wasn't so badly hurt that he was at risk of shutting him in his room again. But it was plain to see he was depressed. I'd love to give him space until he's recovered, but I'm afraid we don't have the luxury of time. I want to know what he feels about all of this too. It was probably better to do that sooner rather than later. I got up and followed him to the kitchen. Ayo, buddy. How you doing? Ichiya? I was sure he knew exactly what I wanted to talk to him about. It wasn't much of a mystery. It seemed like he had given up on the idea of running away too. He simply turned to me, resignation stand clear on his face.
聞かせてもらっていい？昨日私と別れた後、カズさんと何を話していたの？
What happened between you and Kazu after I left that night? Can I ask you that much?
大体は君が把握している情報と同じさ。
Nothing much. He just went over things you already know.
自分がお嬢さんの婚約者の座をもらうと。要は宣戦布告だね。
He told me that he intended to be your fiancé someday, that's all. Basically, it was a declaration of war aimed straight at me. That was pretty much what I'd expected, yes. But I was less concerned about the literal topics they discussed and more concerned about...
それに、あなたは何て答えたの？
And what did you say to him?
もちろん抗議はしたよ。
I tried to protest, of course.
けど俺の言葉程度で和也は止まらない。特に君との結婚はあいつにとって最高のビジネスチャンスだから。
I was never strong enough to stop him. Especially when he's dead set on something. And to him, marrying you is the best business deal he could ever make.
東條にとってもそうなんだろ？
It's not a bad deal for the Tojo family either, right?
それはそうだけど。
No. Something seems off. He seems totally emotionless and detached. He's talking about this like it's someone else's problem. I looked at him curiously. He looked back at me, but his eyes were empty.
それから君のことも聞いたよ。 あいつと何度か会っていたんだってね。
He told me about you too, so you've met with him a handful of times already?
何も知らずにあなたたち花婿候補のことを相談していたわ。
When I was unaware of who he was, I talked to him about you and the others. I asked for his advice on several matters.
恋愛相談か。そこだけは和也より得意な自信はあったんだけどな。
Romantic advice, huh? I figured if there's one thing I'd be better at than him, it'd be dispensing that sort of thing. Oh well. That was less an indictment of my carelessness and more of a jab at
お
himself.
嬢さん、今度は俺の方から質問してもいいかな。
Say, Leah, can I ask you something? Okay.
和也と会って話をして、
When you
あいつ
met
の
with
ことを
Kazuya,
どう思った？
talked to him, what did you think of him?
それは
Well, I was sure he didn't mean my impression of him from just the other night. He wanted to know what I thought of Kazu, the man I went to for advice. After giving it some thought,
大丈夫。忘れないから。
he seemed mature.
大
Mature.
人だと思ったわ。私みたいな小娘が納得できない、気に入らないと片付けてしまうようなことを。
Things that someone like me, an inexperienced minor, might brush off as insignificant or uninteresting don't escape his notice.
彼は見落としちゃいけないと諭してくれているように思えた。
And he's wise enough to teach me not to dismiss those things either.
だろうね。単に頭がいいってだけじゃないんだ、あいつは。
I'm not surprised he's more than just book
人を
smart.
見る目があるっていうか、人を動かすのがうまいんだよ。
He's good at reading. He knows how to read people and he's good at getting them to do what he wants.
生まれながらにして人の上に立つことを定められたような、そんなタイプなんだ。俺と違って。
Okay. It's like he was just, I don't know, born to be a leader of men unlike me.
双子とは思えないだろう。俺も自分でそう思うくらいだし。
Hard to believe we're identical twins, right? Even I can't believe it sometimes. I thought you were the same person for a while, so. Ichiya tried a wary, self-deprecating smile.
どうしてそんな風に言うの？
Why do you have to put it that way? For some reason, I felt irritation boil up
あなた
inside
の言い
me.
方だとまるで自分よりカズさんの方がいいと私に勧めているようだわ。
The tone you're taking makes it sound like you want me to choose Kazuya over you.
そんなつもりはないよ。さっきも言ったけど、俺は事実を言っているだけさ。
That's not my intention, really. Like I said before, I'm just telling the truth.
あいつが俺よりもずっと優れているっていうね。
It's just the fact that he's far, far better than me at everything, really.
そんなこと。
You can't say that for certain.
でも実際にそうだろう。能力的なことじゃなくて、君との関係についても。
Hasn't he already proved it? I don't mean how smart he is. I mean he's proved it through the relationship he already built up with you. What?
君と普通に話せるようになるだけでも、俺はあんなに時間がかかったのに。
It took me so long to figure out how to talk to you like a normal human
和也
being.
のやつはほんの数回あっただけで、悩み相談をされるほど気を許されてた。さすがだと思うよ。悔しいけど。
After only a few hours, he had you trusting him so much that you looked to him for advice. I hate to admit it, but yeah, he's just that good.
それは
Well, I couldn't deny it. Back then, I didn't feel comfortable around Ichiya or the other three. Just getting through each day was a trial that invariably left me with a headache. Kazu was gentle, sweet, and considerate. It was no wonder I opened up to him more quickly than Ichiya. I also have no idea how to handle myself in public. Not only I'm adding a word that's not there. Not that I had any way of knowing who he truly was at the time, but I depended on him to That I depended on to any degree was apparently causing Ichiya some emotional pain.
和也は昔からそうだった。友達を作るのもうまかったし、誰からもすぐ信頼されて。
Kazuya's always been that way. Even as kids, he made friends so fast. It never took long before the entire class trusted
人
him.
としての魅力は俺よりもはるかにあると思う。
He had so much more charisma than I do, a more magnetic personality.
そんな自分を貶めるような言い方。
You don't have to keep putting yourself down like this.
事実だからね。見栄を張っても仕方ない。
It's the truth, no point in trying to dress it up. His brother was better than him. He kept insisting as much over and over again, almost as if he was surrendering as a way to exercise his own feelings. Excuse. Excise? No. And he didn't stop there.
今回のこと、タイガたちはああ言ってるけど、
About all this, I know what Taiga and the others said.
俺は別になしではないと思うんだ。
Personally, I don't think it's out of the question. I blinked, unsure how to react to his sudden statement. What? Did he just say what I thought? Not out of the question. What does he mean? I knew. I just didn't want to acknowledge it. Ichiya kept going, his voice thin and listless.
誰もが言う通り、新崎が東条の家にもたらす利益は大きいからね。それに。
Just like everyone says, the Tojo family stands to profit greatly by partnering with the Shinzaki group, and not only that.
素質だけなら、和也は俺より君の婿にふさわしい。
In terms of out and out quality, Kazuya's just way more of a capable groom for you than I am. The emotion that suddenly flared up inside me reminded me of how I felt after another discussion with Ichiya. It was exasperation mixed with annoyance. It resembled how I felt when he was desperately trying to avoid me after he had stolen my first kiss. And it got worse when he refused to apologize to me for what he had done.
いいの？
So you don't mind then? Anger burned hot inside of me, but my expression was as cold as ice.
私がカズさんを選んでも
You're fine with me choosing Kazu?
一夜さんはそれで構わないの？
You'd be okay with that. My chilly words made Ichiya's deflate even further. He looked away from me entirely as he mumbled almost inaudibly.
誰を花婿にするか決めるのは君だから。
Who you pick as your fiancé is your business. I thought you wanted me to pick you. Of all the things he could have said in that moment, why? I kept the faith. I'd thought that when push came to shove, he would have it in him to say, I won't let one else have you. I wanted this to be my moment. I wanted this to be my K-drama. I wanted him to be a little bit more like my butler. Apparently, I was the only one who had confidence in him. I said nothing. I turned and walked out of the kitchen. I didn't even feel like being mad anymore. I couldn't bring myself to care about the emotions he was feeling when he said those words. What was that all it was to him? Were his feelings for me really that? Right then, in my heart, I felt something slip like a bridge built between us falling apart, tumbling down into the void. Cleared! We did it! Woohoo! Oh dear. The Fifth Suitor! I'm not sure how I feel right now, man. Play the event. Do it, I dare you. Time passed after that definitive split between Ichiya and myself. We'd barely spoken more than a handful of words to each other by the time the day of the meeting arrived. Is he gonna wear something else? Is he gonna wear something different? As I kept...
それ、準備を急げ。もう奴が来る時間だぞ。
Hurry up, guys. He's gonna be here any minute.
なゆた、襟が跳ねてる。身だしなみはしっかりしておかないと相手に舐められちゃうよ。
What a mood. Narita, your collar is crooked. No one's gonna take you seriously if you look like a half-witted peasant.
はーい
Oops, sorry.
これでよしっと
There, that's better.
あとはこのさすまたをソファーの下に隠しておくだけですね
Now I just have to hide this sasumate under the couch just in case things go bad.
ああ、いざという時にはすぐに引っ張り出せるようにしておけよ。
Good. Make sure you can pull it out at a moment's notice. A sasumate. If I remember my history correctly, that was a fork-like pole arm that was used to constrain criminals in feudal Japan. It didn't seem like they were plotting bloodshed, but that definitely seemed intent on driving Kazu out. For the sake of my sanity, I have to believe they won't look for an excuse to use something ridiculous. I quietly sighed at the same time. Taiga heaved a sigh of his own that was even more exasperated than mine.
イチヤ、お前もその情けない顔をどうにかしとけ。
Ichiya, bro, your sad eyes remind me of a kitten in the rain. Smarten up, seriously.
兄貴が来たら対面早々メンチ切るぐらいの心構えでいろよ。
Approach this like you're gonna throw hands with the guy the moment he steps in the door. Got it? Yeah, sure.
期待できない返事をありがとう。
Thanks for the totally gutless answer. Ichiya sat on the couch, pale as plaster. He stared into space, his eyes blinked. He had lost his will to fight before the battle began. Seriously, what is wrong with him? I knew I'd annoyed myself by looking at him. So I deliberately looked somewhere else. Right then, and without warning, the doorbell rang. I looked at my watch. It was just ticked over to 2 p.m. on the dot.
来たみたいだね。まあ、あまり緊張せずに行こう。
Well, it seems like he's here. Let's all just try to stay relaxed, all right? Right. I took a deep breath. It sounded more like a gulp. After a moment, I started walking to the foyer to greet Kazu.
ようこそいらっしゃいました、新崎様。
Welcome, Mr. Shinzaki. By the time I arrived at the door, Kazuka had already opened it. Kazu stood just beyond. I had to pause for a moment. He waved at me cheerily.
やあ、お邪魔させてもらうよ。
Hi there. Thanks for letting me come over.
元気そうで何よりだ。今日はよろしくね、お嬢さん。
I'm glad to see you're doing well, Leah. I was really looking forward to our meeting today. Hello, she said, blushing. He was dressed in casual street clothes, just like the Kazu I thought I knew. I thought he'd come wearing a formal suit. Same, honestly.
この辺りにはあまり来たことなかったんだけど、住みやすそうでいいね。
I don't come to this area too often. Looks like a pleasant place to live.
ああ、そうだ。これはお土産。よかったらみんなで食べて。
Oh, right. Here, I brought you a hostess gift. Why don't you share it with everyone? He held out a box decorated with tasteful wrapping that clearly wasn't cheap. I recognized the name of the shop on the seal. It was a well-known sweet shop. I'd had their sweets a time or two myself. I remember their flan being particularly delicious and nice. As I was thinking that, I suddenly heard,
わーい、ありがとうございます
Oh, yay, sweets! Thanks a bunch! Nanata came zooming into the foyer, with his usual animal energy nabbing the box even before Kazuka could. Wow, he nearly made a sonic boom. Had he reached to the word food even from as far... He had reacted to the word food from even as far away as the living room. If he did, he must have great hearing, but not unusual for a golden retriever.
おい、なあ言った。笑顔全開で出迎えてどうすんだ。
Why are you greeting the guy like a long-lost pal? Oh.
買収とは卑怯な
Right, no fair,
俺
trying
は
to
そんな
bribe
的
me.
な作戦に引っかかりませんからね
But it doesn't work, so ha! I'm too smart to fall for an obvious ploy like that.
買収
Bribe.
お気になさらず。皆様、新崎様の来訪に少々身構えているだけです。
Look at these two angry boys. Please pay him no mind, Mr. Shinzaki. Everyone has been awaiting your visit with a little trepidation. I suppose it's no wonder he's confused. I'm sure he honestly brought those sweets to be polite. Fortunately, it seems like Naruta's weirdness hasn't creeped him out too
それ
badly.
じゃ 上がらせてもらっていいかな。
Do you mind if I come in?
どうぞ。私はお茶をご用意いたしますので、皆様と共にリビングでお待ちくださいませ。
My apologies, please do. I shall put on a pot of fresh tea. Please feel free to join everyone in the living room.
ああ、わかったよ。
Alright, sounds good.
案内をお願いしてもいいかな。お嬢
Mia,
さん
can you please show me to the living room?
はい。
Of course. Naturally. I watched him out of the corner of my eye as we walked to the living room, myself half a step ahead.
タイガさん、なんだかイメージと違いますね。
Taiga, he looked different than I expected.
俺もっと意地悪そうな人だと思ってました。
I was told expecting someone who looked mean and cranky.
ああ、あれはお嬢もほだされるわけだ。一筋縄じゃいかなそうだな。
It's not that for sure. It's no wonder the babe opened up to him so easily. This is gonna be harder than I thought. Neither of them seemed to care or were within we were within earshot. Oh god. Imagine. We took seats in the living room and then sat looking at each other in awkward, heavy silence. This is so weird. It was as if we were in a standoff waiting for someone to make the first move. Finally, Kazu broke the ice in a smooth, swift motion.
じゃあ自己紹介から始めようか。一夜以外の3人とは初めましてだしね。
How about we start with some introductions? This is the first time I've met three of you after all.
僕は新崎和也。一夜の双子の兄だ。
So, hello, I'm Kazuya Shinzaki, Ichiya's twin brother.
どうも。俺はイスルギタイガー。宮城に食らいついたのが八神那由他。こ
Hi.
っちが眉住シオンだ。
Taiga, Ishirugi, Narata Yagami was the one who dove on the box of sweets like a starving man, and that's Shion Mayuzumi over there.
よろしく。
A pleasure.
よろしくお願いします。
Nice to meet you, sir.
まあ、紹介されるまでもなく、僕らのことは把握してるだろうけどね。
Though I suppose we needn't really introduce ourselves. I'm sure you already know all about the three of us.
まあ一応は。とはいえ挨拶もなしなんて失礼だろ。一夜が世話になっているようだし。
I know some, yeah, but isn't it polite to start with a general introduction? I don't want to be rude to the fellows who are taking such good care of my brother. Yeah, look at your brother. Look at you, and look at your brother. And you, and then your brother. And you two are so different right now. Ichiya sat stiffly in his seat, obviously conflicted. Kazuya relaxed like he was in his own living room.
双
Twins.
子か。
Narata squinted and glanced between the two of them like he had never seen twins
確か
before.
に一夜さんにそっくりですね。
You do look an awful lot like Ichiya, yeah.
そうだね。目元なんか特に。
Indeed, especially in the eyes.
同じ服と髪型に揃えたら見分けがつかねえんじゃねえか。
Put him in the same outfit with the same hair and it'd be really hard to tell them apart, that's for sure.
3人ともあまりジロジロ見るのは失礼よ。
Would you please stop analyzing them? It's rude.
構わないよ。双子に生まれた宿命というやつかな。そういう視線には慣れてるんだ。
I don't mind. It's something all identical twins have to put up with, I guess. We're used to being stared at, right, Ichiya?
まあそうだな。お前に間違えられるたびにこっちは
Pretty
うんざりし
much.
て
I
たけど。
always hated it every time someone would mistake me for
知っ
you.
てる。だからお前は一人称を俺にしたり、髪にパーマをかけたりしたんだろ。
That's why you try so hard to be different from me, wearing different styles, getting a wavy perm, even deliberately speaking differently than I do.
うるさいな。ほっといてくれ。
Up! Out of everyone, Ichiya is definitely being the most prickly towards him.
ところで、今更ですけど、彼らも同席させて構わないんですか？
By the way, I know this is awfully late, but do you mind if the three of them join us for this?
ああ、もちろん。便宜上、見合いとは呼ぶことにしてるけど。
Not at all. I called this a marriage interview just for convenience. It's a handy term to refer to our little get together today.
本当にそんな改まった席にしちゃったら、君も逃げ場がなくなって大変だろ？
But if we actually did turn it into a formal interview, you'd be left in a very uncomfortable corner, correct? I see. I understood what Kazu meant. The Tojo family and the Shinzaki group were very large, influential businesses. If their heirs held a formal marriage interview, it'd garner a lot of attention from a lot of people. And once that happened, there was only one possible outcome for both families: engagement. Anything else would mean trouble for one or the other side. Because if there was no engagement, that would mean that one of the families had been deemed unworthy. The side that had been turned down would lose face, and losing face meant losing business. He mentioned that as insurance in case I planned on forcibly turning down his suit here and now. If I did that, it would cause a considerable profit loss simply for my own personal reasons. My relatives would start questioning my sincerity
と
too.
いうわけで今日の僕は弟のところへ遊びに来た兄に過ぎない。
Today, I'm just here to visit my brother, nothing more.
だからあまり緊張しないでほしいな。
You don't have to be that anxious, really. Aha! Thus his casual dress. He came here as Kazu for a specific reason. He had taken my own circumstances into consideration before coming, as well as his own, at least to a degree. Grandfather's opinion was right. He isn't the sort of person who's driven solely by greed. But I still wasn't in a position to make any decisions.
見合いでないと言うなら、今日は一体何のためにここへ？
If you didn't come here for a marriage interview, then why on earth did you ask for this meeting?
そんなの決まってるだろう。なんていうのは失礼か。
I'd like to say it should be obvious, but maybe it isn't that clear for everyone who's
今
present.
日はちゃんと自分の口から君に事情説明がしたかったんだよ。いろいろ誤解もありそうだからね。
Today, I'd like to tell you the truth about what happened from the horse's mouth, so to speak. I get the impression there's a few misunderstandings.
それを聞きたかったんだろ。
You've wanted to hear this for a while, correct?
はい。
Yes.
それからもう一つ。
And there's one other thing, too.
他の花婿候補たち全員に宣戦布告をしておきたくてね。
I thought this would be a good opportunity to throw the gauntlet down for your other 3 suitors, too.
へえ、堂々と言っちゃうんだ。
My, right in our faces.
本性を表しやがったな。
Now we see the real you.
たった今、意地悪なイメージにぴったり当てはまった気がし
Yeah,
ます。
there it is. Now you're coming across as a jerk. Kazu's declaration, which he meant with a gentle, was met with a gentle smile. I'm good. I'm so good. I'm so good at reading. Like, dyslexia, what? Like, what is that? Kazu's declaration, which he made with a gentle smile, ratcheted up the tension in the room.
カズヤ、
Kazuya. Ichiya spoke up, contempt in his voice.
取り繕う方が失礼だろう。それにライバルたちに気を使う必要もないからね。
What's the point of putting on appearances? Wouldn't that come across as being fake? Besides, why do I care about being nice to rivals? Kazu was completely unfazed, his expression cool and unconcerned. This is the face that Kazu never would have made. It was such a startling difference than what I was used to seeing that it threw me for a loop. He'd been so kind and gentle with me, but here he was throwing around barbed statements without a care in the world for who he was listening. He doesn't hold back, whether he's being kind or cold. That was what makes him so different. That's what makes it so difficult to get a grasp of what he's really like. Just like Kasuga and Grandfather, he'll be a very difficult person to handle, just in a different way. The issue was that I still didn't know enough about him that I could say for certain that he was a good person. I would need to know the answer to a certain question before I could make that determination.
では、カズさん、
Kazu,
教えてください。
tell me something.
あの日、表参道で私を助けたこと。あれは意図的な出会いだったんですか？
The date we met in Omosando, was that all staged?
私に近づくために、あなたが危険な状況を作り出して。
Did you arrange for that man to harass me so that you could swoop into my rescue?
違うよ。っていうか、君の中で僕はどんな悪役にされてるのかな。
I didn't. Do you seriously regard me as some sort of cheap manga villain?
あの日お嬢さんと知り合ったのは本当に偶然なんだ。
The day we first met really was entirely coincidental. I promise you that, Leah.
本当かよ。
I don't know if we can trust that promise.
俺たちも話は聞いてるが、あんな古典的シチュエーション、今時そうそう出くわさねえぜ。
We heard about what happened. That kind of old school street harassment isn't something that happens much anymore.
確かにね。実際、僕もそう思ったよ。
True. When I saw it, I was like, really
た
too.
だ、答えはやっぱりノーだ。そりゃ、登場の令状と直接話す機会が欲しいと思ってたのは事
I
実。
said I didn't set it up, and I mean it. I did want to find some way of having a personal conversation with the Tojo family heir.
そのために、わざわざ彼女を監視してつけ回すほど、僕は暇じゃなくてね。
I don't have that kind of free time that lets me tell her around town and watch her every breath she takes.
どうしてですか？一日はみんな平等に24時間あるんですし。
Huh? Why not? Everyone has the same 24 hours in a day if you really wanted to.
いや、ほら。彼、働いてるんでしょ？
Narita, I assume that's because he has a job.
あ、そっか。
Oh,
俺たち無職
right!
なん
We're
でした。
all unemployed. I forgot.
マユタ、お前ほんとちょっと黙ってろ。
Do a bro a favor and shut up for a while, would you? Yes,
あの日は
please.
ちょうど買い物をしていたね。そうしたら偶然、あの現場に遭遇したんだ。
I had gone to do a little shopping that day and just so happened to be walking by when it happened.
で、登場の令状だったから助けたと。
So you stepped in because she's the Tojo family
な
heir?
んだか、言い方にトゲがあるね。
Ah, your words are a bit biting, aren't
で
they?
もまあ、否定はしないよ。僕も正義のヒーローってわけじゃない。無関係な人間なら見過ごしてたかもね。
You can't deny it. I'm not a superhero and I don't try to be one. If I had been someone I didn't know, I might have kept walking. It was actually weirdly refreshing to hear him say that with such brutal honesty. Plus, his blunt replies made it seem more and more unlikely that he was
わ
lying.
かりました。では、その言葉は信じます。
Alright, I'll believe that. There's an answer to one question I had, though looking back, it was an obvious one. If he wanted to deliberately approach me without letting on he was there, who he was, there was a dozen easier ways to do it. Why am I feeling relieved?
ああ、ただ、僕の方も疑問だったんだけど。
One thing, I had a question about that day
なん
too.
で君、あの日一人であんなところにいたの？
Why in the world were you there of all places by yourself?
それは。
Well, I really didn't want to tell him. I couldn't. Not that I had gotten caught up in the fun of walking by myself in Wood
どっ
Mound
ちかと
Bluff.
いうと、あの日は僕の方が驚かされたよ。
I think I was probably more shocked to see you there than you were.
東条の跡取りがこんな場所に一人でってね。
I remember doing a double take thinking you couldn't seriously be who I thought you
他
were.
人の家のことだけど、さすがにあれはどうかと思う。ボディーガードとかはつけていないの？
I know it's none of my business, but I really had to wonder at who let you do that. Don't you have an escort or a bodyguard when you go out?
そこまでするほどの身では。
I don't think I'm so important that I require a bodyguard.
それに関してだけは私も同意いたします。
I must agree with him on this one matter at least. Kasuga returned from the kitchen carrying a
お
cheese
嬢様
serving.
少々危機感というものが欠けております。
You are lacking a certain necessary sense of caution. Thank you.
以後はご自分の立場を考えて行動してくださいませ。
I highly suggest you keep your station in mind when you act.
春日さんの言う通りですよ。これからは絶対に誰か同行させてください。主に
Yeah.
俺とか。
Kasuka's right. You really should take someone along with you when you go anywhere. Someone strong, like me.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. There was no winning this particular argument anymore. Not against three of them. I could only apologize.
とまあそんなわけで誤解は解けたかな。
Anyways, back on topic. Does that clear things up a little? I hope
じゃ
so.
次はいよいよ宣戦布告の方だね。
Now on to throwing down the gauntlet. The chill in Kazu's voice made me straighten in my seat almost reflectively. He noticed too, and he seemed amused. After a moment, he turned to look over at Taiga, Shion, and Narita.
もう知ってるとは思うけど、花婿候補である君たちのことは
Sure you know all this already? I heard about the three of you from
だ
Leah.
から僕は彼女が君たちのことをどう思ってい
In
る
fact, I know what she thinks about each of you.
君たち自身よりもよ
You
く知っ
don't
て
know
い
that
る
much.
その上で判断したんだ
With that information in hand, I've made a decision.
今ならまだ彼女をかすめ取れるって？
That it'd be no trouble for you to swoop in and whisk her away from us?
その言い方どうやら本当に嫌われてるらしいね僕は
That's one way of putting it. I get the impression that you don't like me very much.
でもまあ
But that's basically
そ
it.
の通りだからねぶっちゃけてしまうけど今からならお嬢さんとの婚約をどうとでもできる自信が僕にはある
To be brutally honest, even though I'm coming in so late in the game, I'm fully confident that Leah's engagement is mine to take or leave however I want.
現状一歩リードしてるのが一夜というなら
Especially if Ichiya is the dog at the head of the pack. Kazu's barb needled directly into Ichiya, but Ichiya didn't bother to respond. Thinking on it, he had only barely taken part in this entire conversation despite his own twin being the center of everything. In fact, he had barely even focused his eyes to look at anything except the wall or his shoes. Instead, it was Taiga who bared his teeth at Kazu's challenge.
買って知ってる弟が相手なら奪い取るのは簡単ってか
You know your brother and his tactics inside and out, so you think beating him will be cake, huh?
それもあるなんと言っても家族だからねただ
That's part of it, yeah.
それだけが理由じゃないよ
We're family after all, but that's not the only
僕と
reason.
一夜どちらが東条の婿としてふさわしいか双子だからこそ比較がしやすいからね
We're twins, right? That makes it pretty easy to compare us and determine who's more fit to be the husband of the Tojo family heir. Okay, that was going a step too far. He effectively dismissed his own brother out of hand with that statement. I simply couldn't let it slide. Excuse me. I opened my mouth to argue, but I didn't have a chance to say more than 2 words before I was cut off.
ちょっと待って。
That's enough. Shion's voice was sharper and colder than I ever heard it before.
ズバズバものを言う人。僕も別に嫌いじゃないけど。そのあたりにしといたら
I don't dislike people who speak frankly, but I think you've said enough.
さすがに。親しい相手を見下されて笑えるほど薄情なつもりはないよ。
I'm not so callous that I'd sit idly by as an acquaintance of mine is insulted like that.
シオンの言う通りだ仮にも弟相手になんつうこと言いやがる兄貴だからって調子乗ってんじゃねえぞ
Shion's got a point. The man's your brother. How can you say that about him? What do you think? Because you're a bit older, you get to lord it over him some?
そうですよ。それに一夜さんはこう見えてすごい人なんですからね。
Ichiya may not look like much, but he's actually a really awesome person. Oh, how so? Huh?
だから君が言う一夜のすごいところを教えてほしいんだけど
As awesome as you say, what makes him so great? Tell me.
わかりました。
Let's see. He's
料理が上手です。一夜さんが作るご飯、美味しいんですよ。たまに量が足りないけど。
He's a really good cook. Everything he makes is super duper delicious, though I wouldn't mind if he made more of it sometimes.
おうそうだもっと言ってやれなよた
That's it, Narita. You tell him.
それから優しいです。この前余ったお手製のクッキーをくれました。
Okay, he's nice. Like really nice. He even gave me some of his leftover cookies he bakes.
他には
And he
彼、日本語上手だよね。
he's quite adept at speaking
時
Japanese.
々僕にも意味がわからない言葉を使って彼女を
Sometimes
口説いたりしてるし。
he'll use words I've never even heard of to flirt with Leah.
いや日本人なんだから当然だろ 意味不明なのは病気みたいなもんだし、他に何かないのかよ、もっといい感じのやつ。
No, he's normal for a Japanese guy, and the weird words are because he's not right in the head. Doesn't anyone have any better things to say? Come on. If this conversation accomplished one thing, it was utterly killing my will to push back against Kazu. Is it me, or has this quickly devolved into the usual meandering nonsense these four always break down into? Were they even saying anything to answer Kazu's questions satisfactorily?
そういうならタイガさんもあげてくださいよ。なんで俺ばっかり。
Hey! If you're just gonna keep shooting down all of my compliments, you come up with one. How come you keep asking me?
おいちや、なんか追加あるか？
Ichiya, you got anything?
そこで俺本人に振らないでくれないか。
Would you not dump this on me,
と
please?
いうか薄情な奴らだな。これだけ一緒に住んでいたんだから、もっといろいろ出てきて叱
You guys
る
are
べきだろ。
cruel. We've lived together for ages. Surely you can think of something by now.
悪いな。
Sorry, bro.
俺たちは自分に正直な人間なんだ。
I like to stay honest with myself.
優しい嘘は時に人を傷つけるからね。
Sometimes even a little white lie can be harmful.
そうですね。また部屋にこもってご飯作ってもらえなくなったら困りますし。
The last thing we want is for you to lock yourself in your room and refuse to cook dinner for us again.
まさにたった今傷つけられてるし泣きそうなんだが。
This brutal honesty is doing a damn good job of hurting me anyway. I feel like I could cry.
しかもナユタに至っては
Not that
俺に
seriously.
料理の価値しか見出してないし。
Am I nothing more than a fancy vending machine to you? Oh great, this has definitely devolved into the usual chaos. How on earth was I supposed to wrangle this mess back under control? My head started to pound when... He's got a tear in his eye. He's like me. All of a sudden, someone broke out into laughter. It took me a moment to realize it was Kazu.
ダメだ。ギリギリまで我慢してたけど、一夜の叫びにとどめを刺されたよ。
Sorry, I can't. I tried to hold it in, but it's just shout there at the end just killed me.
おい。
Hey,
カズさん
Kazu?
ごめんごめん。ついおかしくなってしまった。
Sorry, it was just so funny. Apparently, Kazu was having trouble getting all the giggles out of his system. It took him a few deep breaths to compose himself before turning to Ichiya with a
驚
smile.
いたな。男友達なんていなかった一夜がこんなにも打ち解けてるなんて。
This is a surprise. You've always had a problem with making male friends, Ichiya, but look at how close all of you are. Ichiya looked away, seemingly conflicted. Kazu didn't appear concerned. Turned his smile over to Taiga and the others.
お互いライバル同士のはずなのに。ねえ。こんなにも一夜と仲がいいんだ。きっと三人ともいい人たちなんだろう。
Can hardly believe you're rivals. If you're such good friends with Ichiya regardless, I'm sure you're all
なん
decent
だかちょっ
people.
と羨ましいな。いっそ僕もここに越してこようかな。
I think I'm feeling a little left out now. Maybe I ought to move in here too.
Eh?
What?
笑えない冗談はやめろ、カズヤ。
That's not even funny, Kazuya.
わかってる。言ってみただけだよ。僕には仕事があるからね。残念ながら同居生活は難しそうだ。
I know. I just threw it out there for curiosity's sake. I have my job to focus on after all. Living here while managing everything would unfortunately be difficult.
ずいぶん余裕なんだね。一緒に暮らしてるっていうのは結構なアドバンテージだと思うけど。
You seem awfully confident in yourself. I think us living here together with her puts us at an obvious advantage.
ああ、勤労に精を出すのは結構だが、それでどうやってお嬢をかっさらう気だい？
Yeah, working hard at your job is all well and good, but are you sure you'll have time to treat her well?
それとも、俺らみたいな無職に勝つくらい、アフターファイブだけで十分ってか？
Or do you think us unemployed schlubs like us are just pushovers and you can outdo us romantically if you spare time alone?
無職だからって舐めないでください。
Yeah, don't underestimate us just because we're unemployed. Not a winner.
まさか。舐めてなんていないよ。世間一般の評価がどうであれ、君たちはあのご当主が選んだんだ。
Oh, I'd never do that. Whatever the world may say about you, you still managed to earn the approval of the Tojo family head.
侮ってかかれば、痛い目を見るのは僕の方だろう。
If I take you
そ
lightly,
んな具は犯さないさ。
I'll be soundly defeated. I like to think I'm not stupid enough to underestimate my competition.
わかってるじゃねえか。それじゃどうするってんだ？
Oh, so you do get it. What's your plan then, eh?
どうするもこうするもない。僕は正々堂々とやるだけだよ。
It's simple enough. I'll do the same as all of you, fair and square.
正々堂々。
Fair and square?
当然だろう。だってこれはお互いにとって一生を左右する選択なんだ。
What else can I do? This is a decision that will have a bigger impact than almost anything on our lives. It deserves careful consideration.
君に近づくために不本意ながらも強引な手を使ってしまったけれど。
It wasn't my intention to use such forceful methods in order to make your acquaintance, but unfortunately that's how it went
こ
down.
れからはもうやめにしようと思う。
I don't mean to let that happen again.
つまり
In other words,
正々堂々君をデートに誘って正々堂々君を振り向かせる。
I'm gonna invite you on dates just like anyone else, and I'm gonna make you fall in love with me.
それなら文句はないだろう。
You've got nothing against that, right? He was right. I couldn't say anything against that. It would have been easier if he did try something underhanded. I would have reason to turn him down. He must have quite a bit of confidence in himself to say all that with a straight face. While I was thinking on his words, Kazu continued to grab control over the conversation and steer it in the direction he
ただ
wanted.
言われた通り現状だと僕が不利なのも事実だ。
But as you astutely pointed out, the current situation puts me in a notable
お
disadvantage.
嬢さんの心象も良くないし、彼女と一緒に過ごした時間だって君たちとはかなり違うわけだし。
I've unfortunately left a bad impression on Leah, and I haven't had the opportunity to spend as much time with her as the rest of you. He's doing such a good job. He is articulated. He is explaining himself. He is laughing till he cries. What's wrong with this guy? Nothing. He's got a job. Sure, he's gonna work his job. That's what people with jobs do.
だから一つ立場を対等にするための条件が欲しい。
I'd like to propose a condition to level the playing field, so to speak.
条件で？
And that condition is...
簡単な話さ。僕がお嬢さんをデートへ誘った時は邪魔しないでほしい。
It's simple, really. Whenever I ask Leah off on a date, I'd like that the rest of you do nothing to interfere with it.
こっちには限られた時間しかないんだし、これくらいのハンデをもらっておかないとフェアとは言えないだろ。
I only have so much time I can dedicate to this. Without a major handicap, I'm not sure we can call this arrangement fair, can you? Taiga, Shion, and Narita looked at each other.
ここまで譲歩されて追い出したら僕たちの方が印象悪くなりそうだね。
If we're being offered this much of a concession, it would reflect poorly on us if we chased him out.
だよね。そのぐらいの条件ならまあ飲んでやる。
Point, I think I could let you get away with that much.
俺は難しいことはわからないんで、他の皆さんがいいなら。
This is all kinds of complicated. I don't really get it, but if you guys are okay with it.
一夜も
And do you,
それでいい
Ichiya?
か？
Do you agree?
いいも何もお前の中ではもう決定事項なんだろう。
What's it matter? You've already decided how it's going to happen. I could practically see the white flag fluttering over Ichiya's head. It gave up
じゃあ
as he gave up
これで
entirely.
交渉成立だね。
Then I'd say we have a deal.
そういうわけでお嬢さん早速だけど
So,
デートの約束を
looks
取り
like
付けても
that's
いい
how
か？
it'll go, Leah. I hate to be pushy, but do you mind if we go ahead and schedule our first date? Already? My eyes darted around the room, but none of my suitors spoke up. Their deal with Kazu already hamstrung their retorts. And Ichiya, he didn't even attempt to look my direction. I was hoping for an opportunity to have a proper discussion with Kazu in private. Alright.
ありがとう。
Great. Thanks.
日程が決まり次第、そこの羊くんに連絡を送らせてもらうよ。
Great, thanks. As soon as the slot in my time is cleared, I'll get in touch with your butler.
お待ちしています。
I'll await your call, sir.
それじゃあ用事も済んだし、今日のところは退散しようかな。あ、見送りはいらないから。
Excellent. That's all I need to accomplish here, so I think I'll call it a day, and you don't need to see me out, that's all. Kazu stood and gave a quick wave and then turned to walk out of the room. Then he paused and turned around.
ありがとう。花婿候補くんたち。僕
Before I
の
go,
示した条件を飲んでくれて。
let me say thank you to you all for accepting the conditions I made.
あ、いや違うか。言うべきことは他にある。
Wait, let me phrase that different way.
君たちには負けないよ。お互い全力を尽くそう。
I'm not gonna let any of you show me up. Let's throw ourselves into this and make it a battle worth fighting. With a brilliant grin, Kazu turned around and left for good. It was in all quite an imposing exit. I admit I grudgingly respected him for it. But...
おいおい待てよ。完全にあいつ花婿候補になってんじゃねえか。
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on one damn minute. He just appointed himself the fifth suitor, didn't he?
しかも俺たちが直々に承諾した形で。
Not only that, he makes it seem like we gave him a stamp of approval.
本当だ。あれ？それを断るって話じゃありませんでしたっけ？
Holy crap, you're right. Wait, didn't we agree we weren't gonna yell no and kick him right out?
気づくのが遅いよ。
I'm afraid hindsight is 2020. He's a much more cunning negotiator than we expected.
人の手で踊らされるの生まれて初めてかも。
Honestly, I think this is the first time in my life that someone dared to make me dance to their tune.
完全にカズさんのペースだったわね。
Kazu controlled the discussion from beginning to end. He even took advantage of the confused bickering between the four of them to steer the topic right to where he wanted it. It was impressive. There was no other way to describe it. I underestimated him. Sumigi and Aramura even warned me, but I didn't see anything wrong with just talking to him, and now here we are. I have 5 suitors instead of 4. I handed Kazu precisely the opportunity he needed, and he used it to slide into the contest with ease. And I'm not mad about it. Not mad at all.
叶わないな。やっぱり。
Told you he's invincible. It's not true. That's not true. He's vulnerable, probably to fire. I have a whisk message. All right, we're gonna read the whisk message, and then I'm gonna run to the kitchen really quick and grab a tiny bowl.
ナビより俺を可愛がってください。
Not the right
どう
one.
したミスか何何
I'm glad you were able to have a productive discussion today. I'd like to say thank you for accepting me as one of your suitors. Honestly, it doesn't feel real yet. Not surprising, I'll do my best to help it sink in on our next date. By the way, how's Ichiya? He's been gloomy ever since he went home. He went straight to his room after dinner. He hasn't changed a bit. Though with him like that, my chances of winning only go up. I wouldn't say that yet. Let's both hope so, okay? Anyways, I'm looking forward to the next time we get to hang out. See you then. Aw, man. And then we get to do this one. Alright, RB. I'm just gonna run to the kitchen to grab a bowl. I just ran to the kitchen because I wanted to get a little bowl because I have these, but these are going to be very crumply if I do that. So. And I grabbed chopsticks. Woohoo! And I get to use my chopstick rest that lives in here, which is a bunny. Will it focus? Will it focus? It's a little bunny. And it's a chopstick rest, so you put it sideways and then you rest your chopsticks by its ear. And what's actually said is the bowl I grabbed is actually my bowl, but the problem is it was definitely a hand wash only bowl. And I'll explain after I've done what I want. Just get some cashews. But it used to have bunnies on it. This was a gift from my sister. But as you can tell, you can kind of see the bunny that was there. Look at that. Look at the outline of a bunny. It had a face. It had a face before. It's gone now. But boom, now I have a bowl with some cashews in it and choppy sticks so I can eat snackies while I play. I didn't eat before I started streaming. That was my bad. I instead sat here thinking. A serious presentation. Oh, spelling. Which we're getting there. We're slowly progressing, sort of. My homework sat on my desk almost done, but I couldn't muster up the energy to complete it. This is so He was talking, I could have ate a snacky, but no. Kazu had come over for a seemingly simple visit and had left as my official Fifth Suitor. Not that my life had undergone a major shift since. My days were all the same as they had always been. Everything seemed the same on the surface, but everything's different. I also have way too many drinks. I have 3. I have my agua, I have my Dutch Bros, and then I replaced this with another drink because I had grabbed this when I first sat down, but I hadn't touched it, so I swapped it with another one that's cold. Because the other one had been sitting here for 2 hours. Ever since that day, Ichiya has been surrounded by a perpetual cloud of gloom. He makes an attempt to be friendly and sociable if everyone sought him out, but emotionally, he clearly wasn't in a happy place. As for me, I pushed through my last few homework questions and closed my notebook. I wish I could just tell myself he's made his decision and stop caring about it. Looking at Ichiya's long, gloomy face drove me nuts. I told myself to ignore him, but I couldn't do it. Instead, I did my best not to speak to him. He wasn't trying to avoid me as obviously as he had after our previous misunderstanding, but it was clear he wanted to avoid crossing my path. This is such a pain. I want to do one. I flopped down on my desk and closed my eyes. This wasn't bothering me so much because I did care. I couldn't just brush him off, I knew that. I didn't know all the details, but it seemed to me that Ichiya's timidity? Ichiya's timid side, why would you do this? Stemmed from some trauma he suffered as a child, most likely. Ichiya clearly had trouble keeping his composure around his twin. Observing how agitated he acted around Kazuya made me wonder if he viewed his brother as a threat. Maybe he was even the source of his trauma. What? That phase traumatic? No. And yet, there's a lot of flashbacks here, man. I couldn't make myself believe that Kazu had deliberately traumatized him. I didn't mean to criticize Ichiya's newfound timidness either. Honestly, he'd been a far more honest person since the day he broke down crying in front of me. Yes, he said what he said, but I can't believe he truly meant it. It was the same after that first kiss debacle. I tried to talk things out, but in the fit of drama, he insisted that I leave him without a second thought. I was getting the impression that Ichiya was the type of person who assumed any hurtful situation would turn out for the worse, and he braced himself accordingly. I'd done that a few times in my life too. I could understand where he was coming from. Still, I wish he would have at least tried to tackle the issue instead of tucking his tail between his legs. Maybe that's asking for too much. I sighed frustrated, then I heard a knock at my door. Pardon me, Miss Leah. I thought at first that Kazuga had brought me tea as he usually did, but he arrived empty-handed, wearing a conflicted expression on his face.
先ほど新崎様からデートの日取りについて連絡が入りました。
I chewed too slow. I thought these would be smaller snacks and easier to eat. Miss Leah, I received a message from Miss Shinzaki in regards to scheduling your date. I wasn't sure if his timing was wonderful or terrible. I shook my head briefly, trying to bring my mind into the present before asking for the details.
そういつ
When
こちらに支障がなければ、今週の金曜の17時にと。ですが、この待ち合わせ場所は。
Provided we have no conflicts, he requested to see you this coming Friday at 5 p.m. The place he asked to meet him is... Kazuka told me where, and I blinked in surprise. Why there of all places? First Ichiya, now Kazu, the twins seemed to delight in confounding me. Time passed quickly, and the day of our date arrived before I knew it. I was escorted to the designated place, which was...
や、お嬢さん。僕の城へようこそ。
Hey there, Leah. Welcome to my castle. He's so cute. I'm supposed to hate him? He was dressed in a suit. His hair was smartly coiffed, and a pair of glasses completed his sophisticated look. He was the perfect picture of a high-powered businessman. The sight was so startling, I had to stop myself from doing a double take.
はあ。もしかしてこの格好が気になる？
You're curious about my appearance, I presume.
すみません。ジロジロ見てしまって。
I didn't mean to stare.
よく考えてみたら、この格好で君と会うのは初めてだしね。
I don't mind. You know, thinking about it, you've never seen me dress formally, have you?
どう？似合ってるかい？
Do you think I look good?
確かに似合っているんですが、それよりも
It's a look that suits you, yes, but more than that.
ちゃんと働いてるんだなと。
It reminds me that you're actually employed.
そっかそっか。無職の人間4人と暮らしてたらそんな反応になっちゃうよね。
You've lived with 4 unemployed fellows for ages now. No wonder my attire seems alien to you.
すみません。
I'm sorry. Living together with my unemployed suitors has skewed my view on what was normal. I needed to be more careful around them.
好きなところへ座って。
Have a seat wherever you'd like.
お邪魔します。
We're just at his job. We're not gonna go watch a movie. We're not gonna eat cake. We're not gonna play video games. I don't have very many things I like to do on dates. Hang on. We're not gonna go to the zoo. I'm not a fan of amusement parks. I don't want to go to an amusement park on a date, so I mean we're not going though, but like we could. We're not gonna get coffee. We're not going to a ramen shop. That's like my favorite place to go. Thank you for hosting me. Feeling bashful, I hesitantly seated myself on a nearby couch. We were in the reception room of an office skyscraper. Kazu had invited me to meet him in Shinzaki Group's headquarters. Inviting me on a date and having me meet him at his office is not... I'm not sure I understand this. I didn't bother to hide my confusion. Kazu must have noticed because he shot me a wary grin.
飲み物はどうする？コーヒーでいいかな？砂糖とミルクは入れる？
Yes. A lot of milk. And sugar. Would you like some coffee? You take it with milk and sugar, yeah?
あ、はい。それで大丈夫です。
Yes, please. That would be nice.
了解。それじゃあちょっと待ってて。
Gotcha. Wait just a minute. I'm so conflicted. I think he's fine. He's perfectly fine. If I'm supposed to forgive Ichiya... The thought's there. I just have a piece of cashew stuck in my teeth. If I'm supposed to forgive Ichiya for being way too much, like way too much, why can't I forgive this guy for maybe being mean to Ichiya when they were kids? He couldn't help it. He's a business monster. He went to get it himself. Interesting. It wouldn't be unusual for someone in his position to have a secretary or two to send off on mundane chores, and yet considering I'd known only his casual side up until recently, going for coffee himself seems much more like him. It was a relief, honestly. I wonder if he realized that and deliberately sent everyone else out of the office. If he had, that would be a frighteningly perceptive move.
お待たせ。暑いから気をつけてね。
Here you go. It's hot, so be careful. Oof. Oof, Kazuya. I'm so sorry. You actually got me the wrong kind of coffee. I like mine iced, so... Go back.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. He gave me the cup of coffee, sat down in the chair across from me.
デートだと言っておいて。
I have to like look
こ
down
んな
to
場
see if
所
I'm
に呼び
actually
出して
getting
ごめん
one.
ね。一応僕なりの訳があって。
I apologize for calling you here. I know I said this would be a date, but there's a method to my madness. Go on. Preach.
僕や新崎のこと、そして僕らが結婚することでどういうことが起きるのか。
You're aware of who the Shinzakis are, I'm sure, and you know what will happen if the two of us get engaged.
それを直接伝えておきたかったんだ。
I want to discuss that with you in detail, okay? Kazu paused a moment, then
普
shrugged.
通ならお互いのことを知りつつゆっくり教えていくわけだけど、僕らにはそんな時間がないしね。
I just remember this chapter is called a serious presentation. Oh my god, he's gonna show me a PowerPoint? You guys! A PowerPoint? This would be a more leisurely affair with the two of us gradually getting to know each other, but I'm afraid we don't have that kind of time.
デートと嘘をついたのは例の約束を利用して花婿候補たちに邪魔をさせないためだ。
I lied about this being a date. That way I could take advantage of the promise I wrestled out of your suitors. They won't interrupt us now. So that's why. I nodded in understanding. Kazu thought for a moment, then turned a sly grin on me.
期待させていたならごめんね。
He looks like a snake! I like snakes! Oh no! I apologize if you're expecting something else.
期待なんてしていません。
I hadn't expected anything, really.
手厳しいね。けどまあ正しい反応かな。
That's a bit harsh, but fair, and it's probably the correct reaction, to be honest. I thought he was going to talk next. I forgot how hot he is in his suit. Like, he's so cute. Why am I not supposed to like this guy? The glasses, yeah, the glasses look so good on him. Oh my god. Imagine if he was voiced by my man. Imagine if he had Anku's voice as well. Like, he would be. There'd be no winning. You couldn't win against him. I wrinkled my nose in his direction. He smiled and shook his head. Then his merriment slid from his face as he stood up suddenly. He was clearly all business now. He walked over to the wall and pulled a remote from a holder that was bolted there.
僕も今日は仕事のつもりでいるから。
I had intended for today's meeting to be purely professional after all. Look at him! He's business now! Also, it's his forehead showing. I think that's really making him look even cuter. I do not have a cute forehead, thus I'm jealous. Kazu pressed some buttons on a remote controller and blinds over the windows slowly descended with a whirl, leaving the room in darkness. I blinked and looked around, wondering what was happening. Then Tojo X Shinzaki Company presentation. A large TV monitor lit up on the wall. I can still see the hat on him in my mind. The hat was the only reason I thought this was Ichiya trying to pretend not to be Ichiya by hiding his hair in a hat. And like, that's ridiculous. Oh my god. On it was a simple yet elegant title card for a business presentation. Wait a minute, could this be the same presentation he gave to Grandpapa? He's so cute. I hate this. My hunch was correct. Kazu walked up to the side of the screen and straightened his back. His posture was formal and professional. He bowed and then began.
それではこれより新崎グループの成り立ち、そして
I'll begin a presentation on the founding and first years of the Shinzaki group. From
東條
there,
と新崎、その両家が協力することでいかなることが実現できるのか。
I'll provide an explanation on the great works that Shinzaki group and the Tojo family could create together.
その説明をさせていただきます。
Worthy to join hands in partnership. I almost gulped at the quiet intensity in his voice. The person standing in front of me wasn't the kind young man who saved me from the advances of a thug. He was a high-powered businessman accustomed to commanding a company full of people. Hot. Wait, I'm not going to see the slideshow?
これでプレゼンは以上になります。
No, I wanted to actually watch it.
ありがとうございました。
I said I wanted to see this presentation. I said I wanted to. I wanted to see like drawings and stuff. I wanted to be stupid funny. No, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time.
すごい。
Incredible. Kazu bowed properly as he finished. I couldn't help but applaud. His presentation had been so obviously perfect that a high schooler like me could tell it was flawless. It's no wonder that Grandpa approves of him. And he's right, the profits we'd both garner from our marriage aren't insignificant. In fact, I'd go as far as to say there's no downside to the Tojo entering the partnership. Disappointed. I want more. Kazu worked the remote controller, turning off the monitor and bringing up the blinds. He glanced over at me, almost certainly noticing how impressed I was.
それでどうかな。
Well, what do you think? Kazu relaxed, switching off his business mode and reverting back to his casual demeanor I was more familiar with. He gave me a curious glance.
賢い君なら僕と結婚することで得られるメリットを理解できていると思うんだけど。
You're an intelligent woman. I'm sure you understand the profits to be had from our marriage.
婚約について少しは前向きに考えてもらえる？
I hope you consider the possibilities more positively now.
それは。
Well, he asked me so bluntly I wasn't quite sure how to respond. If I think about this solely as a Tojo family heir, the answer to the question is clear as day. We're doing flashbacks.
誰もが言う素質だけ
I'm getting so many flashbacks. Even Ichiya had admitted as much that day. But
お嬢さん。
I haven't figured Ichiya's thoughts and feelings out on this matter. I still haven't figured Ichiya's thoughts and feelings on this matter. Memories of Ichiya's sad face flittered across my mind. She so wants a boy under her heel. No wonder Narita is an option for her. Taking away any prompt answer I might have made.
すみません。それに関してはもう少し考えさせてください。
I'm sorry. I miss his crying face. I made his crying face the thumbnail for the last VOD. May I please have some time to think things over?
それから私の方からも質問をしてもいいですか？
Might I ask you a question too?
もちろん。
Of course. If I was going to get serious with Kazu, there was one question I needed an answer to. He nodded, encouraging me to ask anything. I hesitated a moment to gather my courage. Then,
かつて一夜さんが言っていました。自分は誰からも家族からも愛されていなかったって。
Ichiya told me once that he didn't feel like he was loved by anyone, including his family.
それは本当のことですか？
Is that true? I must have surprised him because his face suddenly became expressionless. It's not that I doubt Ichiya, but I want to know what really happened. If I can get Kazu's side of the story, maybe that would shed some light on a few things.
そうか。あいつ。
He said that,
そん
huh?
なこと。
I watched Kazu closely. His expression clouded and he let out a long sigh.
そうだね。せっかくの機会だ。その件についてもちゃんと説明させてもらうよ。
This probably is a good opportunity. Since you asked, I might as well open up about everything that happened. Was he simply being careful with his words, or was he hesitant to tell me this at all? He took a sip of his coffee, stone cold by now, and he gave himself a moment to gather his thoughts. Then he straightened up and looked at me.
まず最初に言っておくよ。一夜の言っていたことは全部誤解だ。
Okay. Okay. I did say this in his flashback, that it didn't feel like they were being callous towards him, but more like he was comparing himself to his brother all the time. And so he can't take his own, like, feedback positively. Let me say this first. What Ichiya told you was entirely a misconception.
少なくとも僕や父さん、母さんはあいつに対してちゃんと愛情がある。
Mom, Dad, and myself cared about him. We still do.
それにしてはかなりの不仲に見えましたが。
Okay, okay, you can pop off, but don't pop off when you don't know the full story. I don't think she's in the right. I don't think she's in the right to look angry right now. Despite that, it seems to me like you weren't on the best of terms.
まあ、そうだろうね。僕もあいつに対して嫌味な態度しか取ってこなかったし。
It would look that way, wouldn't it? I'll admit, I've been acting like a sarcastic jerk around him lately.
公私混同はしたくないから、現状ライバルであるあいつに優しくすることもできない。
I wanted to keep my public and private lives clearly separated, and he is technically my rival right now. I can't afford to be kind to him.
ねえ、お嬢さん。君から見て一夜はどんな人間？
Tell me, Leah, what sort of person does Ichiya seem like to you? God.
そうですね。大人の姿をしている子供でしょうか。
Doesn't sound like someone you want to date. Gonna be real with you. If I had to describe him, I'd say he's like a child trapped in an adult's body. I paused, choosing my words before I answered. I chose those words. That wasn't a quick, like, first thought. Kazu was Ichiya's twin. It only made sense that he would already know what his own brother was like.
普段は自信満々のくせに意外と繊細。失敗すると落ち込むし、時にはいい年して大泣きするし。
He normally acts self-confident, but underneath that armor, he's quite delicate. Whenever he fails, he gets depressed. He's even started bawling once.
泣いた？嘘。 あいつ君の前であれをやったの？
What? He bawled? Really? No way. He seriously did that in plain daylight in front of you?
君よく引かなかったね。
I'm shocked that didn't disgust you. Listen, I have a kink here.
それはなんというか、一周回ってこっちが冷静になれたと言いますか。
We love men who cry. It's so true. Especially her. She's got a kink for it. Really, things went full circle. The sight of him crying helped snap me back to my senses. I breathed a secret sigh of relief. If he knew about Ichiya's soft heart, at least it was a good sign that he was not completely unconcerned about Ichiya's well-being. I had the impression that my answer also gave Kazu an idea about how much he was willing to share with me too.
なるほどね。でもそう。君の言う通り。
I see.
あいつは繊細なんだ。
You're right. He is a delicate person.
微妙な例えだけど、僕や両親が理系とするなら、あいつは文系といった感じかな。
Did anybody watch Divergent besides me? I know not a lot of people did. This is only a very loose metaphor, but our parents are science majors, and he's definitely the humanities major, or something like that.
結果より家庭、心情を重んじる。野心もなくて、平凡でも心が満たされる、幸せで優しい人生を求めたい。
He values the process over results and respects feelings over efficiency. He's not an ambitious guy. The small joys offered by a normal life are enough. Okay, I did say I watched Divergent, but I've suddenly forgotten all the names except for Dauntless. But I was gonna say he's a... whatever she starts off at. The ones that give back to the poor. And then he's a Candor. Candor? I got this. I remember things.
ほら。僕とは正反対だろ？
He's the exact opposite of me, don't you think?
それはわかる気がします。
I can see that. Yeah. Ichiya was a romantic, to say the least. But to put it harshly, and I wasn't sure I had the right to say this about someone older than I, but he was a dreamer. With his head stuck in the clouds. Either way, he wasn't the type to meticulously plan every part of his life.
でもさっき言った通り、僕を含めた他の家族は根っからの合理的な理系人間だ。
But, like I said earlier, our family is full of very logically minded, goal-oriented people, including yours truly.
何事も効率重視、仕事を優先、野心だって強い。言いたいことは容赦なくズバズバと言う。
Efficiency is everything. Work takes priority over home life. We all have high ambitions, and we're not afraid to speak frankly with others. I can see that. I grimaced thinking back on the time that the two of them interacted with each other. Kazu grinned wearily when he noticed my pensiveness.
そんな価値観に、あの一夜が寄り添えるわけないだろ？
It would be hard for a dreamer like Ichiya to find a place in a family with those kind of values, don't you think?
だから両親もかなり気を使っていたんだ。一夜はお兄ちゃんと違
I can't
うからっ
open it.
て。
Oh my gosh. Okay. It was doing that like it was gonna like take the bottom part with it. Oh my gosh, that was wild. It's also slippery. I don't know. Our parents did because I put lotion on my hands. It's me. I'm slippery. Our parents did try their best to encourage and accommodate him. They always told him growing up that he was different from me. He was right then that I noticed. It was right then that I noticed that was probably the start of the massive misconception.
もしかしてそれは
This is only a guess, but
無理せず自分らしく生きればいいと伝えたつもりだったんですか？
watch me just knock my soda over. Wouldn't that be funny? Because I don't have the lid on it. Alright, I presume you thought you were telling him he should relax and feel free to live his life as he chooses.
一応ね。僕も似たようなことを何度もあいつに言ってる。
That was the intent. I recall telling him something similar more than once as we were growing up.
それは 誤解されても仕方ないのでは。
We all make mistakes. Don't you think it's understandable how he would get the wrong idea from that?
ああ、うん。それは認めるよ。ストレートにも程があるよね。言葉選びが最悪だった。
Hindsight, as they say. I see that now. There's being direct and then there's being as blunt as a hammer. Her word choices couldn't have been poor either.
だからあいつはその言葉を僕との比較と受け取って劣等感を抱いてしまったんだ。
It's clear he took that as an unfavorable comparison between him and I. That helped fuel his inferiority complex, I'm
僕
sure.
たちにはそんなつもり、これっぽっちもなかったのに。
That wasn't our intention, though, not at all.
そうだったんですか。
So that's what happened. Considering Ichiya's behavior, the root of his misunderstanding clearly reached deeper. And unfortunately, it seemed that Kazu had underestimated just how deep.
笑ってくれていいよ。
Laugh if you
散
want.
々偉そうにしておいて、僕はなんだかんだで家族関係をしくじっているわけだからね。
Here's the thing. If you're trying to grab a cashew with chopsticks and you're not looking, it's not as easy as it sounds, right? It's like a crane game without looking. I go around acting like I'm in control of the world, but when it comes to my own family, I've screwed everything up beyond measure. He grimaced. The first thought that came to mind was,
お嬢様成長記録ならお任せを。
shouldn't he let Ichiya know that? Redo that. Just kidding. We're not even gonna read it. I'm not even gonna read what that says. It's the same weapon he already had.
女の子はデリケートだからな。
Thank goodness. I breathed a heartfelt sigh of relief. She didn't say that. She said that inside. Apparently, I accidentally said that out loud. Feeling awkward. I called it. I nodded shortly.
はい。一夜さんが愛されてないということが勘違いでよかったなと。
I'm glad that Ichiya's feelings that he was unloved was really just a misunderstanding and miscommunication in the end. When he told me about his earlier life and how unloved he felt, it reminded me too much of my own childhood. That was probably why this uncomfortable relationship between them concerned me so much.
自慢できることでもないですけど、私もあまり愛情には恵まれてなかった人間なので。
Who thought that something so small would take so long to chew? This isn't something to brag about, but I was also a child who wasn't blessed with much love in my life.
その辛さはよくわかるんです。でも彼は違ったんだなって。
I understand just how trying it can be, but in his case, he wasn't unloved at all. Just that's reassuring.
愛情に恵まれていない？君が？それは。
Not loved you, but that's. Kazu looked at me clearly puzzled. He started to say something, but then paused. He must have reconsidered because he closed his mouth.
あ、いや、なんでもないよ。僕から口出しすることでもないか。
See, she doesn't realize her brother. She doesn't have a brother. Does she? Guys, you know, I don't know. Her grandfather loves her. She doesn't realize that. Never mind. It's not It's probably not something I should speak on. Our conversation hit a lull, and Kazu glanced down at his watch.
もうこんな時間か。今日はこれで解散にしよう。
Yikes, is that time? Let's call it for today, shall we?
いいんですか？私はまだ何も返事を。
Already, I haven't given you an answer yet.
形式上聞いただけだよ。たった一回の対話で返事をしろだなんて迫らないさ。
I love cashews, hear me out. Only ask the question to get the formalities over and done with. I'm not so desperate that I need you to give me an answer after a single
ただ、
conversation.
お嬢さん。僕が君との婚約を望んだのは、君が東条だからってだけじゃない。
He also seemed surprised when she said unloved. Does he know her parents? Does he also know her parents? How many people know her parents before she lost her memory? Hang on. Hola, hola, hola. I want to know. I don't want this marriage solely because you're the Tojo family heir. What? I blinked, taken by surprise. Kazu looked at me, his expression serious.
一夜にもこの前話したんだけどね。君はとても聡明な人だ。
I said the same thing to Ichiya before, but you're very wise for your years.
自分の立場、求められる役割。
As I knocked
そういう
everything
こ
on
とを
my
よ
desk
く理
over.
解してる。
I think I've shown my Hunter x Hunter Funko Pop that lives on my desk like 10 times, and every single time I put him down, he just falls back over. He doesn't come with a stand, so I get so sad for him. You understand your social position, your duty, and what's expected of you.
そんな君なら、僕の描くビジネスプランを誰より理解してくれると思ったんだ。
I think if anyone can understand my business plan from my intended viewpoint, it's you. Did she go into his building by herself? No, they're on a date. So he's considered her fifth suitor now. And he asked the other four, because he has a job, unlike them, if he ever takes her on a date, would they promise not to intervene? And they all agreed. So he invited her on a date so he could show her this presentation. Oh yes, I see it now. Kazu bears his family's name as well as the business. We are different, but as heirs, we have a lot in common. He knew exactly why I couldn't give him an answer right away. Part of me wanted to reject a political marriage on principle, but my instincts also tuned in on the benefits.
年相応の女の子らしい純粋な部分もあるのは分かってるけど。
You do have an innocent and pure side, which is fitting for a young lady of your age.
僕はあえて君の大人な部分に期待してるんだ。
I have high expectations for the side of you that's mature beyond your years.
どうかゆっくり考えてほしい。一夜のことも含めて。
Please take your time and think things over carefully, both my proposal and what I said about Ichiya, okay? Oi. Okay. He was so unfair and so frightening. High expectations, the weight behind those two words bore down on my shoulders. Okay, there's a chance he's a big fat liar, right? We know this. He could be just lying to us. With our date at the end, Kazu escorted me to the office doors. We were met by the car sent to bring me home.
お嬢様、いかがでしたか？
How was your day
新崎様とのデ
with
ートは。
Mr. Shinzaki, Miss Leah?
そうね。悪くはなかったと思うわ。
I'd say it wasn't terribly bad, all things considered. Explaining it all would have made for a very long story, so I gave him a bland, safe answer instead. As Kazu himself had said, we hadn't been on much of a date at all. In some ways, I felt it taught me more about him than a traditional date would have. I'm glad he volunteered much of the information himself. I'm not confident it would have been able. What is? Oh my god! I just scared myself. There's a piece of plastic on the ground. I put my foot on it. It scared me. I'm glad he volunteered much of the information himself. I'm not confident I would have been able to figure out his true motivation on my own. Ichiya was right. He really is a workaholic. Though he had spent several hours. Did we? Though we had spent several hours together, he hadn't said or done a single thing that could have been considered romantic in any sense of the word. Several hours? I want to see that presentation now. What? It was as good as him stating out loud that his only interest was in the Tojo family and its business. But I'll take that over attempts at deception any day, which is what I really felt like Ichiya was doing when you first met him. So he does have a tendency to be far too blunt about things, but he's not a bad person at heart. I could see why grandfather had such a high opinion of him, but most of all,
でも落ち着いて考えてみると違和感を覚えてしまって。
something
違和
seemed off.
ええ、何も知らない頃親身に相談に乗ってくれていたカズさんとあんな手を使って私とこ
Okay. Just making sure. After talking to him today, the doubt that had lingered in the back of my mind had effectively vanished. He was certainly very strict when it came to business and profitability, but he still had a human warmth too. Basically, he was a person who knew how to draw a very clear line between what was business and what was personal. I knew that for certain now. But that only makes the decision more difficult. It would be a loveless marriage based around business and politics. That much is clear, but things change. Things change. You can develop feelings. I still have cashews in my teeth, which is why I stopped eating them. The benefit that Kazu mentions are also very real. Do I have enough reason, enough willpower to turn that down? My thoughts turned to one person who was the reason for my hesitation. I knew I wouldn't have an answer anytime soon. Well, that guy is moping in his room crying. So maybe he's not the best choice for you. Okay. Prove you're serious. Okay. That's a bit much. Alright. I keep spelling serious wrong. I feel like that's the second time serious has been used. A serious presentation, it has, yeah. Bright morning sunlight shone in through the window. I glanced over at it and sighed. I had not slept well last night. My head feels stuffy. I'm not the least bit rested. I knew why. After my date with Kazu last night, my mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. I think it was nearly dawn before I finally fell into a fitful sleep. Kasuga said he had business in Kamakura in regards to my date yesterday. Kasuga normally didn't let me sleep in terribly long, even on weekends, but he wasn't here to wake me early for exactly that reason. I think first I need to speak with Ichiya. He'll be awkward, but this isn't an excuse anymore. I rubbed my temple to stave off a headache as I opened the living room door. Good morning.
おはようございます。
Good morning, Leah.
今日は遅かったじゃねえか。夜更かしでもしてたのか?
You're up late today, babe. What did you do? Stay up all night or something?
ええ、少し考え事をしていて。
You could say that. I was thinking things over. None of them knew I had met with Kazu yesterday. I hadn't told them, which is weird because how else would they have known not to get involved in my date? They'd promised not to interfere with any of my dates with Kazu, but knowing them, there was always an off chance. For some reason, going to see Kazu now felt a little like betrayal. I'd felt more than one stab of guilt over the meeting yesterday. Not that I owe any of them anything, of course, but still, I automatically let my eyes roam around the room looking for Ichiya. Take good notice.
一夜ならいねえから待ってても飯は出てこねえぞ。
If you're looking for Ichiya, he's gone. You won't find any breakfast waiting for you either.
え
What? Really? Crazy.
今日の朝食はコンビニパンだよ。一夜は朝早くからどこかへ出かけちゃった。
Today's morning meal is a lovely loaf of snack bread. I'm afraid Ichiya left for somewhere early this morning and hasn't returned.
そう。
Oh. Of all the times for him to vanish, did Kazu let him know that I went to see him last night? I should have grabbed him as soon as I came home yesterday. I shouldn't have waited until morning. Hi, blueberry. Nom 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 nom. This would be a little faster, but it's a cute poppin'. Honestly, Chomper's mouth opens so wide that it's giving like Stranger Things. Like it looks like the mouth takes up the entire face afterwards. I should have grabbed him as soon as I came home.
小鳥ちゃんを避けてるよね。あれは。
He's clearly avoiding you, Leah. Thank you. He really didn't need to say that out loud. Ichiya disappearing act wasn't a big mystery. I grimaced conflicted. I suppose this time he decided to go run away from home route instead of hiding in his room. It was painfully obvious to me now that he had a long, not so proud history of running away from his problems. After Kazu told me what Ichiya's life had been like in the Shinzaki family, I could understand why he'd formed the habit, but Chomper's mouth is so wide he can chomp a whole head. Yeah, it's a really big like he's ready. He's ready for bread. His family is one thing. What is he going to do if he keeps running from me though? I rolled my eyes inside. The other three ignored me to start their own conversation about him.
一夜さんの様子がおかしくなったのって和也さんがここに来てからですよね。やっぱり。
He's ready for cabbage sacrifice. He can eat a whole cabbage. It's not good. You need to wash that before you eat it, but he can. Agua.
でしょでしょ
Need more Chomper fan art. Ichiya started acting really weird right after Kazuya came to visit us, right? He seemed weird to me.
だね。兄貴と戦う気はあるって自分で言ってたくせに、どういうつもりなんだか。
The guy said he had the guts to fight back against his brother, but now look at him. What the hell, bro?
顔だけならいい勝負なんだけどね。
There should be a redeem cabbage sacrifice to Chomper. I just picture like boss battle music playing, and then it's just like a different Chomper image. Nothing else happens. It's just a different Chomper image and like boss battle music. Those are the two things you get. I am going to be working on Redemption soon. I also need to record my presentation that I did for Sabo, so that I can make a video for that. So that's going to be something I'm going to be doing probably next week. I might record it this week, but I'm going to be trying to edit next week because I need to figure out how to record the presentation and how then to record myself. It's going to be great. Did you hold the panel with a friend? No, I did it by myself. So my sister was actually supposed to be in the room with me. Things happen. I had another cashew in my teeth, sorry. Things happened, so she wasn't in the room with me. So I recorded the panel on my phone to get I wanted to get a few different things. Oh, someone on Reddit said they held a Otome panel with a friend at Sabo. There was a panel for Mystic Messenger I didn't have a chance to go to, and there was a Otome 102 panel, which I thought was funny because my Otome was called Otome 101 panel, and so there was like a future Otome panel. And then I had met somebody who had a panel, or was going to do a panel. I met them oddly enough at Idea Factory International's event that I went to, but they're from Phoenix, and we were waiting in line together, and they were going to do panels too. I was going to try and say hi to them, but I didn't get a chance to. But here, this is me recording myself, so this video is not gonna show because it hates light, but I tried to film myself giving my panel, so it's gonna look weird. I don't know how my video came out that I filmed basically, because I need to upload it onto my computer, and then I have another video too, because I brought my camera. However, my camera stopped recording, I don't know when. They did the Otome 102 panel. Yeah, I saw that one. That one was at the other... So, how do I describe this? Do I have a thing for Sabo? I don't. So, Saboten takes place in 2 hotels. And they're about 2 blocks away. So, they're not close. It's like a 10-minute walk to get to the other one. The one I requested mine to be at was the gaming side. And that's because that's the side I work on. Because I actually work for Sabo. And I didn't want to have to go all the way to the other hotel. But I believe the 102 panel had been at the other hotel, and so that's why I ended up not going. But I wanted mine on the gaming side. One, it's about video games. My panel specifically was about the video games that you can get. But I had a lot of fun, and the people who were there for my panel, like a lot of them were just showing me their collection. They had all their games with them. They had all their little cartridges and like little cases and went like, yeah, I know Otome. So it was really cute that they came like to a panel that was about stuff they already knew. There was a lot of people laughing, so it was a really good panel. I'm just sad that I feel like I didn't get any people like in my videos, so you don't see the people. I took a photo with three of the winners, but I had 4 winners for the contest I did. The 4th person just left before I took the photo, which is fair. We were chatting. We chatted for a good while after my panel. But it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. They were asking me at the end of my panel if I had any other panels, which I don't know if that means I don't know. I felt like it was a good sign if they're asking, do you have a different panel? And I'm like, no, this is the only one I made. I might try to do something funny and like make a short Otome game to play at a different one, but that's going to be a lot of building. I'm going to see what I can pull off. But I thought it'd be funny if there was a panel that like had like a moment where someone gets to like make choices like this. So we'll see. We'll see if I do another one. I'm not sure. I'm not the most creative person. The Who's Your Dede was pretty much, I like puns, and that was the best pun I could come up with at the time. I think he compared rather well on appearance at least. But the other thing too, speaking of randomness, I'm going to be talking about this with the Saboten staff as well. We need to promote panels more. I made flyers for my panel, and I asked my friends who are going to the other hotel to take some of my flyers over there just so we'd have more signs up talking about the panel. So I think we need to encourage other people to make flyers if they can. I've just been to these conventions quite a bit, and I help out a lot, so I know to make things. So I don't know. I feel like we need to support more. Anyways, it was fun. It was fun. When it comes to what's inside, he failed hard. But yeah, we'll see how my video turns out when I make it. It's gonna be a thing. I also told IFI I would share them the link once I post the video too, because IFI, if you weren't here before, IFI gave me digital games to give out during my panel. So I had prize winners who actually got Otome games, which was hilarious because the first prize winner, she's like, I already got this one. I'm like, do you have this one? Like, it was funny. They were showing it in a twisted way, but I could tell the 3 of them were as concerned about Ichiya as I was. It's not just that. Now that I think about it, ever since Kazu showed up, a realization sparked in my mind. I paused and gave voice to my thought. I'd be like, I have them all. Yeah, it was so funny when I was like, I have real game prizes, and like they were gasping, but it was really funny. She's like, I already have this one. I'm like, about this one? What about this one? Oh my gosh. Actually, I wonder if I can show my presentation, because I made a quiz at the end of my presentation. You know, I'll do it tomorrow. You guys are on tomorrow, or actually maybe at the end of this. Before I leave, maybe I'll pop it up. I'll do just the quiz so you guys can play the quiz, because I had quiz questions and they got one of the quiz questions wrong and it made me so sad. Yeah, I had a quiz. That's how I decided who won codes. So basically it was stuff from the story itself. So I'm terrible, but I love them. Yeah, I was just so sad because like I was like, dude, I made a panel about this. How could you betray me? It was funny. A realization sparked in my mind. I paused and gave voice to my thoughts.
3人ともまるで一夜さんのことを応援してるような口ぶりだけど。
I just realized this, but the way you're speaking makes it sound almost as if you're rooting for Ichiya's success.
私との婚約はもう諦めたの？
Have you given up on marrying me yourself? The three of them quickly glanced between each other, the expression clearly surprised. So yes, be prepared, guys. Once I'm about to leave, so I'm gonna be streaming till about 4. It's almost 2 right now. So in about 2 hours from now, I'll pull up the panel and we'll see if I can just pop up the quiz. Because the quiz, I didn't make it too hard. I don't think. I picked things that I thought were funny to put in it, based off the actual slideshow I did. So the three of them quickly glanced between each other, their expression clearly surprised.
それはあれだあれ。
Well, it's, you know.
同盟みたいなものかな。和也は僕たち全員の当面の敵でしょ。
We called a truce. Kazuya is presently the largest threat to all of us after all.
全員でバラバラに戦うより、彼の弟である一夜を軸に
The real
まとまった
question
方がいいと思う。
is he the #1 threat in everyone's route? We'll find out. I'll find out. Some of you already know. Instead of attempting to resist him separately, we thought it might be wiser if instead rallied together around Ichiya, there's strength in numbers.
それに俺、和也さんと一夜さんなら、一夜さんの方がいいです。
And if I had to pick between the two, I like Ichiya way better.
あとは一夜をのけものにしてまた泣かれたらめんどくさいし。
Personally, I would find it terribly annoying if Ichiya felt isolated enough to lock himself in his room again.
それは確かに。
Good point. While I agreed with what the three of them said, I couldn't help but feel like they were hiding something. That said, it didn't seem prudent to try prying any deeper into the subject. I quietly closed my mouth.
でも、肝心の一夜さんがあの調子じゃ何にも
Oh,
できませ
wait,
んね。
Blue. That reminds me, you won the contest by default. Since you're in the chat. Just a reminder, you won the 9 RIP postcards. I totally forgot. Because everyone else who posted in there said, I don't want to be in the contest. So you weren't the only one who posted, but you're the only one who didn't say, I don't want to be in the contest. Really? Yeah. Everyone else is all like, I don't want to be in the contest. And I was like, okay, that just leaves Blue. So yeah, you just need to send me the address you would like me to send it to, please. Just thought it was hilarious. Isn't it? I just thought it was hilarious because I was all like, alright, because everyone kept going, oh, I don't want to be in the contest. But I don't want to be in the contest. I'm like, oh, okay. Fair enough, I guess. So yeah, congratulations, you won by default. I won a contest by default before too because I was the only one who entered in a certain category. So congratulations. I'll try to send them out this week if you send it to me. With Ichiya acting all mopey, we aren't going to be able to do much at all, huh?
まずどうして和也に対してあんなにも逃げ腰になっているのか突き止めないとね。
Indeed, if we're to rectify this situation, we need to discover why he seems to be so timid around his brother all the time.
そこだけでも本人から聞き出さねえとな。
And we'll need to get that information right from the horse chef's mouth. Okay, guys. If only it were so easy. He's hiding. I just realized I don't have the panel thing on my thing. It's gonna be tomorrow. We're gonna do it tomorrow. I tried. I was gonna do it today, but I just remembered. I had to put it in our Dropbox folder, and my Dropbox folder is currently not linked to my computer for some reason. I had been avoiding Discord because I deleted Love and Deep Space, and I don't have the heart to leave the Love and Deep Space Discord. I was spending way too much money. See, that's why I don't want to play Love and Deep Space. Because that's going to be me. Do you want to know how much money I played on BTS's rhythm game, which is crazy when you think about how bad I am at Jack Jean? I spent like $300 on that rhythm game. And one time, this is what made me go, I'm done. This is what made me say I was done with it. They have, I don't know if you're familiar with BTS, they had cards, right? They have like events and you have to pay for the cards. It's real money. And that's the only way to get the good ones. I spent $100 and I didn't get all 7 members. Because it's random. You don't know who you're going to get. But I kept opening packs and I kept not getting all 7 members. And you get like a bonus on this game when you have all, yeah, I know. When you have all matching cards, like from the same set, you get additional bonuses, which means I was never going to get additional bonuses because I didn't have all 7 cards and I had spent $100 and there's no trading with people. You just get what you get. And I was just like, oh my God, I think it was J-Hope I was missing. I can't remember who it was. I was so pissed. I wasn't even wanting like a super fancy one because they have like different card types you get in that game. They're like shiny, ultra rare, whatever. I didn't even get like a trash version of this one. And but I haven't deleted the game off my phone. I haven't played it in like 4 or 5 years. It's been a hot minute. But I refused to delete the game because I spent like $300 on it. Before it'd be fine. Like I'd spend $50-ish when they do like their special events. And I didn't care because I'd end up getting a card for all the guys. I spent $100, didn't get all 7. I was like, this is terrible. This is terrible. This is my least favorite game now. I don't want to do this anymore. So I stopped playing it, but I felt really bad about deleting it because I put so much money in on it. So I feel that. I feel that so much. But what you just said is why I refuse to download Love and Deep Space, so. I hate when they do a limited edition card for a small ass duration. Grinding doesn't help. It's basically pay to win at that point. Yeah! That's like, that's exactly what the BTS thing was, which is why I was so mad. Because there was no way to get that card without buying packs. And I had spent $100, and all I wanted was just one of every guy. I don't care how cool the card is. I will level it up. I will grind it up if I need to. But it wasn't giving me that last one. And I was like, I'm not putting another $1 into this after spending 100 and not getting all 7. It was too much. Oh my God. Like Love and Deep Space looks great. They show like hands and stuff like, and like that one guy with the red eyes, super pretty. And he's got a great voice actor in English, which doesn't always happen. I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't always go, okay, keep talking to the English voice actors. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they did when they hired that guy. I can't do it. God. It's so aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, it looks gorgeous. I keep getting it because it knows me. Like, the algorithm knows who I am. I'm on my phone, I'm scrolling, and then there's a Love and Deep Space ad, and it's like, hi. And I'm like, oh, hi. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. It's so pretty. If Love and Deep Space contacted me and said, will you play our game? We'll give you codes. I'll play it. I'll play it then. But before that, I can't. I'll be too invested. I'll lose my mind. And I don't even know how the stories work. I don't know if they just keep loading and there's more and more and more. I don't know how it goes. Anyways, I'm easily distracted if you can't tell. What I heard from Kazu had gone a long way towards explaining Ichiya's attitude towards his twin, but I still only had one side of the story. They should just make an Atomi version. I would sell my kidney. I watched someone who was playing it, and they had this scene where these 2 guys wearing masks that are like the red-eyed guys people. And they literally gave her a gun and handcuffs. And they're like, go get him, Tiger. And she's like, the twins, yeah, they were super cute. And she like handcuffs him, and then it's over like so fast. I was like, okay, I like it. I like this. It's great. But yeah, I can't put money in on that. I can't do it. Again, part of the issue was I wouldn't even know how to stream it, and I don't want to lose my mind. Listen, I don't even need a face. They could wear masks. They're beautiful men, but they could put masks on those guys, and I would still be down. I couldn't make a considerate decision until I heard what happened from Ichiya's perspective. Listen, the problem apparently was pinning him down long enough to hear that perspective. We just talked about pinning. Get handcuffs. Find some. Wait, he is a twin. We can't get handcuffs from him. He's the one that has the handcuffs.
お嬢さん、
Leah,
Ichiya さんのことど
do
うに
you
かできませんか？
think he could do something about Ichiya? Well, I'll try.
どうして私が？
Why me? Why is it always me, 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 me?
何を人事みたいに言っ
Come
て
on,
んだよ。
babe. This is your problem too.
このままだと和也と婚約させられる可能性がでかいんだぞ。お嬢ももうちょい真剣に考えろ。
The way things are going, you're really high odds of getting married off to Kazuya. You might want to take things a little more seriously, eh?
そんなこと言われた
Yeah,
っ
but
てイチヤさんが私を避けてるんじゃどうしようもないじゃない。
how do you expect me to do anything when he's obviously avoiding me at every turn? My negative response must have gotten Shion's attention because he looked at me with a concerned smile.
ねえ、小鳥ちゃん。婚約動向は一度置いておいてさ。
Celia, how about we set aside the marriage discourse for now, alright? Is Shion gonna turn into my least favorite? Like, Ichiya, I didn't like in the prologue. And you know what? First impressions matter. But his story is actually good. I'm liking his story. I don't know how it's gonna go. I'm still not sure. I'm not 100% sold on how we're gonna end this. But is Shion gonna, like, is he, unless he's a real fairy. If he's really a fairy, I'm down. Like, this is cool. If he really is what I keep joking that he is, that'd be funny. You got a mysterious past. You're actually a fae. Okay. How about we set aside the marriage discourse?
イチヤに元気になってほしいとは思ってるよね。
How do you want Ichiya to cheer up again, right? You do want Ichiya to cheer up again, right?
ええ。
Yeah.
まあそれは。
Yes.
よし、
Kind
なら
of.
話は早いね。
Great. That makes things easy.
あいつをどうにかお嬢の前に引っ張り出すぞ。そこんとこは俺らに任せとけ。
Oh my gosh. I just got like 7 bots at once. What just happened? I don't know how that happened all at once. What the heck? I don't know why I'm blocking all these really fast. That was so fast. I'm glad it doesn't pop up on my feed, but like, what the heck, guys? Actually, I don't know. Does it pop up on my feed? Do you guys see this? I don't even know. Hang on. There was so many at once. I gotta do them all one at a time. Follow? No. Ban. Ban. That was so weird. Where am I at? Oh gosh. Is this like accounts getting like hacked too? Because some of these say they're kind of old. Like they're not brand new. What is this weird thing that keeps happening? Warn? Just warn them instead. Yeah, that was 1, 2, 3. That was 6 in a row. Like what the heck? That's like my 8th one today too. That's so weird. I haven't had those happen back to back before, so that's also really weird. Weird. Sorry, you didn't see it. I only saw it. Alright, we gotta do is scuff him and drag him over to you. Let me handle that part. Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah, bring him. That sounds uncomfortably familiar. What do you mean? This was sort of the plan that took a very physical turn. Ichiya would, in other words, be strong-armed. I had no idea how exactly they planned to snare him, and I wasn't sure I wanted to know. I left them to their devices, ducking into the kitchen to grab some snack bread for breakfast before heading back up to my room. I might change. I don't know if I want to change permissions again. So we had for a while after the contest I was in for work, I had changed where you had to follow me for at least a week before you could put a comment in chat. And that was just to avoid undesirable conversations randomly popping up in chat that week because people were being very inappropriate that week. But there's so many random bots right now. So that's so weird. I left them to their own devices, ducking into the kitchen to grab some snacks before heading back up to my room. Is it the weekend? Oh, it is the weekend. She said that, yeah. I managed to stay in my room most of the day by saying I had a book I needed to read. Sitting on my couch, I pulled out my phone inside. The Shinzaki situation aside, Mr. Mitsumori is your favorite, right? I discussed things with Sumigi for a bit via Wisp, but she was distracted by the events of some sort. I sat and stared at her last message to me, unsure how to respond. I'm not sure I understand what she means by stan, but I think she's asking if I'd choose Ichiya or Kazu, speaking as the Tojo family heir, Kazu. But Ichiya and I had spent a lot of time together. We had memories, and if I'm being honest, we shared more than a little sentiment. In fact, if I was to be honest with myself, if Kazu hadn't showed up unexpectedly after our date that night, I think I might have locked down Ichiya as my final choice. But now I wasn't sure because...
誰を花婿にするか決めるのは君だから。
Who you pick as your fiance is your business. Oh wait, shoot, I read a flashback like a fool. I don't understand what Ichiya feelings are about this. I do know that he had feelings for me. After he broke down in front of me, I finally got a glimpse of his true nature, and I wasn't displeased with what I saw. All that said, his tendency to turn tail and run whenever he faced a difficult situation was an irresponsible and worrying habit. I can't help but wonder if that's really all there is to him. Tired of thinking and worrying, I slouched on my couch and fiddled restlessly with my phone, but... Yes, but he keeps running away. If he's not up for this anymore, I wish he'd just say so. Then a ping sounded, a reply from Sumigi. That's a clever technique. He started out strong and assertive, and now he's retreated? Leah, this is actually your best opportunity. I guarantee that Mr. Mitsumori is falling to pieces, his face streaming with tears just as you like him. I told you I'm not in love. You clearly have the wrong idea. I started typing out a denial in response, but there was another ping and another message after a message from Sumigi. Imagine it, Leah. Mr. Mitsumori desperately pining for you, but utterly unable to give voice to that desire. Don't wind me up. Instead, he shed silent tears, wondering if he should quietly withdraw, a pitiable, adorable sight for a man of 26. That sounded more perverted than I meant. You meant it exactly as you meant it. And she means it too. If it's stoic strength you're looking for, then Mr. Mitsumori may not be the best choice, but you truly want to let him go? His weakness is what sets your heart aflame. He stirs your desires to protect and nurture him. Am I not right? Now's the time to open your saintly heart and enfold him in your gentle care. She's not giving me a second to slip in a word edgewise. Is it me, or is she starting to insist I have some incredibly out there taste? Just talking to you directly, Blue. I stared at my phone screen, overwhelmed by the flood of responses. Eventually they slowed. Sumigi must have started calming down. People look for different things in marriage. I won't deny that my engagement was arranged purely for my family's benefit, but you, Leah, I want you to marry for love. I know it is a selfish wish on my part, but Mr. Mitsumori does love you. That much at least seems clear. Sumigi. Love. That single word sat on my screen, burning itself into my mind. If you're not convinced, you can confirm it before you decide. Just please don't give up on him. Yeah. My feelings may not have reached a critical tipping point yet, but I couldn't deny that Ichiya had become someone special to me. It would be far too sad to abandon him simply because he disappointed me once. Thanks. I'll give it another try. I offered Tsumagi my honest thanks, thinking everything over as I read her novel of replies a second time. That's me with that one panel of a manga that I really liked. I'm like, damn, look at this art. Are you the type to write a paragraph or send one by one like Tsumagi? It's a mix. It's a good mix. I like to be quick with my thoughts, so sometimes I'll do both. My sister's the best example of this. You can kind of see this is I'm the pink on the screen. So it's kind of both. There's some pictures. This is me at food. This is us at our concert. Oh yeah, look who I saw at my convention. Look how cute she is. Load, please. Don't be so bright. Show her. She's there. So I do a mix of both. These are all pictures. She sometimes will steal my phone, just to be clear. She sent a bunch of photos to herself. But yeah, it's a mix. It's a mix. I'm trying to get not where I'm just sending her photos over and over again or links, because we were doing stuff last week. Yeah, just like, and then emojis, lots of emojis. It's just my schedule. There's a lot of photos randomly. We don't usually send that many photos. There we go. I'm a big texter. What can I say? I mix it up though. I don't want to feel like I'm sending too many messages. But my brain, like I'll send a message and go, oh shit, there's more I need to say. So it's a paragraph, but sometimes it's like a couple paragraphs. I also do voice to text, so like, I can just say it. And you guys already know how much I talk, so makes it real easy to write a paragraph. Right, yeah. I wonder what Ichiya was doing right now. Could he be crying like Tsumagi had suggested? Maybe. I can see that being the case. Oh wait, Blue, were you here? Were you here when I announced that I got Shannon Leto's drumstick from from my favorite 30 Seconds to Mars concert? I can see that being the case, but I can also see that not being the case. Yeah. I was so happy that day. What a day for me. According to that what Kazu told me, Ichiya was never able to reach an understanding with his closest family members that helped reinforce the inferiority complex he struggled with. Yeah, I said if you married, you'll have the same name. Yeah, see? Isn't that great? I want my life to be like Taylor Lautner. I want to marry Shannon Leto. Listen. I could marry Jared Leto too. I could marry either one and that drumstick would still be accurate. I think they're both very cute. And as we know, I like Otome games. I'm not gonna just pick one route. I will weigh the options. Ichiya was never able to reach an understanding. To fill the lonely void left in his heart, he desperately sought love from other places and other people. Ichiya himself has confirmed that. Listen, I've been telling everybody who will listen to me for more than 5 seconds about this drumstick. It was a highlight of my life. It's also the first I've gone to so many concerts. I love music. I don't know if I've talked about that. I love music. I love all kinds of music. I love K-pop. I love J-rock. I love metal. I love American pop. I love country. I love all kinds of music. I will go to any concert, basically. But I've been to so many concerts. First time getting drunk. I've gotten guitar picks a few times, which is fun. I must admit, his habit of seeking that comfort from other women first is a bit concerning, yo. I too know that kind of loneliness. If I didn't have Kasuga there for me, I'm not sure I would have been able to stand it. I knew all too well how critical it was to have someone beside you, someone who was kind, someone who you could trust. And that, at least, Ichiya and I were startlingly similar. I assume that's going to be the case with all these guys. There's going to be something that makes them similar. I don't know what it is going to be with Shion, but it's got to be something. That's why I couldn't turn my back on him, why I couldn't just leave him be. A text message isn't as intimate as a conversation, but I suppose I might as well let him know what's on my mind. With that thought, I started crafting a wisp message. Where are you right now? Perfect craft. I knew he wouldn't reply. That's why when I heard the ping of an incoming message a few seconds later, I jumped in surprise. Private DMs on Discord? Yes, please. If you need me to, I can send you a message first as well, just so you have the right one. Let's see. Just in case, I'll message you first. It lets me. Will it let me? Will it let me? Wait. Oh, there it is. I'll do my favorite. Yay! Like that. That's why when I heard the ping, I was surprised. Sorry, didn't mean to worry you. Something came up. Boy. My gut reaction was that he was lying. The response was too smooth, too down pat. It read like something prepared well in advance. It reads like one of my... So my sister, when she's at work, sometimes she'll have her phone set to a thing where it literally sends you a message going like, I'm in a meeting, I'll call you back. Is it really going to act like that around... Is he really going to act like that around me again? I thought for a moment, then sent a reply. When are you coming home? I need to talk to you. It was probably the last thing he wanted to hear right now. I sent it to him anyways. I wasn't sure if he would reply. Sumigi told me to open my heart and be ready to accept anything, but I knew that was beyond me. She knows her own limitations, my girl. I'm not sure what to do either. Maybe it was immature of me. But no, wait. Ichiya was far older than I. He ought to be more mature, theoretically speaking. Maturity clearly wasn't his strong suit. I glared at my phone, my cheeks puffed in a pout, but contrary to my expectations, a reply came shortly. Leah, are you mad? Whew, as a hatter. Hurry home, please. I chose not to mention whether or not I was mad. I strictly sent the message I wanted to convey. It was clearly read shortly after I sent it, but no quick response was forthcoming this time. Well? Was he going to run again, or? I tamped down my rising impatience as I sat and waited. Eventually. Sorry, I need a little more time. I typed 2 words. I'm waiting. And I tossed my phone down on the sofa. This is probably the most he can manage right now. There weren't the words I wanted to hear, but the message he did send was clear and concise, giving me a little hope at least. It seemed like Ichiya always comes up with creative new ways to make me wait. I grimaced at the thought. I was sure he was probably thinking everything over as best he could, but when he finally reached out, would I be able to find the words I needed? Oh no, we had such good progress. I know I've been chatting because I am nothing but a chatter. But it seems like the chapters are a little bit longer now. Oh, nope. Attempted marriage fraud. I've never loved anything more than this. Oh, were you not here? So every guy has something wrong with them. His was attempted marriage fraud. Taiga was gambling. Narita was a walking debt collector. Like, he just kept getting debt. And then our super beautiful boy is a kept man. Hello, Prim. Am I late? Almost 4 hours. Almost 4 hours late. We got about 2 hours left today. But since you're here, Prim, you'll probably be happy to hear it. Tomorrow we're going to play Variable Barricade, but Thursday I'm going to play Zelda, and the reason I switched it is because I want to play Zelda for a long time. Because I'm trying to see if I can get at least 2 of the big missions done. Because I'm going to try and finish Zelda before the new Zelda comes out, but that means I need to step up my Zelda game really fast. Dude, I love Zelda. I can play that all day. And that's the problem. I can't. I've missed it. I haven't played it in so long. I might be trash at the puzzles, but I love it so much. Bright sunlight shone through my window again. I rolled over in bed and stretched. I slept better than I had in a while. Yippee! Yeah, I'm excited. So yeah, it's gonna be my Thursday stream. Originally, like it was gonna be variable Zelda did it, but that's content. I know y'all aren't here for the Zelda streams, but I appreciate you coming by. Yesterday, my rough sleep caused me to wake up with a headache, but today I felt completely rested and refreshed. I had a headache yesterday, bro. Link's a cutie. Yes, I've had a crush on Link way too long. Probably since Majora's Mask. And that's fine, because I was a child then. Stretching.
皆さんお疲れ様でした
We're talking about how we need to get another picture of Chomper, but like actually eating a cabbage, but like boss battle style. I woke up rather earlier than usual too, perhaps because my sleep was so restful. Oh, why? I was certain I had woken before everyone else too. I thought for a moment about what I should do next. I highly doubt Ichiya is back yet, so why don't I make some breakfast? I nodded to myself, pleased with the idea. I was sure if Ichiya learned I made breakfast while he was away, he'd be mad at himself for missing the event. Feeling a little smug at the idea, I bustled into the kitchen. Looking at the refrigerator, I didn't see anything particularly interesting food-wise. Ichiya likely ordered exactly what he required for each meal as he needed it. So if it wasn't around, it would make sense that the fridge would start looking a little bare if he wasn't around. I won't be able to make anything terribly impressive with any of this. I could steam some rice for rice balls, make some rolled omelets. I was thinking through other dishes I might try making when. A loud crash echoed from the foyer. What on earth? Struck by a sudden feeling of dread, I hurried out of the kitchen. I just passed through the dining room to the living room when... The door opened without warning and a large figure flew through it in a faceplant on the floor. Oh my gosh, that had to hurt.
よし、ネタ早く扉を閉めろ
Okay, Narita, secure the doors.
了解しました
Roger. The culprits who tossed the figure Ichiya into the room rolled around and slammed the doors shut so hard I was surprised they didn't shatter.
ちょっとタイガさんこれは一体
Goodness, Taiga, what on earth are you doing?
知ってるIchiyaを引っ張り出すのは任せとけってね
Don't you remember, babe? I told you I'd grab him by the scruff and pluck him down in front of you.
イチヤが時間を潰すのに利用しそうな店に先回りして待ち伏せしてたんだ
We devised a list of places Ichiya was likely to kill time, and then we set up a little ambush.
そこを俺が捕獲してここまで強引に引っ張ってきました
Yep, then I caught him and dragged him back home.
引きずったの間違いではなく
By dragged, please tell me you don't mean literally. Ichiya was a moaning pile on the floor. Was I imagining things, or did his clothes look a bit roughed up? That's pathetic. It seems like the other three had no intention of confirming or denying my suspicions.
じゃああとは任せたぜ
Okay, we did our part, so the rest is up to you, babe.
イチヤさんのことお願いします美味しいご飯食べたいですから
Please help Ichiya out. My poor tummy is wasting away without his delicious food.
ほどほどに頑張ってね
Ah well, do your best, but don't go overboard. Excuse me. I stood there confused as the others scuffled away. I knew they were going to literally strong-arm him. Ugh, no, that wasn't the problem. This right after last night of all the rotten timings. Once again, I underestimated how crazy those three can get sometimes. It was too early for this. Maybe I should be the one to run away this time. I let the thought percolate a moment when Ichiya groaned and slowly stood up. My chance to leave was gone. I missed it. We looked at each other for a long breath, then both looked away at the same moment. Oh gosh, this is awkward. What in the world am I supposed to do? They tossed this whole problem in my lap, literally. Strangely, it was Ichiya who broke the silence first.
その
Leah?
お嬢さん
Yeah? Even he must have realized that he's not slipping away. Not now. Looking extremely uncomfortable, he hunched over almost like he wanted to make himself as small as
ご
possible.
めん君とちゃんと話さなきゃとは思ってたんだ
I'm sorry. I've been thinking over how I need to talk to you.
でもそうしようと思うたびに和也のことが頭をよぎって
Every time I told myself I gotta do it, all of a sudden I remember Kazuya and, my guy. That much I expected. The problem was what to do next. Now I'm not the one left not knowing what to say. I thought over this very scenario, deciding on what I would say when he came back, but this was all so sudden my mind was completely blank. I tried to hold my composure as I flailed mentally. Ichiya spoke up, interrupting my my thoughts.
その和也とまた会ったんだろ
So, you went to see Kazuya? I knew it, he had heard. I nodded. Yes.
どうだった
How was it? Ichiya was extremely timid, his questions hesitant, his voice seemed almost frightened. I thought hard and decided to give him an honest
有
answer.
意義ではあったわね。
It was worthwhile, I'd say.
道場と新崎が手を組んだ際のメリットも明確に示してもらったし。
He clearly presented the advantages of a partnership between the Tojo family and the Shinzaki group.
一夜さんじゃなくてカズさんだからこそできることも教えてもらえた。
And he made sure to educate me on what he could bring to the table that you couldn't.
そうか
Ah. Ichiya's face grew darker and darker as I spoke, but if I back down and leave it at this, things will keep going in circles. I decided to make a bold move.
あのね、この際、はっきりと言わせてもらうわ。
Ichiya, listen, let me say one thing for certain.
え
Huh?
私は東条家のことを考えるなら、カズさんと婚約するのが一番いいんじゃないかと思ってる。
If I think exclusively about what's best for the Tojo family, it's obvious that Kazu would be the best choice as my
おじい様
husband.
が選んでくれたあなたたちよりもずっと。
Far better, at least, than any of the other suitors grandfather chose, including you. How you feel? That feel good? Did you like that? No? Ichiya stared. His face went ghostly pale. If he had paid attention, he would have noticed my condition. I said I looked at what was best for the family. I hadn't said a thing about my personal feelings. But apparently he wasn't composed enough to pick up on that detail. It almost looked like he was quivering. I'm starting to feel like I'm bullying him. I'd wanted to test his reaction, yes, but if I left it at this... Oh! Oh, Blue! Blue, look, it's your favorite. He's crying. Huh? Ichiya sniffled. I flinched. Whoa, wait a minute. Not that. Not yet.
ごめん泣くつもりはなくて
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to start crying. Are you sure?
やっぱり君も和也の方を選ぶんだなと思ったら
When I realized you'd pick Kazuya over me too, I just... Yummy. Ichiya sniffed again. Desperately trying to keep his watering eyes from spilling over, I sighed. That did it. Cry more for me, loser. I mean... You've missed it. He's actually been very bearable this entire route so far. It's been actually okay. Oh, this man.
あなたが最初に比較するようなことを言ったんでしょ？
You're the one who brought up the comparison in the first
ほ
place.
ら、涙を引っ込めて。今はあの時と違うんだから、慰めることもしないわよ。
I wouldn't say that's blushing, because when I cry, my face gets red. I think it's more like, I don't know, like everything in your body just starts to like, ruin your life. Oh man. Try your eyes. This isn't like last time, you know. I'm not going to pat you on the head and console you. I held out a handkerchief so he could wipe his eyes as I gently scolded him.
本当にごめん。情けない
Man,
な。
look at him.
君の前だと全然取り繕えなくて。
Really sorry. God, I'm so pathetic. I just can't seem to keep it together around you.
一夜さん。
Ichiya. I'm a sucker for blushing men. You're also a sucker for crying men. He had everything you wanted right now. Letting me see his real vulnerable self that one time must have changed something in him. Now he was incapable of controlling his feelings. The Ichiya who stood before me now wasn't a bit like the suave poser I'd first met. Angels? Eel? Is that why we're all for the eel? At least he wasn't like that around me. In fact, he probably reserved his real self for me.
いえ、よくあることです。
I'm not pursuing any hidden inclinations, and I most certainly don't think he's cute when he cries. Oh, fucking angels. You probably shouldn't. Just gonna be real with you, angels aren't like all that compatible as you might think. Looks great. Actions not. I made excuses to fend off my memories of Tsukumigi's psychological diagnosis and then exhaled loudly. What was his name again? Oh, I know his name. Mukun. Is that the name? Is that the name we're thinking of, Blue? Ichiya sniffled again, rubbing at his eyes. If I didn't do something to alleviate the wrong idea he had gotten, we weren't going to get anywhere.
あのね、一夜さん。
なのね?
人の話は最後まで聞いて。
Say Ichiya, you may want to try listening to the whole story before jumping to any conclusion.
私はまだカズさんを選ぶと決めたわけじゃないわ。
How do I time out the streamer chat? Help! I think that's an option. I haven't said that I will definitely choose Kazu over anyone just yet. Really?
本当に？
ええ、選ぶにしてもまだ必要な情報が集ま
There
ってない
is
もん。
still critical information I need before I can make any kind of final decision.
情報？
Information. His face brightened a moment then, when he realized that I likely meant it clouded again. He was entirely correct too.
一夜さん、前に約束したわよね。あなたの過去を教えてくれるって。
A redemption for mute the streamer? I mean, if you mute me, right, I could add it. I'm not saying I wouldn't add it, but if you mute me and we're playing a game like this, that just means I can't read for 3 minutes. Leah, get to it. Hey! Hey! Expensive. Expensive, like what? We're thinking 25k? You did promise me, remember? It would cost more to mute me than it costs for me to have to change games. You did promise me, remember? You promised you would tell me about your past.
だからそれを教えてほしいの。これは私の勘だけど。
I'd like if you could fill me in now. This is only a hunch, but...
結婚詐欺云々もカズさんと関係があるんでしょ？
I suspect all that business about marriage fraud has something to do with Kazu. That's not worth 3 minutes. See? Unless you're real mad. Ichiya's eyes flew open in shock. Honestly, maybe I should have it be more expensive to switch my game. I suppose I'd guessed correctly.
あなたの正しい経歴を知らずに婚約者を決めるのはフェアだと思えないわ。
I don't think it's fair to make me decide whom I should marry until I know the truth about what happened during that incident. Although, like biblically accurate angels, it would be a tough pickle to work with. That's so true. That's so true. They're usually clothed. I don't know what we'd be dealing with. I was sure he understood that this was his only chance to open up, but I knew it wasn't easy for him. The battle raging in his heart played out on his face. His expression shifted again and again. I quietly waited and watched. Eventually, after a silence that was too long and still somehow too short, Ichiya spoke up. Okay, I'll tell you everything. You better. His voice was quiet but firm. His eyes were filled with a resigned determination. A promise is a promise. If I break this one, then you'll have a good reason to hate me for sure. I thought he was gonna talk. His lopsided smile had a self-deprecating edge to it. He took a deep breath and then began to talk. Where to begin? First, let me tell you about my family. I was born into the Shinzaki family, as you know, not the Mitsumori family. There were 4 of us in the household. My mom, my dad, Kazuya, and me. My dad was a workaholic. He loved his job and he had massive ambitions for it too. He was an extremely rational person. He never let an iota of sentiment get in the way of his logic. Every action he took was efficient and effective. Don't put 2 E starting words beside each other. My mother was the perfect partner for my father. His personality and skills were well suited to support him in everything he did. If Dad's arrogance put him in danger of ruining business relationships, he scolded him and deflated his ego. I think their partnership was the main reason Shinzaki Group experienced such explosive growth in my father's generation alone.
そんな合理的な夫婦のもとに双子の兄弟として生まれたのが俺と和也だ。
Eventually, Mom and Dad had twin sons, me and Kazuya.
きっと両親の優れたところをすべてあいつが受け継いだんだと思う。
Personally, I think Kazuya inherited all the best qualities from our parents and I got the leftovers.
和也は昔から何をしても優秀で、勉強でも運動でも俺は一度も勝てたことがなかった。
He was always the best at everything he did, both athletically, academically. I never beat him in anything, not even
そんな家族の中でどんくさい俺は浮いた存在だったよ。
I was a sentimental klutz, a black sheep. I stuck out from the rest of my family.
3人がいつも難しいことを楽しそうに話している間、俺はいつも一人だった。
The 3 of us loved having in-depth conversations about complicated topics. Them, not us. I could never follow what they were saying and it made me feel so lonely.
自分たちと同じ世界で生きるのは向いてないってはっきり言われたこともある。
But even told me to my face once that I wasn't suited to live in the same world as
あ
them.
れはショックだったな。
That was pretty devastating, let me tell you. Ichiya tried to smile, but it was a tough, tense grin that looked more painful than happy. What, Blue? You don't think that was a good sentence to tell your child? Like, we don't belong in this world, my guy. Ichiya tried. His vision of this person in the story already sounded more intense than the version Kazu told me. I could feel his pain.
今思えば、あの時から俺は家族から心が離れていたのかもしれない。
Looking back on it, I think that was about the time I started feeling detached from my family.
我が家にお前の居場所はない。お前なんか必要ないって言われたようなもの
It
だ
felt
から
like
ね。
they told me that I didn't have a place in their home, that they didn't need me. It wouldn't surprise me if some people hearing his story would say that he had interpreted his family the wrong way. and was broken up over a minor issue. He had been born into very fortunate circumstances. It wasn't as if he had been abused or neglected, and yet growing up with the feeling nobody loves you fosters a deep sense of loneliness in a person. A sense of alienation. It was a frigid feeling. Growing up with that feeling could leave deep scars. It was true for Ichiya as well as myself. Why am I rummaging over the old memory? I have to keep my composure. I pressed my lips together as I shooed away my unpleasant thoughts. Ichiya noticed and grimaced.
前に君には話したことがあったよね。俺が女性と接する機会が多い理由。
I told you before that I generally spent a lot more time around women than men, right?
確かに俺の男受けが悪いのも事実だけど、それだけじゃなかったんだ。
I won't deny that I don't really get on well with guys, but that isn't the only reason.
家族の中に居場所がなかった俺を救ってくれたのは、可愛がってくれる大人の女性たちや。
It was adult ladies, friends of the family, as well as business acquaintances who doted on me when my family went cold. They saved me, really.
こんな俺を好きになってくれた女の子たちだったから。彼女たちが俺の居場所だった。
Them and the girls at school who fell for me, they gave me a place to belong.
和也より俺がいいって言ってくれる女の子たちのおかげで、俺は少しずつ自信を取り戻していったよ。
Whenever they said they liked me better than Kazuya, it pushed me to build up my self-confidence. Here's the thing, right? He likes hearing that he's better than Kazuya. But at no point, like, Kazuya is a better business person. At no point has Kazuya said directly, I'm better than Ichiya as a person. Just that he's a better candidate. I mean, Ichiya's kind of mean. I'm just saying. Ichiya's a little mean. He's a little mean guy. He's like, I liked feeling like I was better than my brother. That's what he's saying right
俺の
here.
中から和也の影はどうしても消えてくれなかった。
No matter how hard I tried, it never seemed like I could escape his shadow.
成長して大人になればなるほど、
Dang.
一人の男として
Look at
成
this,
功していく
man.
和也が羨ましくて、眩しくて。
The more he grew up and matured, the more successful Kazuya became. It was overwhelming and demoralizing. I was ridiculously jealous of him. Hiccups. And that is you. That's on you. That's not on him. It's on you.
そんなあ
I
る日
shouldn't
の
be in
こ
this
とだったよ。
room. Like, bro, you're the problem.
後に
It's
結
you.
婚詐欺騒動って
Hi.
あの事件が起こったのは、
One day there was an incident. It kicked off the chain of events that would eventually earn me the lovely attempted marriage fraud title. God, he's hot. Yeah, he's hot. Look at this man. Makes me want to get new glasses. At the time, I was still at Shinzaki. I was working at one of the Shinzaki Group's minor affiliated companies. Kazuya was already declared dad's heir, and he was making big waves over at HQ. Compared to him, I was a small fish doing average work in a minor business. I didn't mind my job. I actually enjoyed myself. Living on my own, away from home, I finally felt like I could stretch out, breathe, and be myself. Unfortunately, even though I drifted by as Kazuya's unfocused younger brother, I couldn't ease my family's name and ties that came with it. I was a Shinzaki. See, every month the family held a get-together dinner. One of the customs at the dinner was for everyone to share their work-related success in the past month. That was always so depressing. I went, but I never was happy about it. It was at one of those dinners that Kazuya mentioned that he wanted to marry the Tojo family heir. Back then, I didn't know you at all. And with the way he talked about it, it seemed like he regarded the marriage just as a means of expanding the business. I had to shake my head. It was peak Kazuya to think of marriage as nothing more than another business transaction. I couldn't understand it. Both my parents were very enthusiastic about establishing a connection with the Tojo family, so they started to make concrete plans. Kazuya actually stopped them. He said he'd love to plan with them, but he had a problem.
参ったよ。実は仕事で知り合った会社の令嬢に強烈なアプローチを受けていてね。
There's an issue. I happened to meet the daughter of an important client at work, and now she's getting pretty serious about courting me.
強引に断ったら 彼女は親の力を使ってこちらに圧力をかけてくるだろうし。
If I flat out refuse her, it's likely she'll complain to her parents they might use their influence to hamper some of our projects.
なあ、一夜。こういう時どうすればいいと思う？お前の方がこういうのは得意だろう。
Ichiya, what's your advice? This is your area of expertise, right? I don't think he was honestly asking for my opinion. I think he did it just to help lighten the mood. Maybe he noticed that I hadn't said much the whole night and thought he'd toss me a bone by asking me a question and bringing me into the conversation. But his timing couldn't have been worse. You see, the day before, I'd been dumped by one I hoped to marry.
Eh?
What? That was surprising news to me. Ichiya looked away from me awkwardly.
昔の話だけどね。
It was a long time ago.
恋人としてはいいけど、結婚するなんて考えられない。あなたも本気じゃないんでしょ。
She told me I was a great lover, but she never even entertained the thought of actually marrying me. She said she didn't believe I was serious about us.
なんて言われた。こっちとしては真剣に付き合っていたつもりだったのに。
I had been serious. At least I thought I was treating our relationship like it was a sure thing. When I asked him about his previous relationship, I listened while feeling irritated about his exploits, but oddly listening to him now, I didn't feel irritated so much as understanding. I suppose it might be because I'm giving serious thought to marrying Ichiya now. If he acted around his ex-girlfriend of his like he once acted around me, overly romantic and grandiose, I'm sorry, but I can completely understand why she turned you down. Ichiya, who had no idea what was going through my mind at the moment, kept speaking. I could hear the pain lingering at the edge of his voice.
俺は考えた。自分には魅力がないのか、何か足りないものがあるのか。
I wondered, was I not attractive enough? What was so bad about me? What was I
も
missing?
し和也だったら、彼女もプロポーズを受けてくれたのか。
Would she have happily married me if I'd been Kazuya instead? He came to me with a question right after I had just gone through all of that, and frankly, it pissed me off. I was mad and wasn't thinking straight. I just wanted to get back at him, so I said something dumb.
俺ならその令状をうまく心変わりさせられる。
Leave it to me. I'll convince the girl to get off your back. Kazuya tried to stop me, but I wouldn't listen. I kept insisting until my family let me handle it.
俺に任せろって。大丈夫なのか？
I know that you're insisting on it, but are you sure? I believed if I could do something Kazuya couldn't and made him indebted to me, I'd get my self-confidence back. My plan was stupidly simple. On the outside, at least, we were identical, so I would just pretend to be my brother. Classic. Arrangements were made for me to meet the lady as Kazuya. At first, everything went great. She was completely convinced that I was him. All I had to do then was make her fall so deeply in love with me that she would choose me over Kazuya when I eventually pulled back the curtains on the ruse. Unfortunately, she was a much more talented schemer than me. Right when my plan was hitting its final phase, she sprung her trap and tried to set up what would seem to everyone like a fate accompli, but oh no, don't do this. Oh, don't do these words. Don't speak French. I don't know what this is.
Fait accompli.
Fait accompli. A thing that has already happened or been decided before those affected about here, leaving them with no option but to accept. Oh. She drugged my drink when I woke up. I was in bed naked. That's not naked. I'm gonna be so real with you. I'm also surprised that his brother would let him pretend to be him. Like, that was the plan. I knew I was in deep trouble, but I was too woozy to even lift a finger. I started to panic. But at the last minute, Kazuya rode to my rescue.
あいつは最初から見張っていたんだ。俺が失敗するだろうと思って。
He had secretly been watching me the whole time, figuring I'd have to screw things up at some point. The lady was furious, of course, the minute she learned I was really Kazuya's twin. I'll sue, this was fraud, she screamed and shouted and refused to listen to what anyone had to say.
私は新崎の跡取りに用があるのよ。あなたみたいな劣化版に用はないわ。
If that's naked, God forbid I show shoulder. This is like the whole thing about like ankles, the scandal. It's the Shinzaki heir I want, not a counterfeit loser like you. Ah. Oh man. Counterfeit loser, that hurts. She didn't drop the idea of being Kazuya's wife either. She kept pushing, threatening to sue over my deception if he didn't get engaged to her.
もし訴えられたくないなら、私と和也さんの間を取り持って、責任取ってそれくらいしなさいよ。
Okay, you drugged him, my lady, my liege, my woman, my dude. If you don't want me to sue, you better set me up with Kazuya. You owe me at least that much for putting me through this farce, you fraud.
中身なんてどうでもいいの。劣化版は劣化版らしく、私の言う通りにしていればいいのよ。
I don't care what you're really like or what he's like for that matter. Shut up and do what I tell you, you counterfeit loser, or else. But Kazuya was 100 times more clever than she was. He found proof that she had drugged me and threw it back in her face. She was forced to back down. Everything went about as badly as it possibly could have. Never mind getting Kazuya to owe me a favor, I wound up owing him. It's like a document series. My situation at home didn't exactly improve either. My parents were disgusted with me. We never should have left the plan to you. We should have seen this coming. They all said that and more. Funnily enough, Kazuya had some nice words. I think he took pity on me. He told me to forget about what happened. He said I'd give him a means of shutting down his would-be suitor for good. Not that any of that made me happy. Heck, that was probably what hurt me the worst. For me, that incident really drove that fact home. I wasn't fit to be a Shinzaki. There was no place in the family for a failure like me.
見積もりの養子にって本気なの？Ichiya。
You want to let the Mitsumori family adopt you? Are you serious about this, Ichiya?
だから俺は新崎家を出て親戚である三森家の養子になることを決意した。
I've decided I'd voluntarily leave the Shinzaki family and let one of our distant relatives, the Mitsumori family, adopt me.
幸い三森家は後継ぎがいない
I feel
し、
so bad for him. Yeah.
前々から養子入りの打診をされていたしね。
It turns out this entire family really needed therapy. Fortunately, they were actually looking for someone to be their family heir. Letting them adopt me was something that we'd discussed a time or two before. Eventually, I forced my decision and left. I'm sure everyone was happier with me gone. Especially Kazuya.
いいんじゃないか。その方がお前にはお似合いかもね。
And he means this genuinely. He doesn't mean this callously. He just means it. If you want to go, why not? They seem like a family that's better suited for you. He said that to my face before I left. He just meant it. He's like, you're not cut out for this cutthroat world where you have to murder people. Like, and he's all like, how dare you tell me I'm not a good assassin? I had my family name officially changed and left my old job. That's why I was unemployed when you met me. This happened a week before I met you, by the way.
これが真相だよ。もう隠していることは何もない。
And that's it. That's the truth of what happened. I have nothing left to hide. Ichiya finished his story, looking at me with the hollow eyes of a criminal awaiting his sentencing in court. Having heard it all, I suppose my first and most immediate impression was that I knew why he would resist the idea of opening up about his past. They have no empathy. They're too logical and Ichiya's too sensitive. Yeah, that's it. Like, that's all that's coming down to. It's like oil and water. Yeah. Like, there's no malice there. It's just, this is Yeah, they seem better suited for you. And he meant it. He just he just meant it. To be blunt, the action he took leading up to the fraud accusation was beyond foolish. If I had heard this about someone I didn't know personally, I would have said some choice words about them, but the deeply rooted self-loathing he wrestled with is something I know too well. I'm not sure I'm over it. Knowing that side of him, I can't label what he did as pure stupidity. There's so much more at play here. I went silent, unsure of what to say. Ichiya's expression fell and he looked down dejectedly.
お嬢さんのことは本気で好きだ。和也に奪われたくはない。
Leah, I'm serious
戦う
about
意志だ
you.
ってある。
I don't want to let Kazuya take you away. I want to fight for you, honest.
だけどそれ以上に俺は和也と比べられるのが怖いんだ。
It's just I'm still terrified of being compared to him.
仮に俺を選んでくれたとしても、やっぱり和也が良かったなんて言われでもしたらって。
Even if you did choose me, if you ever changed your mind and said you wish you'd picked Kazuya instead, I'm not sure I could take it.
一夜さん
Ichiya?
情けないだろう。笑ってくれてもいいよ。
It's pathetic, right? You may as well laugh. He gave me a lopsided grin that was so pain-stricken it made my heart tinge. I shook my head.
笑わないわよ
I won't laugh.
私だって同じ状況に置かれたらあなたのような考え方になってしまうかもしれないもの
If I were put in the same situation, I probably would have came to the same conclusion as you. Ichiya's eyes were still filled with anxiety.
でも女心をもてあそぶようなことをしたのは事実だし。
Yeah, but she seemed like a bitch, so I think you're fine. I think you're in the clear. If the person you're toying with is like a jerk, it's called just desserts, I think. My stunt involved toying with another person's heart. There's no denying that. Yeah, but she was in it for the money. The most eye-catching phrase of Ichiya's background was attempted marriage fraud. Yes, he had reasons. Yes, the other person wasn't a saint. But if you look solely at his actions, what he did was undeniably reprehensible. Reprehensible, I said it with one try. I thought for a moment, then said, she was no better. Well, you don't want to do that. You don't want to say that out loud. You can thank it, just don't say it. Oh man, that's a guard? Are you sure? Are you sure?
確かにそれに関して気にならないと言えば嘘になるけど
やる気満々ですね。ファイト
Wrong thing for the right reasons, yeah. She's no better. That's not the right answer. He's tired of being compared to his brother. You're going to compare him to the woman who drugged him? Like, It's a great sentence to say as someone walks in the room.
相手もいい人とは言えなかったみたいだしね私にはどっちが正しいかは判断できないわ
She was no better from what you told me. To be honest, I'm not sure I can say what the correct choice would have been. Feed his Delulu. Yeah. It was a cheaply non-committal answer, but I had a feeling I would only make him more anxious if I approved of anything he told me. I was highly anxious, I'd be highly anxious if I were in his shoes, so I answered according to the mood in the room. Ichiya opened his mouth as if to say something, but no words came out. After an awkward pause, he closed it again. Despite his silence, it seemed like a little bit of nervous tension had lifted from his shoulders.
話しづらいことを打ち明けてくれてありがとう
Honestly, we needed his brother to show up and be like, aha, I'm his twin brother, and he's actually in a different family altogether. Because honestly, try to explain that to her in one go. So, once upon a time, I was the second son to a dynasty, and in that dynasty, I felt inferior. Always, constantly. And then for some reason, in order to help my brother not have to get married, I decided to make the girl who wanted to marry him marry me instead by pretending to be him. And then I was going to unveil it, and then it turned out she was a snake in the grass, and she drugged me because she was going to convince me to marry her by drugging me and making me wake up in bed with her the next day because You would never go to bed with a woman you don't plan to marry. Anyways, thank you for opening up that about me about such a painful part of your past. Suddenly I realized that the anger and irritation I'd harbored for him in my heart had vanished.
お嬢さん
Nia. Tears started welling up in the corners of his eyes as he looked at me. I just can't. Seeing him looking like this, I just can't seem to turn my back on him. I feel like I need to do something. I couldn't say I understand the feelings. That made me feel so protective, but thanks to Ichiya, I now knew my answer.
さっき私言ったわよね。立場を考えればカズさんとの結婚が一番だって。
Remember what I said a moment ago about how if I thought of the situation only from the position as the Tojo family heir, I'd choose Kazu over you. Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
それ撤回するわ。
I take that back.
あなたの話を聞いてちょっと新崎家に抵抗を感じたのもあるし。
Having heard your story, I feel a little bit of an urge to push back against the Shinzaki family. I'd already heard about it from Kazu's point of view, but hearing the same story from Ichiya's perspective had left me a little biased towards him. If the Shinzaki really were as described, I don't think I could get along with them very well. Besides... I glanced over at Ichiya's tears still filling his eyes, seeming ready to overflow at any moment. She's like... hot. I awkwardly look away and deliberately assumed an exasperated tone.
正直に泣いたり自虐したり落ち込むあなたの姿を見ていたら
To be honest, watching you cry and get depressed and hate yourself over all of this,
利益とかを考えるのが馬鹿らしくなってしまって。
it makes matters like business and profit seem stupid and empty. She meant to say hot.
それって
And that means... I was hoping he would take the hint, but seems that he leaves me no choice but to be frank with him. It's too cheesy to say this out loud, but if I don't, Ichiya may never understand. You can do this, I affirm myself with a deep breath.
結婚するなら本当に好きな人とがいい。
If I'm going to get married, I want to marry someone I truly care for.
だって私はあの日からあなたたち4人の中で好きになれる人を探してたのよ。
After all, since the first day we moved in here, I've been watching you four to see if any of you are worthy of falling for.
その努力を今さら白紙にするなんて嫌。ちゃんとカズさんの申し出を断ることにするわ。
I don't want to throw that effort out the window now. After all this time, I'll let Kazu know that I reject his suit.
あなたにこれ以上泣かれても困るし
Besides,
ね。
I don't need you bawling at me anymore. That was the answer I had found within me. I'd been so blunt that Ichiya stared at me agog for a moment. That's a word. Then
それじゃあ
he started quivering visibly. He opened and closed his mouth a few times before the words finally came out.
お嬢さん俺はまだ君を諦めなくていいのかい
Leah, I don't have to give up on you yet.
私がいつダメだなんて言ったの？
When did I say you had to? This time, the exasperation with him was real. Seriously, Ichiya, could you be such a self-defeated, pessimistic sometimes? Was that what he was worried about the whole time? He was avoiding me? Right. I remember one more thing I needed to make certain he understood. I gave him a stern look and
で
said,
もカズさんのことははっきり断ると決めたんだから。
I've decided to turn down Kazu, and I've made certain to tell that to you in no uncertain terms.
もう私を避けたりうじうじするのはやめて。
No more avoiding me, understand? You've no reason to mope anymore, so quit it. Ichiya blinked, the words taking a moment to sink in.
ああもちろん
Oh, right, of course. The smile he gave me was blindingly brilliant. It feels like forever since I last saw him smile so brightly.
お嬢さんありがとう
Leah, thank you. Literally don't mention it to anyone. And with that, the awkwardness between Ichiya and myself was finally sorted. A few minutes later, Taiga, Narita, and Shion came back into the living room almost as if they'd been watching for just the right moment to come back. The house's rambunctious cheers returned from there. Downstairs must be positively a circus by now. It was almost dinner time. I don't recall who first suggested it, but we decided to have a simple party that evening. As with the barbecue some time ago, I was told to wait in my rooms until preparations were complete. Now that it was not that it was easier to wait than it was then. But it did give me time to get my emotions sorted. To be honest, hearing Ichiya's past did leave me uncertain about what to do next. According to Kazu, Ichiya's Shinzaki's family truly cared for him. They were simply inept at showing it, but did I tell that to Ichiya or not? No, you don't tell him, because they have to show him. It's a show me moment. I eventually decided not to, most because I thought about how I would feel in his position. I've spent my whole life knowing I haven't been loved. If someone suddenly told me that was wrong, I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't want to. Besides, it doesn't seem wise to take anything Kazu says at face value. I wanted to believe that Kazu hadn't lied to me with his story, but on the slim chance he did mention something untrue, if I told it to Ichiya, it would only hurt him further. That's why I decided to hold my peace. Right now, the next thing I need to do is meet with Kazu again and let him know. I had to tell him I wasn't going to marry him. Not that I made the decision to marry Ichiya in his stead. That's one thing. This is something else entirely. I have to let Kazu know as soon as possible, or else it could cause issues for the whole family. And Ichiya probably won't relax until I turn Kazu down. I hadn't chosen Ichiya yet, but I didn't want to reject his feelings either. I had not insignificant hopes for him. Right now that was enough. This moment, here, in this room, waiting for them to make me dinner. We're almost where I want to be. We only have an hour left, so we'll see. We'll see how close we get. So I want to be at least like what looks like halfway through the board before, because then maybe I can finish it tomorrow. I didn't want a political marriage. I wanted to marry for love. After talking with Ichiya, I knew for certain that's what I wanted, so I decided to reject Kazu's proposal. I stood before the skyscraper where the Shinzaki group was based on my way to tell him my decision. I did say as soon as possible, but I didn't expect him to carve out some time between meetings to see me. I wouldn't be surprised if he has an idea about what I want to tell him. I took a steadying breath, put a neutral expression on my face and walked to the receptionist's desk.
かしこまりました。では、
Understood, sir. Pardon
失
me,
礼させていただきます。
As I was walking into Kazu's office, I passed a person coming out, likely one of the office employees. BRB, okay. I knew he was a busy man, but now I felt a little guilty about taking up his time for a personal matter.
すみません。
I'm sorry for intruding on your schedule. I apologized as his office door closed behind him. Me, Kazu gave me a wary grin.
構わないよ。それほど君にとって重要な話があるってことだろ。
It's this blue hair, though. What do you mean you can't take it work appropriate? You don't think that's work appropriate? It's so black, it's blue. It's fine. You're not exactly discussing a small matter with me, right?
はい。
That's true. He clearly didn't see any point in exchanging pleasantries. He wanted to get straight to business. I steeled myself and spoke.
私、あれから一夜さんと話をしました。
I've spoken with Ichiya. Have you now? And? I spoke carefully, mindful of the weight of my words.
私、あなたと結婚したくありません。
I do not wish to marry you. I was blunt, right to the point.
そっか。振られるのって結構きついね。
I just realized his shirt, I don't know why this is like, his collar, like not the not the jacket, but like the button up underneath, looks like a piece of paper. Like this would be like a shirt you would picture a teacher to wear because it's got such thick blue lines. It's not pleasant feeling getting turned down. What he said and what his expression told me didn't match up. He didn't look particularly hurt at all. He gave me the impression of someone deflecting a minor insult. May I ask why? Boy, I wish I could say with certainty I know why, because like you're hot, right? It is a business. I think we have good conversations. I don't think we need to be in this reality where you pretend that you have to be in love right away. People can learn to love each other. It doesn't sound nice like when you say it like that, but emotions change, people change over time. The more experiences you have with a person, the more you learn. Oh, let me phrase this question. Is this Ichiya's brother? Oh, this is Ichiya's twin brother, his identical twin brother, who's older than him by like 5 minutes. Yes. This is the man that's been wearing the hat that I thought was just Ichiya in a hat. That's him. May I ask why?
一夜さんからもカズさんやご両親との関係について話を聞きました。
Doesn't he look good in a suit though? I heard Ichiya's side of the story. He told me about his childhood and living with you and your parents.
愛されていないのは誤解。
He says he feels unloved due to a misunderstanding.
そんなあなたの言い分が偽りに聞こえてしまうほどの実態だったと思います。
What I've heard from him leaves me wondering how true what you told me was, or if it was true at all.
例えばどんな話を聞いたの？
I prefer crying Ichiya than Kobas lookalike. What's really funny is earlier I said imagine if he had Anku's voice. Like, this man. This man. I'm just saying there's nothing wrong with him as an option. I know the story doesn't want you to like choose somebody like this, right? Right. Yes, Jay, yes. Blue would just like love his tears. Goodness. But like, I'm just saying this is not, it's not the ideal. It's not the Romeo and Juliet choice, but it's a grounded choice. You can make this choice and it's not a bad choice. What sort of thing did he tell you?
価値観の相違による孤独や両親やあなたからの扱い。
He's hot, but I feel like sex would be boring with him. Hard to say. He has stated very clearly that he does not like to mix business and pleasure. He acts like a different person when he's on his own time. It could be. You're right. But I'm just saying a tie can be used multiple ways. It's like saying Gil is an option, but I know you don't want him. Not Gil. Anything but Gil. Gil's nothing like this. Gil isn't like this. Gil's not like this. Gil's not like this. I just, maybe because I kind of do like tsunderes, he's giving off a little bit of a tsundere vibe. It's a, I can make him better. Like, but Gil, no. Not Gil. Oh god, when I was doing my panel and I got to like the people who love a lot and Gil's on that list, I'm like, I've learned something about myself. I hate this. This is my least favorite class, and yet I put Anku in that class because technically Anku loves her. A lot. He did a lot because he loved her. Like, oof. But everyone else on that list, hate it. Hate it. Hate it. The isolation he felt because of his different values, the cold feeling projected from you and your parents.
一夜さんが養子になると決めたとき、お似合いかもねと言い放ったこととか。
How when he decided to become part of the Mitsumori family, you told him to his face that he'd be better suited to live with them. Apparently that took him by surprise because his face changed for the first time during our meeting.
あんなことを気にしてたんだ。
Anku is not overbearing. He's more sacrificial for love. Yes, which is still like, it's hot. It's yeah. He's not like forcing as much, but he's definitely a lover. He's definitely like, I love you no matter what. Oh, I miss that man. Saying that bothered that much. I'm saying exactly what's on his screen.
あんなこと?
You're surprised.
いやだって僕からしたら 励ましのつもりで言った言葉だから。
When I said that, I was trying to encourage him.
Huh?
What? The exclamation popped out before I realized it. Kazu grimaced and continued, clearly uncomfortable.
あのまま新崎の人間でいるより、三森の家に行った方が、一夜が望む平穏な人生を送れると思ったんだ。
This is literally what I said. Like, it wasn't meant as an insult. He meant it, like, honestly. You'll be better. I thought he would finally be able to find some measure of peace with the Mitsumori family. He wouldn't be bound to the Shinzaki family's expectations.
お似合いだって。伝わらなかったみたいだけど。
That's why I said it would suit him, though I guess my positive intent didn't get through to him. When I'd gone to Kazu for advice, he had been much more attentive and kind. Not once did he misspeak or say something that could be taken as inconsiderate. How could someone like him be so blunt around his own twin? He said so many things that needed more context or were easy to take in the wrong way. He must have decided that speaking to his family doesn't warrant the same care and tact that's necessary when speaking to someone who he isn't closely related to. That was the downside of valuing efficiency above all. His parents, who thought of the same wavelength, wouldn't even notice anything wrong, but to Ichiya and his softer heart, Kazu's words would sound cruel. He's like Kent, but more hotter and more logical. Yes and no.
あなたにとっては些細な一言だったのかもしれない。一夜さんも考えすぎなところがあったのかもしれない。
Perhaps that was intended only as a simple, offhanded comment, and perhaps Ichiya did overthink its significance. I can't. I know the word. I know it, can hear it in my head. I can't say that right. Oh no, I can't English right now. Shelby, but less silly. Honestly, that's a very good example. He's very Shelby. Significant. I tried again. I can't.
でもあなたは
It's
自
too
分の
late.
言葉が率直で、一夜さんもまた傷つきやすいと
Important.
気づいていたんでしょ？
That's a better word. You knew that you had a tendency to be blunt, and you knew that Ichiya can be hurt easily. Ooh, go off, girl.
それを改善もせず、家族で話し合いもしなかった。
What rank would he be? SSS? Honestly, he has to be. He's perfect. His brother thinks so. Even his own brother thinks he's perfect. You never attempted to fix your tone or even discuss the matter with the rest of your family. Well, I was aware of how rude it was to speak so freely about another person's private family affairs. But recalling Ichiya's pained face when he told me about everything pushed me to
性格の
speak.
違いとか、悪気がないというのを言い訳にして。
No, it's longer than that. Significant. It's like the plural form of. Hang on. That last word. Significance. There we go. Someone else had to say it. He's like Yanagi's big bro. Why did my brain just stop picturing Yanagi? Who's Yanagi? Why did my brain delete that person's name from my face? Why don't I know who that is? Smoker. Okay, Color X Malice. Gotcha. Thank you. I'm like, not real. Nyx, hi! Oh my gosh. Different personalities, no one intent. You just make excuses.
家族に心ない言葉を突きつける人と
Hola.
私は結婚したくありません。
I did not want to marry someone who would be so heartless towards their own family. Silence fell. It was obvious he noticed the sincerity of my feelings. His usual confident, relaxed expression was gone, replaced by furrowed brows and a thoughtful frown. Kazu was not the sort to back down easily, I knew that much. Hello, Bites. But I'm not changing my mind on this. I braced myself, waiting. After a long moment, he took a light breath and opened his mouth to speak.
痛いところをついてくれるね。さすがにそれには反論しようがない。
You certainly hit a tender spot with my brother. I don't have anything I can say to that.
では、
Then,
でも、じゃあ諦めますって、そう簡単に言えるような状態でもないんだよ。
Would he look better if he had snake eyes? Like if his eyes were just a little more like Yuki's brother from Fruits Basket. I can't think of his name right now, but he is a snake, and I love him. However, I'm not in a position where I can simply shrug my shoulders and say, oh well, I guess I give up.
それは君も分かってるだろ
You're aware of that, I'm sure. Of course, I knew this was coming. I had equipped myself with emotion and sentiment, and I had expected him to counter with logic and profit, but I hadn't came here unprepared.
カズさん、
Kazu,
この前あなたに見せてもらった東條と新崎が手を結ぶ未来。
the proposal you showed me that outlines how a partnership between the Shinzaki group and the Tojo family would be very fruitful.
それは確かに素晴らしいものだったと思います。
It's a wonderful idea, I truly believe that.
ですがあれに、どうしても私との結婚は必要なんですか？
Is it really necessary for the two of us to be married for that partnership to happen?
縁を結ぶのなら、直接的な結婚じゃなくて、もっと他の手が。
If our two families want to form a partnership, I'm sure that there must be other ways besides something as dramatic as marriage.
話にもならないね。
Out of the question.
え？
What? For a moment, I wasn't sure I heard him correctly. I stared at Kazu in shock. He continued, not bothering to mask his disappointment.
一見君は真っ当な人間としての意見を僕にぶつけているようだけど。
At a glance, someone might assume that you're presenting a valid opinion that we can see eye to eye on.
それって結局はかわいそうな一夜のためなんだろ
But really, at the end of the day, you're only doing this out of pity for Ichiya, right?
う。いや、正確には一夜との結婚でもいいのではと言いたい。
Or were you trying to ask if your marriage to him would be just as acceptable?
そうは言ってません。意味は同じかもしれませんが。
See, I like them. I like them. Oh no, do I like them a little mean? Am I the problem? Is it me? I did not say that. I suppose it could be taken that way.
まあ確かに一夜でもありはありだ。あのプレゼンで見せた未来の8割は実現できるだろう。
I guess marrying Ichiya could be considered an option. Yes, he could probably bring about 80% of the future I envision in my presentation. Then,
でもね、お嬢さん。その結果何が起こるか。
do you know what would happen after that, Leah?
君だって分かっているだろう。一夜に東條の名は重いって。
The Tojo name is too heavy for him. You understand that. I know you do.
あの繊細で弱い男が思惑めぐる東條の家でまともに生きていけると思うかい？
Do you think someone as sensitive and delicate as Ichiya could survive in the crush of ambition and stress that powers the Tojo family's dealings?
それは。
Well,
弟が心を病むのを分かっていて、君と結婚させる兄が。
as his brother, do you think I could let him marry you when I know he'll suffer for it? Suffer? I could. Cold bead of sweat slid down my spine. I'd seen firsthand how sensitive Ichiya could be more than once. I couldn't deny that Kazu did have a point, but Ichiya chose to be my suitor. He wants to marry me if he can. He must have steeled himself for the responsibilities that would come with being my husband. I don't know why. Anytime I hear the word steeled myself, I always think of Otome. I don't see it like anywhere else. Steeled myself. I turned myself into steel. I'd be there to support him too, of course, and I'm sure grandfather would too. But can I really say all that with confidence? Even I have trouble keeping my composure when I have to deal with certain parts of my extended family. Kazu watched me going back and forth with myself, the corners of his lips lifting into a smile.
これで家族を大事に思う心を僕が持っていると証明できただろう？
Have I demonstrated to your satisfaction that I truly care for my family?
これでもう君が僕を嫌悪する理由はないわけだ。
Now you have no logical reason to dislike me. Look, I've explained myself. What more could you ask from me? Ew. The moment I realized what he was going after, I felt rage bubbling up in me. In his eyes, I had refused his suit because I didn't believe he cared for his family. In response, he took advantage of Ichiya's delicate nature and past trauma to refute the point utterly.
惜しかったね。僕を完全に振るつもりなら、一夜の過去を持ち出すべきじゃなかった。
Cold but no cigar. Close, not cold. If you wanted to turn me down cold, you shouldn't have brought up Ichiya's past.
というか、そもそもの話なんだけど。
And while we're on the subject, why do you keep taking his side on everything?
あいつのことが好きなの?
Do you love him? There's this movie called Signs, and that's a phrase that's used a lot. I felt myself flinch. Of all the topics he could have broached, that was the last one I wanted him to plunge into. I am fond of him, yes. That I won't deny, but my feelings haven't reached love, not yet, at least not on a level where I can confidently say it. Ironically, the one person I had opened up to about all my deepest thoughts of love and marriage was the same person sitting across from me now. It was unlikely I'd be able to just bluff my way through his inquiries about my feelings.
それは。
はい。
やれやれ。やっぱり答えも出せていないのか。
You still don't have an answer. I thought as much. As I expected, he saw through me and zeroed in on the core of my emotions.
いいかい？その程度の思いなんて、
Like, look at
大人の事情の前では通用しないんだよ。
I won't lie, I think he's cuter. I think he's cuter than the guy from Sympathy's Kiss. I can't think of his name right now, but I think he's cuter than that. Half-baked emotions and pleas for sympathy won't get you far in a world that's full of adult responsibilities. Kazu's words were cold, sharp. They were words I would never have heard from the Kazu who gave me warm and considerate advice in the coffee shop. He was speaking to me as Kazuya Shinzaki now. I knew he would when I came, but it was still a shock.
本気で婚約をしたくないというのなら、東条から名を消す覚悟ぐらい用意しておくべきだった。
If you're really against to marry me, you should have to have come prepared to have your name stripped from the Tojo family registry.
そんなの。
What? I couldn't do that. Not after I'd spent my life desperately trying to find a place to belong there.
その点で考えれば、駆け落ちしたという君のご両親は立派だったんじゃないかな。
You know, thinking about it, I have to respect your parents. They eloped instead of conforming to your family's expectations on marriage,
もし
correct?
君がそこまでしたら、さすがの僕も諦めざるを得ないからね。
If you did the same, even I'd have to call it quits with you.
でも君はその発想すら抱けない。最終的には僕に
But the
諦
thought
めてもらうつもりだった。
didn't even cross your mind, did it? You thought I would give up if you asked me nicely. A cold, leaden ball, leaden, settled in the pit of my stomach. I shuddered. Kazu looked at me with a surprisingly sympathetic gaze. It wasn't sympathy. It was pity. Pity for my naive stupidity.
お嬢さん、それはね、一夜のためなんかじゃない。ただの他力本願だよ。
What you're doing isn't helping Ichiya. You're relying on others to solve your problems for you.
私。
I tried to deny it. I tried to tell him he was wrong, but the words wouldn't make it past my lips.
私。
I sat dumbfounded. Eventually, Kazu showed me to the door. All I could do was walk away. I failed my one mission. I remembered how I strolled into his office feeling like an avenger of justice or a soldier of true love. A wave of embarrassment washed over me. What on earth did I come here to do? That I believe I would get back at Kazu in poor, defenseless Ichiya's stead. I managed to land one decent hit on him, and that made me feel invincible until he casually deflected my argument and sent me packing in mortified silence. I feel so ashamed of myself. Kazi was right. I've been far, far too childishly naive. Outside the window, the color of the sky was fading slowly from twilight to the dark of night. I told Ichiya ahead of time that I was going to talk to Kazu today. I told him he would make a lovely dinner and wait for me to return, he told me. His smile had been bright and hopeful. I was sure he was expecting good news. What am I supposed to tell him? My heart sunk in my chest. I closed my eyes, fighting the urge to cry. I'm sorry. Just marry the man. It's your only option. Theoretically. Last chance. Whoa. Shortly after I'd first met Leah, I said to her,
すまない。俺からい。
わかりました。事情を伺っ
We don't do flashbacks. Looking back on it made me want to crawl in a hole and die. How did I ever say that with a straight face? Oh, bleeding heart, got it. It left a wound on my heart part was true, at least, pathetic as it was to say. But that whole thing about how I'd never do anything to embarrass her, yeah, that was a bull from the start. The term marriage fraud sounded so ugly. I'd wanted to impress on her that I'd never bait a woman with my love like the phrase suggested. But while there was circumstances that some might consider justifiable in the right light, I had still disguised myself as Kazuya to deceive a woman. I didn't have the nerve to admit I'd done an extremely bad thing. Everything about it was sketchy as hell. That's why I kept putting off telling her about it for as long as I could. I wish I'd go back in time and punch my stupid self right in the face. Now I have to go through life with that skeleton in my closet. Though on the topic of stupid and shameful things I'd done, I'm sure acting full of myself and pretending I've done nothing wrong for as long as I counted to. God, it's a miracle Leah didn't just kick me into the street ages ago. All the egotistical things I did, all the stupidly inappropriate flirting, all the many, many embarrassments I caused. The memory flashed through my mind in an unstoppable flood, making me feel as miserable and ashamed of myself. I almost wished someone would come along and end me. That's very self-deprecating. Oh my god. The problem that Mr. Takomoon told me that one day that started it all. Next! That's the next thing we need to get is a raving one. I like the unts, unts, unts. It looks like Evie. Is that supposed to be Evie? She's like, it was some months ago after I left the Shinzaki family and adopted Mitsumori's name. I didn't have anything in particular to do, so I wandered around just killing time. Fortunately, the Mitsumori family only wanted my Shinzaki lineage. They didn't particularly need any skills from me, so I was left to do my own devices. The freedom did seem nice on the surface, but scratch a bit deeper and you'd see that Mitsumori family was effectively saying they had no need for me either. What am I going to do with my life now? I didn't feel like getting a job. I didn't feel like finding a lover. It wasn't experiencing anything like the wanderlust Taiga talked about either. I was just living in freelance. That was when I met him.
お若いの。隣、失礼してもよいかの。
Pardon me, young man. Might I sit next to you?
はい?
Huh? A stern-looking elderly man stood next to me, his kimono sticking out like a sore thumb in the trendy cafe. There were plenty of empty seats too. I had no idea why he chose to sit next to me. He didn't give me time to ask any questions. He just sat down next to me and ordered a simple coffee, but when his order arrived...
ん?なんじゃこのコップは。 蓋で塞がれていて飲めんではないか。
What's this nonsense? This cup's lid is completely sealed. How am I supposed to drink this? Apparently, he's somehow never seen a disposable coffee cup before. Does he live on a mountaintop or something? Though for someone as elderly as he was, a paper coffee cup with a flippable lid might come across as much as some kind of newfangled technology. Watching his fumbling attempts to pry off the lid made me worry he'd spill it before I knew what I said.
違いますよ。蓋の手前側にある突起を引っ張ると飲むための穴が開くんです。
Not like that, sir. See here? There's a tab on the front of the lid. Pull that up and it'll open a hole in the lid so you can drink it. The stern-eyed old man stared at the tab on the cup and then slowly pulled it up as I had said.
おお、本当じゃ。少し見ぬ間に面白いものが流通しておるの。
Ah, you're right. Isn't that intriguing? It hasn't been long since I was last on the town, but they've come up with so many interesting things. He sure seemed entertained by a simple cup of coffee. My life had started to feel monotonous, but by that point, watching this old man have so much fun with something as plain as a paper cup made me feel a little jealous. The cups weren't the only thing about the cafe the old man didn't understand. I wound up explaining more and more things. Just explaining it all to him. Until I suddenly realized I told him practically my entire life story. Looking back on it, I could tell he was a master conversationalist. It was eerie how deftly he steered the topic wherever he wanted to go.
苦労してきたようじゃの。
Sounds like you had a difficult time.
いえ、結局俺は自暴自棄になっただけですから。
I just reaped what I sowed, that's all. My own stupidity has been my undoing. Wait, so her grandpapa said they have something you don't. He has a brother. And parents that are alive. What a messed up thing to say to her. Talking to another person about my life made me feel even more pathetic. But...
お若いの。いや、三森一也。
Say, young man. No, allow me to call you Ichiya Mitsumori. You didn't give me a chance to ask him how he knew my name.
失ったものをすべて取り戻す方法があるとしたらどうする?
If I told you there was a way to regain everything you've lost, what would you do?
Eh?
Huh? His offer sounded to me like a tempting whisper from the devil himself. Honestly, that's right. The old man began to talk. I'm gonna cross my legs, please. He said he was the head of the Tojo family. He mentioned how Kazuya had pushed for marriage to his granddaughter, Leah, which left him in a bind about what to do. I understood then that he knew exactly who I was from the start and had come here looking for me. Moi. You're one and only. My blanket is sideways. I'm trying to cover my legs again. I'm old.
利益を優先するというのなら真っ先にうなずくべき縁談なんじゃが。
Looking at it purely from a business perspective, it's an offer that I should readily accept.
わしの勘では、あやつはわしの孫娘とはうまくいかんと思うんじゃよ。
My gut is telling me otherwise. I have a feeling that he and my granddaughter won't get along well at all.
その点、お前ならなかなかいい線をいくと思うんじゃが。
If it were you, I think the two of you might get on well enough.
俺が
Me?
和也より
Over Kazuya? There aren't enough words in the world to express how happy the old man's declaration had made me. Somebody wanted me, not Kazuya? Me? Me? And it wasn't just any somebody either. It was the head of the influential Tojo family. He came looking for me, and he spoke to me directly.
本当にそう思うんですか？兄の方がはるかに優秀で将来性もあるのに。
Are you sure about that, sir? My brother is far more adept at more adept businessman than I am. His potential is off the charts.
確かにあやつは優秀じゃ。
He is an exemplary businessman, yes.
わしの孫娘を幸せにできる男ではない。
But he is not a man who can make my granddaughter happy.
なぜ？
Why not?
わしの孫娘はな、ツンと済ましとるが、誰より愛されたがり屋な娘なんじゃ。
You see, my granddaughter may act distant and hard, but she craves love more than anything.
強がって私はそんなものいらないとそっぽを向くじゃろうが、
She'll bluff, of course.
子供の頃からそうじゃった。
She'll turn cold and insist she's fine without affection, but she's always desired it deeply ever since she was a child.
そんなあの子に利益優先で愛のない結婚をさせたくはないのじゃよ。
I don't want to force someone like her into a marriage arranged purely for business purposes with no love.
お前の兄は悪い男ではないじゃろうが、どうも人としての情を置き去りにしがちなタイプに見えるからの。
Your brother is not a bad man, not by any stretch, but he does seem to have a tendency to neglect the emotional side of a human relationship. Mood.
それはまあ確かに。
Yeah, he's kind of bad about that.
でも必要なら最低限のフォローはできると思います。俺よりもずっとうまく。
I'm sure he would provide at least the bare minimum of care necessary. Heck, I'm sure he's a far better husband than I would be.
果たしてそうかの。
Are you sure of that?
わしがあの男よりお前を選んだのは、お前が愛し愛されることの意味を
I chose
誰よ
you
り知っているように
over
思え
him
たからじゃ。
because I think you understand what it means to be loved and to love and be loved better than most.
俺、
人は愛なくしては生きられない。それが身に染みているお前ならば、あやつの心も溶かせるのではないか。
People cannot thrive without love. You've experienced just how true that is firsthand. Perhaps will have what it takes to thaw my granddaughter's heart.
わしはそう思ったが、どうじゃ。
At least, so I believe. What say you? How to treat women, how to love them. That was one thing I had over Kazuya. Why would that be broken like that? Or so I thought, but I failed miserably at even that, leading to a disaster. I had the feeling that love the Tojo head was talking about was something entirely different. What it means to love and to be loved. What I've wanted for so long and have never been able to find. If his granddaughter is like me, the kind of person who can't thrive without love, I'll be able to understand how she feels better than anyone else. I know exactly what she wants and how to give it to her.
三森一也。その気があるなら、わしの孫娘の花婿候補となるがいい。
If you so desire, you may become one of my granddaughter's suitors.
そして見事、あやつの心を奪ったな
And
ら、
should you manage to win her heart,
孫娘の婿として、お前を東条家に迎
I
え入れ
will
よ。
welcome you into the Tojo family as her groom. Thoughts of Kazuya flittered across the corner of my mind. Why not put that in the previous one? I remembered how he and my parents planned his wedding to the Tojo heir as just another work project. How would he react if I managed to marry her first? If I could, then maybe finally I could say that I managed to beat him at something. Two emotions warred inside me. One was pure excitement at the possibility of finally finding the one for me. The other was a calculated desire to be Kazuya. I can't afford to make the same mistake twice. I'll never again use someone else just to feed my own ambitions. Instead, I'll just have to try harder. I'll work as if my life depended on making her love me. And if she does eventually fall for me, then finally, I'd be able to confront Kazuya with my head held high.
どうする？
Well,
なかなか悪くない話じゃと
don't think it's a bad
思う
offer.
のじゃが。
The Tojo family head, grandfather, looked at me with a sly smile like a child plotting mischief. I looked him in the eye and nodded.
やります。
I'll do it.
どうか俺に彼女を愛させてください。
Please allow me to
彼女の
court your
心が
granddaughter. I want to earn her
俺は
heart.
欲しい。
I didn't know the first thing about her. I had no idea what kind of person she was or what she looked like. But that didn't matter to me. Grandfather's author was my last chance I had. I was admittedly blindsided when I discovered there were 3 other suitors besides me and learned that we would all be living in the same house. I'm not gonna let anyone outdo me. All my past failed relationships were surely just trials I had to overcome in order to learn the skills I needed to conquest. For the first time ever, I felt fierce ambition burn inside me, determined I moved into the vacation house. I was going to do whatever it took to earn Tojo's heir, to earn Leah's heart. In hindsight, seeing how many dumb assumptions I had made back then was frankly embarrassing. Being unused to such powerful ambitions, I let it lead me blindly. The only thing on my mind were the Tojo head's words and how to make Leah fall for me. Shoot, I can speak. I dug out every last trick I had in my considerably repertoire of romantic skills and used them liberally, too liberally. As a consequence, feed me!
あなたは私のこと
I remember it was annoying. It felt like her words were had physically hit me. I still remember how shocked I felt. Not that it was all that long ago. Somehow it feels like it all happened in a different lifetime. Given what a pessimist I was, it was a big personal improvement that I could just shake my head over that failure, but I wouldn't have improved without Leah. I'd had time to build that courage because she didn't abandon me. Leah. Just saying her name made my heart flutter and feel warm. Right now, she was at Kazuya's office so she could turn him down, all for my sake. I can flatter myself by believing she's doing it for me, right? Sure.
正直にない利益とかを
Aw, she smiled. That was cute, but flashbacks. No flashbacks. She did turn up her nose at an obviously profitable deal for her family out of sheer consideration of my feelings. I wish I could say she did it because she loves me, but sadly I cannot, not yet. Anyone else would have thrown me on my butt by now. She's given me a chance. I have to be grateful for that at the very least. I'm gonna make Leah fall for me, no matter what it takes. And it was going to take some doing, especially since I had the nagging feeling that the others regarded me as a bit of a kid, even more so than Narita. If I was going to regain my dignity, I had to start by doing the things I knew I could control. So, what to make for tonight? Things I could do mostly meant cooking dinner, likely because my cooking was the first thing about me that Leah came to respect. It wasn't because it bothered me that the guys had told Kazuya that cooking was my only decent quality. Nope, definitely not because of that. Anyways, if I'm making something for Leah, it should probably be a Japanese dish, right? Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to try something a little fancier.
Oh, Ichiya-san!
Aha! Ichiya! Narita popped into the kitchen like he had springs on his feet. He looked at me, then the fridge, and at me again, his eyes sparkling with expectations. He was easier to read than a picture book.
夕食は俺が作るよ。
Yes,
リクエストがあれば
I'm
言ってくれ。
making dinner. If you have any request, now's the time.
やったー！一夜さんの手料理だ！俺、山盛りカレーが食べたいです！
All right, you're cooking dinner. I want a pile of curry higher than Mount Fuji.
タイガさんたちからも何かないか聞いてきますね。
I keep getting, so there's different curries, right? I keep getting like a coconut curry. I haven't had like a Japanese curry in a while. I miss it. It's so good. Coconut curry is really good too. I love them both, but I love them both for different things. I like Japanese curry because it's like, my mouth is watering by the way, because it's like a meatier flavor. My god. I want to try curry. It's so good. Try it. It's great. Curry, like oof. First time I had curry, so great.
そうなのね。
I took 2 big drinks for the dehydrate. You're welcome. But there's so many different kinds of curry you can get, and you can get different heats. I usually just do mild. I don't really like my food too hot. I'll eat hot food. I don't try to though. I'll go ask what Taiga and Shion want. Be back in a sec.
Oi, Nayuta.
If you have any Asian markets, just look for it. It's like I'll show it tomorrow maybe. It's like a little rectangular box. It's green and it's like a curry mix. It's all made. It's great. You just gotta add like rice, and if you want meat. And then my sister usually buys like canned potatoes that are already chopped up to put in it and stuff like that. Like, it's a great time. Not to wait. It's gone.
やれやれ。あの調子だととんでもない量になりそうだな。
Why do I get the feeling I'm gonna do a whole lot of cooking tonight? Because you're the maid. When I tried avoiding Leah, I wound up avoiding the kitchen too. I guess that left the guys starved for home cooking. Yes, they'd been a little rough. Okay, scratch that. They've been downright animalistic. But thanks to them, I did get the chance to have a thorough chat with Leah. I guess I ought to be grateful to them for that much at least. If they have any requests, it'd be nice. I'll be nice and take them, but I'm not going to compromise on what I'm making for Leah. After all, today was going to be a special day for both of us. I imagine Leah coming home, smiling, bursting with good news.
よし。まずはとびきりの笑顔で出迎えよう。
First, I'm gonna greet her with my best smile. I started pulling things from the fridge while wearing a cheek stretching smile on my face. I bustled about, thinking happily about how busy the night would be, all while overlooking one critically important fact. Kazuya was not an easy opponent to take down. Dun dun dun. Alright. Let's see, we've done 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. I really wanted to be here. I wanted to be here before I quit, but there's not enough time for that. So we're gonna quit here, I guess.
たまに妙な視線を感じるんだよ。
Oh my.
どうしたミスか何何
So I hit all the wrong buttons. We're gonna save.
大丈夫。
I'll see if there's
忘れない
anybody
から
on to raid. And then tomorrow I'll pull up the quiz because I just don't have it on my computer right now because I'm a silly. And I'll show you guys the quiz from the panel I did because I don't think I'm gonna worry about putting the quiz in the video I make. I guess I could if people want to do it. Nani nani? Do you want to do it in the morning, like when I first start my stream, or should I do it before I end my stream tomorrow? That's the real question. Iron Mouse. I can't raid Iron Mouse. She's too cool for me. We'll raid Rainy. Rainy's streaming. Pop quiz tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna do it tomorrow before I end stream tomorrow. So we'll do it before I end stream because I think it's gonna be funny. There's a few. I did 10 questions. And we also got the dead A types of all of the gang. All the gangs have dead A types. It's canon now. So we'll have that announced tomorrow too. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. And if you're checking this out on YouTube, as a reminder, I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch. So you can check me out over there if you want to see what we're up to. We're currently playing Variable Barricade and Legend of Zelda. And if you're here in chat or watching this before I upload it onto YouTube, remember, I put all of my VODs on YouTube where you can watch them and remember the pain and suffering we went through together. Bye guys, I will see you tomorrow.